for foot on that map.
Yeah.
So it's interesting for me to think about, is this going to be Leviathan kind of coming back, kind of flipping the script from their last international appearance on Sunset? Are they going to be able to really showcase that, you know, they're not having any problems here, they're going to come through, they're going to be able to bounce back, and they're going to be that team that seems to be on that upward trajectory throughout this year, just like DRX, just like EG last year, right? These teams that peak at the right times.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a preview there of what we should be seeing from the Agent Select in a moment. That'll be popping up here too, but we are going to be getting Ospas on that Neon, right back to, you know, hopefully seeing him, if if you're a Lev fan, and I'm a Lev fan, hoping to see them bounce back out of this, because I think this is a series now that deserves 3. All right, let's just take it over to Ascent. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, man.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things are going to come together for Levy, because, I mean, coming out and saying, yeah, they did exactly what we expected, but our teamwork wasn't there. It can be really tough to make sure that you're shoring up those gaps that you saw in the first map with just a brief little bit of time, you know, 10 minutes between those maps to try to make those adjustments to get everybody back on the same page. On Sunset should be feeling a bit more comfortable, so maybe that will come more naturally here for the side of Lev. But also for Lev, I mean, look, Fung really absolutely, utterly destroyed.
Yeah.
And he's still going to be playing this Raze. This is where he can feast. If Trace have fixed the issues that we saw from them versus Vitality here on Sunset, if they continue to have a really solid read on this squad and they know how Leviathan's going to play this map, they very well could get this win.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you need to turn up the tempo a little bit here as Leviathan. Get Aspas fired up. Make sure Mazzino's in sync with him, with that breach utility. That's a real key part of this composition on this map, is making sure that that breach is really getting that deep util and connecting with it.
I'm seeing everyone on Leviathan on their bread and butter, right? The things that made them, you know, prolific to begin with. Calm on that Sova, Mazzino on that breach, right? What got him the MVP at Americas, right? King back on the Omen. If Ospas can get activated, it will be
サーバー入れないこれ以上。
shut down, but on the other side, man, I mean, if Fung and Heibei keep doing what they're doing, if Kai keeps showing up the way that he is, this is going to be wild. We could be seeing Leviathan getting 2-0'd in a #1 seeding game.
Yeah, it would be monstrous here if a Trace, the ball is in their court, they're holding this match in their hands.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send this back over to the casters, see if this one goes the distance. Mitch and Tom, take it away, fellas.
Well, America's #1 is going to need a third map to take this series, and they fight for it here on Sunset. A map that has looked good for them. Crew managed to beat them in the rematch, but for the most part, this is somewhere I think most people will expect them to beat Trace.
Yeah, for sure. I think even when we saw Trace play versus Vitality, I think it's going to be, it was a tough one. Vitality very good at this map as well, so it's not like the end of the world there. I think the other thing as well is, like it was spoken about in the interview, that they weren't surprised on the last map. Well, if they're surprised on this one, I'll be gobsmacked, because I believe that Trace have played this comp 15 times in a row. So even though it hasn't been the biggest success for them this year, they have stuck to their guns. They're comfortable with what they're playing, but it hasn't been massively successful.
Well, this dart's going around the world to try to break some setup on B, but there's nothing there. They know that from the double bounce. Leviathan sat in position on B, but the A site push has come through. Trap broken. Trace now no. There's some pressure behind them, and again, the clock is ticking to get into the site. And they've done just that. The plant secured. One man left behind with a camera. It's Liu King that has it all to do, and King about to walk straight into his angle, but hold on! One shot connected, still drawing breath. It buys enough time for the trade from Mazzino.
Yeah, they're looking for Aspas as well. They want to try and close out some of these flanks, but they're slowly starting to be picked apart. Aspas just almost acting as distraction now as the rest of the team look to fight back in. Even still, they managed to hold on for a moment, but Mazzino putting another in the death toll. He's traded out as well. Some utility being expended and that time ticking, and Com so desperately low. Heibei with a triple. And it's a pistol under the belts of Trace.
I think that's 3 for 3 so far for Trace. Early injection of rounds. And that's going to go a long way on a map like this, one that they struggled against Vitality. And as we said, Leviathan, they may not be so good in a rematch, but this is first time around. And Idopata said they weren't surprised. You said 15th time playing this composition. Won't be surprised here either, but that wasn't what he put the loss down to. Idopata said that they weren't playing as a team. That's a tough thing to correct. See if they've got the stones for it, but it won't be in this round. just pistols in play for the defensive side. B aggression. The hit is coming in on A.
Well, I think they come in as well on a much more comfortable note on this map in general. Like, okay, sure, they beat Talon, but on the last couple of times they'd played G2 regionally on Bind, it hadn't gone well. So I think that this is one where, excluding that crew defeat, they have proven that this is a solid map for them and a comfortable map as well. So I'm hoping that
ディスコードの課金した成功したと思ったら俺間違ってギフト買っちゃったんだけど
the post plant of Trace, they've got these SMGs up close,
最悪すぎる
not needing to play at the same level of distance still. A little bit of damage being done, but
誰投げよ
expectations
これ
are that there won't be too much more.
Still one pistol to be upgraded.
うざす
Any
ぎる
damage from here will actually be felt, will be shown in the economy. Aspas, well, he's on the slide to catch one. Style points, and now looking for a bit more. How many weapons can he drop? The round's already lost. The answer is just the one. The big guns saved through to the next. A 2-0 start for Trace Esports.
I'll be curious to see what's there to invest. Like, do they bring in another rifle? Do they maybe put an extra stinger or pistol in? Or are they just going to keep it relatively low? It doesn't seem like there's going to be a mass amount. There you go, just a stinger added in. Now, last time out, previous map, they were able to make these rounds very costly. But I think that was one of the other issues that they had is, although they had a couple of flawless rounds at the very beginning of the game, other than that, every round seemed costly. And it meant that their economy quite regularly ended up on a lower note. For now, though, immediate pressure. A much faster paced look from the side of Trace.
Putting all their eggs in one basket on a straight push towards the A site. It's not too pacey for now, but there goes the utility that signals the start. The blast packs in and around elbow we go. It's not started out too well, though. Leviathan taking all the picks, good flash, but it's dodged, and King's there to support. Mazzino steps up to the plate and leaves it into Kai, just with a pistol in hand. And only the one kill to be found. A much better response from Leviathan than what we saw on map 1.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea from Trace that you're going to try and test your opponent early when you have those weaker weapons, see how far you can get, but it looked comfortable. Like, the shots connected, counter utility, able to move out of positions and not get caught by an off angle, and also just having a solid read. The three players were ready for the pacing of that take. For Trace, now they buy back in with the rifles, but as said, early in the last map, Lev were able to get their first few rounds very clean, at least build up a bit of economy. We'll see if they can do that again here.
Oh, an early bit of aggression as well, but Aspa still caught by the stun. It was sent from further back, so there was no safe haven, and now the nade puts pressure on Tex to try to push out of this angle, and the drone was watching him as he attempted the escape. Looks like a late lurk on mid might catch some value, and a very early peek in from Market gets next to nothing. The one-to-one trade's not really worthwhile. Great response by Trace already, and it's not going anywhere.
Con was... Is he even going to get spotted? Yeah, there's not even any way out. Is he going to run into the trip as well? Yeah, why not? Let's just reveal him on the other side of the map. I think perfect denial. And it does seem like in a lot of positions on this map, Trace just have a very good read. Like, they're willing to commit early utility if they believe there's going to be a push. And I actually think the counter stun that came out from Leviathan was pretty good as well. I think the Fong Fong on the other side was stunned. He just hit the shot while stunned. So again, the cosmetic didn't play out for him. But a really clean response. As said, having 4 players left alive and saving a weapon in the last round will mean that Leviathan will be able to get back in, at least maybe with a few light shields here and there. But for Trace, I've already said, like, this map, regionally and versus Vitality, has been a little rough for them. Getting off to a strong start here, using the momentum that they found from the last map. Capitalizing on it.
中国も需要強いもんな。なんか直近のバラの大会だと中国微妙だったイメージあるけど。強いんだな。これでも中国3位じゃん。
They could find themselves an early safety net, and that was almost the showstopper. The wall got in the way, and the spray slightly off. If one kill goes his way, well then that's a completely different round we're looking at. Still fighting for the orb, a possibility. Leviathan won't be able to defend. Instead, they look for some mid-control. I think they wanted to pincer 2 players out of the market. A a flash or stun perhaps on mid if there were players there. Tracer taking that control much later in the round than expected. And they're rotating to A as well. You know, they stopped the B push. They saw nobody mid. They think it's A. There's 3 players from Leviathan stacked up.
レビエタンさすがに結構優勝候補じゃない？
Can be countered right back.
Oh, well, they know where Tex is, that's for sure. Stuck at the back of the site. Post plant will be in, and it's almost like a double lurk. You've got Kai. They're going to try and isolate Kai, but they don't know that there's actually a second player.
悲しい。
They may not even know that the first player is here.
形えぐいこれ。絶対取れない形してんだけど。やばすぎる。
Look, they've got a rolling thunder and a hunter's fury. They can delay a ridiculous amount of time, but King is holding. I don't know if he spotted Low King though. That second player, he's still watching in case somebody looks to wrap around from that corner. A good read from King, but he can't quite land the shot. Now they have to try and deal with it. Bianche's gone, and so is his ultimate, but that doesn't matter anymore. The time is ticking way too far.
めっちゃうめえ。
Trace have played this post plant fantastically well, and well, Aspas has no choice but to try and hold
1マップ目どういう勝ち方したんかなと思ったけど、これ見てる感じ普通にマクロでバカ勝ちしてるっぽいな。多分。
And the fact that they were so contained when you have Leviathan pushing in, just complete calm on the side of the attackers. Trace keep the rolling thunder at first. Use it.
That's what I like. I think they read into the fact that okay, we have a rolling thunder, so chances are they're not going to play close because we have a rolling thunder. So let's just walk in a plant and hold it. It's a gamble, but it's a really smart gamble.
After Mazzino puts his through, you saw Heibei take out the ult and then realize, I don't need to. Let him have the space. Now, there was a read from Leviathan that there was a late lurk on mid, but that didn't really net them as much as you'd hope.
Okay.
The fadeaway King get killed, and well, the A site's going to be taken over by the drone. There is a response attempted by Mazzino, already tagged up heavy, and that's one of the 2 rifles that they have to work with. He goes out anyways, and he goes down right after.
It's definitely going to make things tougher, but with the kill onto Kai, the flank is no longer covered. Let's give some space. Now, it is being watched by Bianche, but if the remaining players, Common Tex, can make a bit of a distraction, show a couple over on that short side, it might allow Aspas the space. I think that's the goal. Just try and give him a route into this one. The thing is, the post plant setup again is strong, and Bianche is watching. He hasn't switched his position, but he still loses the fight. Second man here, and with the bullet shot off, they now know it. Aspas no longer stunned, but Heibei catches the other 2, puts it into the 1v1. Aspas on 5 HP, and that time is ticking. If anything, I think it's ticking too far gone again.
時間が。
He's looking to try and find it. He's even going to land that last shot, but it's too little too late. Has to fall out of the round. Trace will convert. It's incredibly costly. And it does mean that there's still going to be a bit of damage done to their economy, but they'll comfortably buy.
A timeout called by Leviathan. They're feeling the pressure, and it's Heibei applying it. That could have been a very different round if he doesn't catch that double.
He's just sat on the spike as well. Like, it's not the most
日本語でやってる。
uncommon spot. Like, you can understand why, like, a lot of people would check that, but you can kind of understand why they don't. Like, when they have the rifles, you expect them to be a little bit more passive, maybe playing behind that sort of default box on site. Not going to be the case. And yeah, Leviathan, whether you're a Trace fan, whether you're someone who watches all the watch parties or even the main broadcast for China,
やばそうやな。
I think a 2-0 for Trace here was unfathomable.
Out of the question.
No shot.
トレース e スポ
Up
ー
against
ツ。
Leviathan, out of the question. You know,
なんや、 あんまり俺が見てたタイトルにいないチームだな。初めて見た。
But Trace have flown under the radar. Even after that first game, I expected to be close. And to be able to have a little bit of a battle here, but not to be able to decimate them. The first quarter already behind us, and it is firmly in favor of China's number 3 team.
You talk about like their last match versus EDG. They got 7 rounds in 2 matches.
いつのチームだろう。
So
気になる。
maybe that
調
just
べ
shows
よう。
that everybody should be a little bit more scared by EDG. They also were 2-0 up in a best of 5 versus FPX, which they then lost. So they've had those sort of tough defeats. And let's be real, it's definitely not over yet. But just the manner in which a lot of these rounds have been going, I think even if you're the biggest Leviathan fan right now, you're
ああ、で
probably
も
quite
バロが
nervous.
一番有名っ
As
ぽい
said
な
though, I think both coaches, their tactical pauses haven't gone amiss. Like they have been valuable, to say the least. We'll see if there's a immediate response from the side of Leviathan.
A lot of the time it is going to make you change your setup and your plan, knowing they've just called that pause. Obviously,
結構新しいチームなのかな。 海外のチャートのサイトに設立年不明、スポンサー不明、ウェブサイト不明って書いてある。多分そんなに有名じゃないんだろう。おお、強すぎ強すぎ。一発しか被弾してるんだけど。あ。
And all the roses to come in this round.
I think we've casted a million 4Ks at this point after yesterday's match, but that one has to be up there with the best of them. And that's the perfect response. Do I think that was part of the coach's game plan? Absolutely not. Do I think it's more likely to bring them back from the brink? Absolutely. Those are the sort of rounds that get everybody pumped up.
バロと
And after a quiet start,
ワイルドリ
a
フト
fair
と
few of the players that have been fantastic
ナラカとか言っ
throughout
てる
the
な。
season and throughout the tournament so far. That's one hell of a way to do it. And just look, actually, even though there's some backup credits, there still seems to be enough to purchase
まあマジで新しそう。見る感じ。
for a full buy here.
見る感じマジで新しそう。
I'm not sure if this is just wanting to have everything online, maybe even wanting to get themselves the ult, but I feel like they could have put a bit more into this round.
I think Lev thought that too. Early commitment to the Hunter's Fury after catching the tag, but no conversion.
He was so close to everyone.
All
and
three
just,
pulses.
Just didn't hit a single pulse.
Oh yeah. Gave some of those players a haircut, but not quite enough. Reveal, flash. Nobody there to execute on the back of it unless the reveals go through, but those players are safely behind the box. Very slow round from Trace. I think they're trying to find the gaps in this defensive side, and it looks like they're assuming it's towards A. Smoke on right side, drone going through. This is looking like a B split from the side of Leviathan, but now they're about to find out it isn't. That paranoia's bought just enough time to retreat.
We've seen this for a couple of rounds now. King getting aggressive on A, taking that space away. This battle could be everything. Bianche waiting. Door actually going to be closed by the attack. That's got to be a bit of a confusing way for the round to be played out. Instead, they're going to go back to top mid, looking to try and surround the players on that A site. A lot of space already taken, but a double up will be in from the defense. Com joins them.
It's King, able to find that one, dancing around the box.
15 seconds.
12 seconds, they have to hurry up. And Com's here to support as well, watching the back. No element of surprise, but still the fights go their way. The plan will come in just in time. Fast as he is, Aspis won't be there in time to stop it. But both players tagged terribly low. 50 HP between them. Weak weapons, it's tough. Tex swings and he doesn't miss. 5-3. Leviathan are on the way back.
It still comes incredibly close. Like considering that they'd invested into stingers, a pistol, and a couple of rifles, and the way that those early fights went, like it seemed like all the information was there. They had 3 players within the site already. I don't think we needed a slow-mo replay of that last one, but... oh dear. 5-3. A couple of rounds back-to-back. The players from Leviathan starting to wake up, but yeah, that was a reduced investment in the last round from Trace. Rolling Thunder will now be online once again. An early control, even with a boom bot in hand.
Right back, but Leviathan are all too happy for that to be the case. The Rolling Thunder expected and denied. The players now far back. They'll concede site control, but look to take it back with numbers quickly here. Any aggression will be punished, and a shock dart through from Com, taking out Bianche. Another shock dart does big damage. Beautiful stuff from the side of Leviathan. They haven't had to face them, and already these players are nice and squishy.
And the post plants have been where Trace overdrive utilized information sent through to try and leave them in awkward positions. Oh, in fact, almost a kill directly through the smoke. re-aggression, attempting to do something, but they are being torn apart. It's left all on
きつい
Shaka.
ね、さすが
He
に。
knows where they are. The spam isn't going to do anything.
なんで死なないんだあいつ。
He's hoped for it, even though he catches the kill, they're already defusing.
いや
Just not enough time for him to get that done. An incredibly nice attempt from the Sentinel. He's made things costly, but it wasn't around. That's gone to Lev.
あそこの壁抜けないんだ。黒いところだったからな。
Carry the weapon through, but like you said, the timeline's all that really matters. 3 times in a row, Trace have gotten themselves a site, more or less for free, although this time the shock dart certainly added an extra flair to it. 3 times in a row, we've seen Leviathan fight back and grab those diffuses. Economy, though, for the defensive side, is in a shaky enough position. Trace could still capitalize, but they're not too healthy either. This is going to be a swing round for the lead.
すごいな。なんかあれみてえだ。
Trace have their sights set on B.
Yeah, they definitely know that Aspas is there. There's no doubt about it. Drone is available. I'm actually a little bit nervous just because of who's on the other side. Available to get aggressive, and it's actually Tex to land the first. The guy defending the paranoia, the stun, in fact, everything has caught on to Aspas. He's still going forward though! And he's just torn them a new one. It leaves Hebe to try and fight alone, but this round is for Aspas.
He uses his own stun to keep them in position. And then another comes in from a teammate. Door closed behind them, and well, that's the door closed on the round. A timeout called now by Trace. Not happy with how this has gone, and they just got decimated by Aspas, so I'm not surprised.
He starts his move while still stunned up because he knows it's going to fade while he's swinging.
And he knows they're going to be stunned.
このキャラマジウケるな。
Full faith in Mizzino's breach stun.
That's fair enough.
Good reason.
Yeah, that's fair enough, honestly. I think if Mizzino was my teammate, he'd carry me. But also, I'd have faith.
I have no doubt in that, Tom. I have absolutely no doubt in what you just said.
Oh, yeah.
But
you reckon he can play in bronze? It's actually tougher down there, you know.
Oh, yeah. People do things you're not expecting, you know? Well, Trace.
No one DM me saying bronze commentator. Don't you dare. It's not true. It's a joke, please. I don't want those DMs.
It's at least silver.
At least. Minimum. I'm a peak gold. Oh, pause taken. 4 rounds in a row. The 3 before it had contention, retakes were necessary, but that was, I guess, much more of what we had expected to see. The Aspas show with support. For the other side of things, the economy is still a bit sketchy. Again, we've spoken about the fact that they're
中国
able to
応
do
援
quite
団
a
も
lot with
叫
very
んで
little,
ま
but
す。
I guess with loss bonus maximized and a few extra credits here and there, they can afford to go in for what we currently see in this round. Ultimates, not particularly close, but a kill or 2 in this round could mean that they have a lot on line for the next.
Like you said, limited on the attacking side, but they've done some serious damage with less than this. Same old story with that shock dart, but Tex has been very aware of that in the early round. Moving his traps around. This time one for mid, broken, and Fong right into the fight. It's calm to actually take that kill, certainly softened up by Aspas. 2 players you don't want to fight in current form, but Calm has been dropped. The rifle, the bulldog in play for Hebe. Aftershock on both sides, and it's Hebe forced to the open, taken down. Yankei's taking space in the meantime, but in goes Aspas, and he ain't taking any prisoners. 6-5. Leviathan from a 5-1 deficit have claimed back the lead.
It really feels like he's back. The last few rounds have just been Aspas styling.
やばすぎるマ
Using
ジで。
those slides, using the fact that they're almost completely accurate, just to take fights that really should be impossible for the opponent to react. We're just looking at it from his POV. It just they don't even see a thing. Gone in a flash. Well, he can barely see anything from the fights he's taken, but there is no opportunity to respond. Lead taken by Leviathan. The pause that they called clearly a turnaround point. I'm not sure what was said. Might just have been something as simple as remember who you are.
I mean, there really are. There's 2 kinds of Aspas first time they played grew in second, and you rarely get the second performance. He had a tough time there.
すごい
Was
な。
shut
セ
down
ン
in
ター
every
のケア
goal
め
we
っちゃ
went
するよ
for,
うに
but
なってる。
now right back on form. Rolling Thunder used it in Ida, planned aggression from Feng Feng, caught immediately. And Aspas back to his old tricks, sliding around, looking for the fights and finding them calm.
動きやばすぎるマジで。
Assisting on those kills, taking them down in the end, and Hunter's Fury used to try to keep them in the choke point. King is here, and he's defending his throne.
いいそばウルトだったな。
Now, from a 5-1 lead, Trace have got nothing, but the foundations are still set for the second half.
Yeah, I think they're going to appreciate this, the halftime break, because in all honesty, those last 6 rounds, like they started with some sort of competition. Maybe there was rounds that could have gone the other way, but that was a slaughter. We'll be back after that break to see if they can
他
do
の
it
キャラ
on
ク
the
ター
defense.
軒並みスキル弱体化され続けてってのにネオンだけ評価されてこいつ一人だけなんかやべえことになってる。
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
CM 入るほどハーフタイム長いんだ。チャンピオンズの形式か。いいね。苦手なんだよな。日本語の実況解説聞きながら俺が日本語で喋るのむずすぎる。落ちファしてる時にさ、日本語のその実況解説聞いてると実況解説聞いちゃうし、自分が喋ってる途中に何喋ってるか分かんなくなるんだよな。むずい。
All right, time to get back into things. 7-5 when we left you off. Leviathan were in full swing, getting themselves round after round, 6 in a row. But the pistols have always fallen into Trace's hands so far. We'll see if they can keep that going. Here on the defensive side, there's a challenge.
結構長いな、マジで。
Stop Aspas from killing you all.
Yeah, I think as well, now the game becomes about supporting him. We saw it in the first half as well. I think Feng Feng as well had those sort of moments where there were like paranoias and stuff put into place to set him up with stuns. The same will be said for Aspas.
That was all they needed. The pistol. Another early injection of rounds, and as we saw in the first half, that was very essential. Them being able to keep this close. Aspas off rip, no force buy. Pistols, a couple invested into.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy round.
It's the few extra credits off the plant and kills just being expended into this one. A chance
トレースが取りました。
And you can see that Trace definitely had the same thought. They haven't gone for any pistols this time around. There was always seemingly one, but wanting to make sure that they can convert this round as cleanly as possible. So now any loss here will be costly. SMG or two, it's not the end of the world. You lose any of those rifles, that's going to be a problem.
That's exactly it. I want to see limited losses, although off rip.
Well, that's a rifle.
It's Leviathan with the opening pick, with a rifle to be recovered. Luckily, Aspis is nowhere nearby. That won't be given to him just yet, but they're grouping up. I'm going to approach this one as a blob, go back to meet King, who's tucked in inside of B main. If they take site control, this is a different round altogether. Trace have to be very careful not to give away too much here.
Okay, already getting the information. Smoke for top mid. Almost trying to bait their opponents. It seems to have worked. They're re-aggressing into middle. In fact, it seems like they've got completely the wrong read. Back towards the A side. I'm not sure what the point of call was. What gave the game away? But whatever it is, it was completely wrong. This is going to be a post plant over on that B site. And now having themselves potential to maybe play main or with those pistols, play aggro.
That's a problem. Yeah, from this point, trades all that Leviathan need, and they've been spectacular in early fights even without that rifle. They now sit on calm. Trace having to use up the stun to clear the first angle. Law King hoping to catch them off guard, and he might just do that. He's being flanked on though, and does he suspect it? 2 quick kills, but shot in the back. I think he's got just enough done to give them a chance. 30 HP on Tex, trying to buy time, but the defuse is underway. Someone needs to go out and drop that diffuser, and there's no one to do it. Rifle still inside of main. It will not be carried forward. Mizzino looking to do as much damage as he can, and that is huge. At the start of this round, a couple of kills would have been a fantastic end. Instead, they've left it with 1 man alive coming into round 15.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Trace will even opt to play this one as a bonus anymore. Like, do you just fully invest and try and fight this issue? The problem, though, is that economically, they're not going to be in a fantastic spot to even do that, even if they spent everything here. So huge round, and again, just a pretty big misread from them in terms of where Leviathan were going to be going. Now they come up with a fall by. It's going to be SMGs, pistols. In fact, Heibei is only on a classic.
アイスボックスの離婚みたいな。
They're going to try to use the aggression to catch them off guard, make up for those weaker weapons, and it certainly worked to start with. Tex has been spotted. He is completely surrounded. Players absolutely everywhere. There's no way out. He tries to fight his way out, and he's doing it. 3 big kills. This could have been a nail in the coffin for the round. Instead, an uphill battle remains for Trace. Kai, well, now detected. They've got all the information. The cage might buy him a moment to breathe, but his teammates down to the classic. Aspis has dropped but 20 HP left and a flank under. Get your gun out. No! Flank underway. Now got him. Stuns got him. There's nowhere for Kai to go. It would have to be the headshots, and it's just not to be. 8 rounds for Leviathan.
It almost feels like Tex was shooting off warning shots to begin with, because it went from not connecting a spray to hitting every single bullet in a second. Again, with what was on offer, I don't mind the idea in the round. Get aggressive, put the pressure on, and if it wasn't for some incredible isolation of battles and more so just the headshots,
Let's go.
that easily could have slipped away. Leviathan are going to take the lead once again after their big streak in the previous half. But this is where the defensive side do come back in with a purchase. An immediate push though. Aspas has almost caught Bianca, and in fact with the start.
Follow-up is there from King to A site, completely overrun. Blink and you miss it. I see the credits are low, but that felt more like an eco.
Yeah.
He just dismantled that setup. And now, well, all that's left is to save. You can see Kai already repositioning his utility, be a little bit more defensive. But that's a big blow to the side of Trace. This was their round, and like you said, almost getting caught. Even as the barriers went up, Bianca doesn't expect Aspas to be that close. And that's a worrying sign, because he's going to do that a lot, and you've got to be ready for it.
There's either going to be immediate pressure onto elbow in a lot of rounds. We've seen that with many teams. I think the example that always springs to my mind is how Heretics play it with Pot Flash. You do the same thing with Breach. So either you're expecting fast elbow control, or you have to be ready for that push towards short, and he was completely unaware. Then just again a solid stun, but the rest is Aspas. The rest is why we put this guy in the bracket of the best. Like, it is so difficult to play against, and then there's just even the swing from the rest of the team. He's done the hard bit, but they're there to clean up the rest. Again, we've seen this in the previous map. The pause is being called by Trace before the problems, well, I don't want to say the problems haven't arisen, but before it gets too dangerous. Like, you've only lost one round that I would say that you have to be a little bit more careful with. The last round, you came in with weak weapons, you lost the round. It's not the end of the world. This one, you had your first 4-buy on the site, and you get decimated within 15 seconds.
Barriers up, players down. Trace have one last chance to touch in with the coaching staff, and a 2-round gap, it's not gone too far. Like you say, before it gets out of hand, this is where they want to do it. But the fact that they invested so much last round means they don't have a lot of credits for this one.
すげえ悲しそうな顔をしてプレイしてたのに、ちょっとにっこりするようになった。
And 9-7, one roadblock to Leviathan. They're in the home stretch. Credits sitting pretty as well. No matter what happens, they're going to be able to buy up in the next. And if they keep getting a run at it, well, the way Aspas has been running at it, this map might not last long.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I do want to see an ascent, so I'm kind of okay with that. But
it is what it is.
I'm waiting to see. Once again, I think at this point it would be foolish to doubt the team of Trace. I think that we were foolish the first series, maybe even a little foolish in the first map. But that has long gone already. A good reveal, even a good stun. But Mazzino is going to win that initial fight. Hex has been traded out, even with these lower weapons. There's danger. In fact, they're going to use that Rolling Thunder to try and push the defense back. This has become a deathmatch server, except one team has only more pistols. There's always one, right?
Yeah, and one team has Aspas.
On a sure.
That's going to work for you most of the time, although Kai's managed to shut him down. 1 versus 3 now. Perhaps an opportunity with Mazzino low. Spotted up by the drone, swung on and sent package. Eventually has to break the drone. They'll reload to close it out. Okay. Check their positions on Leviathan. They're tucked in. They're letting him take the first move, and they'll shut him down right afterwards. Contact from Com, and then a triple or at least a double swing. Whatever angle Kai decides. Say it's an uphill battle. I mean, when they play like this, it's an unwinnable one almost. Oh, if that shot had landed, perhaps.
The thing is, it's fine for Mazzino to do that. He's 5 HP. Like, if you don't hit the headshot, he gets to survive. We'll close the round. Double digits. Leviathan getting closer and closer to a map 3. Maybe a place that the initial expectations weren't to be, but after the first, well, maybe even expectations back in the other direction. It was a 5-1 start that has now turned into a pretty healthy lead now. Again, the last time the defensive side had themselves a purchase, they got slaughtered. We'll see if they've been able to react.
Stinger ult だ。
Hopefully we won't see that.
うわ
Fung Fung over here, ready for the fight. But look who's going in, full pelt. It's Aspas. He's caught. Well, he stunned himself. He stunned us many times with his individual ability. Paranoia kept him back for a moment. Now he's right back into that site. He goes Under's Fury, and Aspas is shredding them, doing all the damage, making this ult look a lot stronger than it usually is. And he's got the firepower backing up every single duel. It's Kai left to do absolutely nothing. 3 kills for Aspas, and Trace's chances looking slim.
Yeah, they barely took any damage in that round. Normally we talk about
クソウルトだ。
Raze as a close second, and then okay, he's a good Neil. He's a good Neil. Right now he's been unstoppable. 21-9. The supportive utility as well. I love seeing him diving in alongside that Hunter's Fury. It means that anybody is slightly displaced, you need to be holding an angle ready to insta-headshot him, because he's sliding all over the place, moving at the speed of sound. And so the Hunter's Fury in combination makes it so hard to play against. Now that was a very good ult. I was about to say, we saw 3 players get pinged up immediately. I think there must have been either a combination flash or stun. I think it's definitely a stun.
これ事故りそう。
Weak weapons across the board. Okay, Mizzino's making a play. Trigger discipline on display. Got one, but that's it. Fong now activated. Tex, he tagged up by that nade, but he's not deterred. Still pushing forward. Two players extremely low. One of them in this first crossfire.
Oh.
The firing squad takes it across the line. 8 for Trace. Their chances were slim, but that improves them a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the initial combo, like, did a huge gamble. Like, just throwing that in immediately. I think there may have been a ping initially. Yeah, so it's the dart that's used straight away. Fantastic.
Whoa.
And then just the push up, I think maybe even a stun. Yeah, that's a gorgeous setup. That was all based on just that dart catch. Or maybe they even do it anyway, just for contact. But that is a huge round from the initiators of this defensive side. It's one that isn't recreatable though.
吸い寄せられてたな、一本の方に。
うわー。Does he still get one?
Well, the stun certainly helped out. Might have saved the day.
味方になった。
Push up from Trace on the back of the rolling
いやー、これはもうやめた方が良さそうだな。
The paranoia sent them packing. One player had been caught by the rolling thunder as well, so definitely chopping up this defensive side aggression. However, locking finding one puts the favor back on the defense. 3 players close, and the information there to play with. The attacking side executing a different story. Seems like Trace have come back online at just the right time. 2 versus 4, and the info now in their hands.
Ooh, just getting out of there seemed like it would be difficult. They have managed it. All 4 players on this B side of the map, so they're able to move into this A site. They will be able to get themselves an afterplant. All the utility has pretty much been expended. An extra smoke is granted to King, but it's thrown down immediately. And you have to feel like this retake should be too difficult, but you never know.
Deciding on whether to break that trap.
悩むね。
Sit inside the smoke, and King's made the choice. No one's going to give him it though. They're all going the other way.
いい形だ。
あ
りそう。
Tex already spotted. They don't know about King, but now they do. All the info there, but the kills going the other way. Spike still needs to be defused. Kai does well. And the trap catches King eventually. Uses the shrouded step to try to fake them out. But Kai's not falling for that one.
結構ありそうだったけどな。
The defuse close. Just about enough time. 0.91 under a second. But Trace's dream still alive on map number 2.
I feel so bad for him that the
切っとけばよかったな。後ろ下がった時に、あ、そういえば。
None of them come in that direction. And all in all, it's a good play. Like you want to sit
ガ
there
ス
and
の
go,
元
okay,
線
if
締め
anybody
たか
comes
な。
through this, they're not going to expect me just to be sat on the edge. Again, a lot of counter util being expended, ultimates utilized, and more importantly, yeah, just some big plays to end it all out with under a second. A nice attempt from the side of Leviathan, but a 2-round streak. Operator now in as well for Fong. We'll see. That could be the difference maker, because without the ultimates, they really haven't had any success in their rounds.
Felt like a third map was inevitable, certainly owed in a series like this. Trace don't want that. They're looking for their 2-0, still with a showstopper in play. Fong has that towards the A site. It's Leviathan. Setting up for the B site take. Stun goes through, catches no one. It's quite a deep play from the defensive side. There's no ultimates for the attackers. They're just conceding this space.
逆にね。
Probably knowing that if Fong rotates, showstopper.
確かにこれ閉めんのよ。俺未だにあそこの扉のスイッチがどこにあるのか知らないんだよ。
Two spotted, an immediate stun. Aftershock isn't quite deep enough. Will be countered immediately. The push onto the site. We'll garner them a plant, and the showstopper's on the other side of the map. There's going to have to be a sprint from Fong, and he's got to be aware as well that there is still a player lurking. In fact, a couple that could double up in a crossfire. Aspas is going to try again. This time he's caught, but so is Lord King as well.
The up rotate, checking the wrong angle as well. Tex able to grab one, and Kai is so desperately trying to pull this round back into their favor. King's gone down, and so's Mizzino. They know exactly where the last man is, but he gets the jump again. Out goes the cam, it's broken, he knows the defuse isn't underway, tries to stop it from getting down.
Whoa.
And while doing so, takes his 4th kill for a Red Bull clutch
Ume.
and map point.
He's definitely had his moments in this game as Tex, 18 and 16, but that might just be the best of them. A luck of absurd impact, waiting so patiently to catch that first.
B セッチの後はマジでミッドの奪い合いだな。
You would almost try and maybe push the spawn or reposition elsewhere.
読み合い回ってる。
In his team getting into the late game and then confident in his own ability to take it over the line. A meaningful clutch that puts them on map point, the potential to take this to Ascent, a map that both teams are incredibly comfortable on, and a great place to end this series.
Especially in the last round, considering they closed the door and they were stuck in market with so much utility coming at them. That's when you just don't think there's a lurker anymore. Like, why would the guy be sat there staring at a closed door? But that's why. He wanted the round under his belt and a phenomenal time to step up to the
マ
plate.
ジ嫌な気持ち。
12 to 9, 3 in a row for an overtime for Trace. We're going all the way to Ascent. Map that, like we said, definitely deserved to see a 3rd map from this series. Leviathan fighting for it. Showstopper fire.
Huh?
Not landing. Aspis, he took the damage, but at least managed the trade
Ah.
out. And King
Ah,
still
忘れなかった。
fighting for the backside control. Bianke caught off guard. It's Kai and Law King to do it all. The step out from Kai with the paranoia, but they're just evading him, dancing around this pillar, forcing the fight. This time, it seemed to go
Wow.
Trace's way. That's
GG.
when King and Kong close out the map. 13 to 9. We're going all the way to Ascent, and it's not over yet for the
う
Leviathan
まかったのに。
Yeah,
相手がもっと偉かった。
Needed a response after a slow start, but Leviathan are definitely back, and we'll see who's going to take it in the decider.
耐えます。あれ前に俺が見たのってチャンピオンズだっけ？ジェンジーが優勝したのって何？この間のあれとは別で。マスターズか。そうか、マスターズとチャンピオンズがあるのか。あれってことは、チャンピオンズってことは、世界大会これで終わり？今季、今年。なんかバロ終わるの早いよな。なんか一昨年かなんかぐらいからすげえ早なったよな。出来のいい兄のせいで。出来のいい兄のせいで。兄より優れた弟など存在せぬのだ。ジャギに負けるケンシロウルートだこれ。俺の名前を言ってみる。 バロはどうなるだろうな、あと2年3年経った後。リージョンどこが強いんだろうな。
for Leviathan, but I tell you one thing, didn't start that way.
No,
it's getting a little dicey.
Yeah, it didn't start off too great, but there
ていう
were
か、
moments
そうか
like this from Com that just really
バ
started
ロはもう
turning
すで
things
に
completely on
そう
its
なっ
head.
た
I
の
mean,
か。
you saw there right at the start. They
今
only
ね
had one round win before Com picked
韓
up
国
that
は強い
forecast.
もんな。
But this was very much, you know, Tex,
チャンピオンズ今回
Ospas
どうなるかわからんけど。
going absolutely crazy in the lobby, and honestly, the fact that they were able to close this map and still haven't gotten a single pistol win. Overall,
大
good for Lev, at least
体
in a microcosm
そうなん
of
だよ。
this sunset map, but
15年ぐらい前から大体どのゲームも NA 強えからの EU 強えになって中間強えに最終的に行き着くんだよ。
plummet when you are winning pistols. But Ospas looking great on the Neon. You know, we talked about at the beginning of the show, the man can play every duelist on the planet to such a high level. I mean, he's such a smooth criminal on this Neon. He's just sliding right by.
それこそそうならなかったの。
I love it. I love it. No, but
あ、まあでもロケリとか GO とかはなってねえか。
just so damn good and such a reliable person for this team. But it's good to see a couple of those other rifles coming online here for Leviathan because it was certainly missing in that first map. Of course, one rifle that definitely went online was Comms. Takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. A beautiful 4K. And you think surely my guys are going to go for more. Finds the blinded raise right there. Pops two back-to-back. Looks for the other one in Beyond K. And just they lined up for him. But let me tell you, they made that one quite difficult because they were trying to get some tags off him there, but it just wasn't enough. Overall, though, that right there is exactly, Paperton, what you want to see from Leviathan, from Com, to kind of get things going here.
Yeah, their big players were stepping up. You know, Tex was having.
CS は実際中国めっちゃ強いチームあるよ、一個。
Big moments that started to snowball the map towards their favor. They were getting a better read on how to play against the way that Trace Esports was trying to pilot their attacker side in particular.
一個じゃねえか。
A heavy hit, something that
あ、まあでも
Trace
一個
struggled
や
with
たら
in their
強い
previous
ところ
outing
でいる。
against Vitality. They were able to adapt. They started pulling back. They started putting some more pressure onto the onto the plant themselves. Things like that really turned the tide for them and gave them that momentum they needed to carry forward onto the other side of the map.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, earlier in the show, we did bingo.
We attempted to do bingo.
We attempted to do bingo. It didn't come up, but now we got bingo.
韓国はストロークじゃなくて残念ながら鉄拳が。
Fill in our blanks here. We got a Lev win, right? We got a TE win. We got a map 3. We got a 5-round win streak. That did happen from Leviathan, I believe. Ospas reclines. We did have
doesn't play Omen.
G はマジで EU だらけだね。
Grim on the first one, I believe.
Okay, you want to put that in? Okay, I didn't know if, that's jury's out on that.
Jury's out.
Okay. No one's fallen off the map yet. Ospas ain't breaking a record right now. Oh, did Bianca pick Sova?
Let me look.
Wait.
He did. He did.
He did pick Sova.
He was just playing it.
I was like,
my brother, we
Mazzino
just need a
also played.
clutch.
Mazzino also played Breach.
Mazzino played Breach?
You know, the thing that would be really helpful is if we looked at the teleprompter that has all of the answers.
Oh.
CS 勢、まあ CS 勢化け物だね、マジで。やばい。あ、もうあの人たちは、もう上積みの中の上積み。
We haven't played it, we're not going to play it best. Okay, cool. So far, so good. All right, we just need
センチュリースープみたいな人たちしかいない。
You can win bingo. What you win? I don't know. Get you a like a I don't know, like a glass of water or something.
You win
やばいマジで。
entertainment.
Yeah, and joy and happiness in your life.
A sense of self-fulfillment.
There you go.
That will briefly linger and then
quickly dissipate.
Quickly fade.
All right, well, let's go ahead and refocus. Let's get ready.
大会中どの画面になっても何が起こってるかわからない。強すぎる。
We should be seeing, I believe, Ospas back on that jet here. So this is going to be, you know, a jet v jet battle again, right? But this is the map that's, you know, bread and butter, right? Could you maybe see, like, you're gonna run, like, you know, we know what people run on Ascent. Maybe try something out of the blue here.
I'd be really shocked to see it, but the guy who is just on our screen is going to be a big focus between these two, Kai and Aspas. We fully anticipate Kai is going to be getting his first game on Duelist in this series coming into this. He's been on Cypher so far, so fully anticipating that he is going to be coming out here with that jet.
なんつうんだろうな。まあだからイメージ的には、まあ今のバロ競技シーンを見てる人たちからに、まあ分かりやすく言ったら、なんか試合に出てる10人全員アスパスみたいな。で、その中で上積みのアスパスが中にいる、混じってる1人2人みたいなのを言うと、まあその光景が、いや実際の強さの例えじゃなくて、その見た時の光景の話。なんかそういう世界になってるもん。なんか。
their protocols. They understand how to play off the utility extremely precisely.
I mean, 100% win right here for both of these teams in recent history. We haven't seen Lev drop this since.
いや、強さの比較じゃないよ。そこだけはちょっと勘違いしてほしくないから、何度も言うけど。見た時のなんかこう雰囲気を分かりやすく伝えるとそういう感じ。
The third map, the one we hoped we'd get to, Trace have put up one hell of a fight so far. It's been a close series. Let's hope it's the same here, Tom.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I think both teams very comfortable on this map. In fact, I wouldn't have been surprised if there was a world where either of these teams picked this map. I think versus other teams that they would have done, but it was basically both had the expectation the other wanted to play it, so they left it to this third and final map. This is the best map, arguably, of either side at times. Maybe the icebox for
結構最近だとバンされがちなイメージがあるけど、結構試合を追ってる人たちから見たらそうでもないのかな。なんかよくバンされてるイメージある。あ、今回は結構やってんだ。
There goes the net. It's landing in a spot with no players. Same for the paranoia. Much closer angles being held by Trace on the site, around the door. Up top, Kai goes in for one, but doesn't find it. That's okay. He'll fall back to the site, and the rotate's underway from Bianchi, but take a look at Leviathan. They're going elsewhere. The read is made by Trace. I don't know if they're going to get here quite in time, though. And in fact, it's a double fake.
Yeah, they've now locked them off on short as well. They've placed down the barrier. So obviously, the time of it may have run out at that point, but there's still very little information. The only thing that worries me a bit is how much time it's actually going to take them to get round to this position. Still a pot flash available for Hebe and a couple of shock darts, but those are not going to be anywhere near this fight.
Recons and smokes, angle sectioned off. They know the backside is under their control, but down below, still one lurking. It's Law King for the double, and he's eventually shut down. But the damage is done. The drop from Hebe that gives a chance back to Leviathan. They need to plant. 10 seconds on the clock. And the shock dart, and not quite landing for the damage. King safe from the reveal. That's a blind side and a win for Leviathan in the pistol. 1-0.
てかよく見たらアスパス武器買ってもらってなかった今。なんかアーマー持ってゴースト持ってなかった。
Over on the Trace side, who looks like they're dead to rights. Maybe they get one kill and they still come out with a little bit more. But this time, Aspas is able to match them on it. The first pistol that goes the way of Leviathan. The exact start they were looking for coming into the final map.
Now round two. A different buy to what we've seen from Trace every time they've won the pistol. There's been heavy investments. And for Leviathan, they've gone for 2 rifles, an SMG, and 2 pistols. So there's quite a bit of room for error. The margin is wide this time. Some players spotted getting a little bit aggro on A. And we're going to have the drone go through. It should be broken by Hebe. Before it can find too much information. And denied even the ability to clear out wine. We're going to see Leviathan give up this angle and fall back towards middle.
Yeah, this is a nothing but utility round for the defense. So you kind of expect no kills, but they are stacking up in a manner that could cause issues. They're giving no information away, only the turret for contact. And everything else is just reliant on if they can get anything from this crossfire. The thing is, you expect there to be some counter utility. Paranoia is solid. It did catch one. Okay, that's not bad. At least a kill going their way. In fact, the second is there as well. Aspas, though, puts a pin in it. He's going to try and deny anything more, and even still, they managed a third kill.
2 versus 2, not a bad situation for Trace to find themselves in, but the door closed, blocks out a player. Kai up in heaven, not even punished for the kill. Now Calm surrounded, and he can only get one. It's classics! They might not win the pistol, but they sure as hell win the second pistol. Their follow-up.
They bought nothing.
That's ridiculous.
They literally didn't buy anything. How have they managed to... Like, I thought the moment that Aspas got 3 kills, it's over now. It's over now. And then Kai just walks out and just manages to get a free kill on Tim, blindsided. But this is...
No, これは割としょうがなかっ
This
た
has to be one of the
な。めっ
most
ちゃうまかった
embarrassing
わ。
rounds I think Lev have lost in a long time. It was just classics. 1 to 1.
ちょっとコモがテンパってな、最後。
Yes, yes, there we go. Let the rage consume you.
That's a devastating loss. If they thought losing the pistols was bad, well, this is a slightly worse way to start it.
扉閉まってたけど結構扉の方にした。
Which is insane, by the way. To
まあアスパ
have
ス
a
もだったけ
Blade
ど。
Storm when you won one round and lost a round, like it's just nuts. It shows that he's still been carrying his weight. The rest of the bike stinks. And look at the other side. Look how much they have financially. And wow, this is the one time you needed a little bit more from him. Fong Fong as well. Now, of course, worth mentioning, from Raze to Killjoy, it's the switch up of duelists, but both seem comfortable in their alternate roles.
ああ、なんか敵捕まえる的な
I'm quite excited.
え、フェードみたいな感じ
He has looked filthy playing over in China.
Yankei picking up one. Fong Fong overextends eventually, but it's being cleaned up across the board. Just a one
しゃかん
loss.
じゃうグレ
And a gorgeous start to this third
ー。ウ
map
ケるな。
for Trace.
なんかそういやそんなあっ
And
た
I
な
have。to say, you can see already that they have the ideas. They sort of knew what Leviathan were going to go for there. Fong Fong playing way back, so the paranoia didn't catch him, and then he's able to quickly execute on Aspas, who was dashing in to try and catch him off guard. But there was no one caught off guard on the side of Trace, and the Blade Storm falls flat.
That is the cool thing with the idea, though, from Leviathan, is a lot of the time they combine that paranoia with a net in the exact position that he tried to hold from. It's just further back. So it's definitely, like, there is a plan. That time wasn't put into play. But there is now a purchase backup. Now, information is known from either side. King throwing down smokes in middle, giving space to others. In the meantime, something we're going to see quite regularly, I'd imagine, is this B push from Kai. He loves to take deep control, and it allows for them to have much earlier rotations. Heibei, though, has to escape.
Avoids the net that was thrown through just seconds later. The orb gifted to Kong, now just one away from a Hunter's Fury. Big round for Leviathan, and they're on the rotate. Looks like they'll attempt to get some space with Tex later on. And
結構ギリギリだな。
is going to be key. If Kai swings into him, he might have a chance. If he swings into Kai, I
死に
don't
そう、
believe
サイ
he
ファー。
will. And with a trap in hand, it got dangerous. In fact, he has trapped him.
That's actually brilliant. He was like, okay, what's the chance of someone just holding on the edge of my trip? I'll put it down just slightly deeper and take the other
あ
one
んな
back.
ことあんだ。
Clever stuff. The problem is, look at the stack. There's still 3 players
ああ
here.
やってワイヤー
It's
進めて
only
きゃいいや。
that one operator on the defense, but they start rotating away. They start pulling back. It will leave just 2 here to hold, and in fact, make that just 1. Well, King, the same as the pistol, needs to go big. The rotation has come through from above, but it's going to be an all-out brawl. Aspas, King combining, and Aspas again, leaving Kai, well, to save.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to want to risk this operator, is he? 4 players left alive for Leviathan. They don't have a sense that he's saving just yet, but they will eventually. I'm not sure, you know, he got revealed and he had the op in hand. It just depends if someone was staring him down and got to see that big gun in play. He hasn't had a chance to flex it just yet. No one's stepping into his crosshair. The Leviathan right back on the horse, tying it up 2-2, and after a pretty horrible way to start out the half, they have at least got themselves a little bit of momentum stolen from Trace. Problem is, because of that rough start, Trace will be buying right back up.
I do think as well that's just a read. Like, if you've watched Trace play this before, if you've seen Kai play before, he's a big fan of the sniper. Like, you'll be excited because there's high potential. He pulls out the outlaw on the attack. Like, he loves just going for those mid fights. I even saw them have a second round buy, which was a double outlaw attack, and then had some SMGs alongside it just to sort of pad the gap. But I think that is just the guys over on Leviathan doing their research, knowing that he likes to push B main, knowing that he likes to take that control, and just forcing him back. And even though they did manage to get the players back in position to fight it, they were too far forward. They forced them into a box and then put them up against the bodyguard of Aspas. So he's now 8-2.
Well, there's the up shining through eventually. Tex is the one to fall right off rip. Dodging the initial spam, Hunter's Fury sent through, reveal, decent. Not able to track Heibei though. And the pulses
相場のウルトむずくね
ultimately falling flat from that ultimate. Kai not able to land the shot either. The cloud burst offering a little bit of protection. Moment of solace for Leviathan. The shock dart decent, and the plant could be secured. Although, Trace are very quick to break all the utility. Door open, barrier gone. Or door mostly broken, it's not quite fully.
なんだ
And they're on the run from this annihilation. At least they should be.
Oh no! It's going to be the catch. I don't know if they have time to break it. They should, but it doesn't matter. All too easy. The sensors are going to catch them as they look to make their way back into the site. Kai, though, he's gone from operator to Odin and somehow made it work. Back to the operator again. I don't know what that was. That was maybe the greatest juggling we've ever seen. If that was an outlaw, Mitch would be on the floor.
That was absolutely gorgeous, Tom. You know what? I love it when someone swaps out the big expensive gun for the big, quite also expensive gun. They haven't saved it though. That's a mark against their good name. Irrespective, what a round from Kai. The opening shot, precise. Although the Annihilation manages to take down Bianche, that didn't slow them at all. They knew there was someone down below, and Kai was hunting them down relentlessly, runs the ammo dry, and goes straight back in for more. That is a confident player if ever I've seen one. 3-2. Leviathan have at least some credits to fall back on. It's not going to be easy here. Light shields across the board, and early on a ton of information.
統制者がミネットだ
Playing a risky game against this operator, and the flash is good, but the shot lands for King.
Yeah, it leaves them with a disadvantage, but also it doesn't look like Leviathan are going to overface this one. They're happy to just take that control, even have a sensor available to set up King if he needs it, and the rest of the team are going to go pushing around the other side of the map. And you can see the defense have fully rotated already, leaving just Low King over on a short. He might be the one that's going to come under some serious pressure here. Although, as said, Leviathan, after getting that man advantage, are very comfortable to just feel out the map.
That's exactly what they're doing. The A site will be their ultimate target. You can already see the rotation from Recon online. It's been an essential part of how they take this A site. Recon up, dash in. Try to get Aspas the opportunity to take a kill from inside his cloud burst while they're being revealed. I think we're going to see much the same this time. Smoke for left. Nice shot by Law King though. He's kept control over short. The reveal will give them all the info. There's no one here. A site wide open. Oh, but the flank! Not expected! That's a massive oversight from Leviathan.
He double shrouded step up the top of mid, so didn't make the step noises. And I don't know if that just completely caught Cobb off guard, or maybe he was just tunnel visioned in. But now they're going to try and fight more aggressively. There's 3 players. Bladestorm activated. Mizzino, again, we've seen this so many times. That stun causing issues. Over the top goes Kai, and then the trade is there. It's all onto Mizzino. Fighting 1 versus 3. He knows where they're defusing. He's trying to catch him with the spam, but it's not accurate. It's not on. He's not getting anything. He's defusing right in front of him. And Biang is even there to close the round. We're seeing ludicrous play after ludicrous play. Give me those TPs. Give me the TPs of him just going up top mid.
Take some gold to just shrouded step straight through. Here he is, finding the kill.
He literally just, used 2 shrouded steps. You can see he's got none online just to get to top mid. No, he didn't sprint.
He didn't sprint. He stepped.
But you can understand why.
目いい
You can
な
understand why you'd just be fooled by such an aggressive play.
Yankee rattling off those Odin shots as well, sectioning players and taking them down in the end. Leviathan have called a timeout. This half certainly hasn't gone as they wanted. That didn't stop them from taking the previous map. But here on Ascent, Tom, you were telling me earlier, Trace, they don't really know what defeat tastes like, do they?
タイムアウトだ
No, the
また
closest
ま
game
た
they've
スパス
had
が
has been facing off against
真顔に
Vitality.
戻ってる
This is the one map where they
3セットの終盤笑顔を取り戻していたはずなのに
I don't think they've not played it versus EDG, so they
スン
can
っ
tell you
てなってる
what you like. Maybe that would have been a different story. But other than that, they are 6-0 for the year, 5-0 for here and the last split. Even though it was incredibly close versus Vitality, this is where they win. But the same can be said. If you go over, not the whole year, there's been 2 incredibly close defeats back in stage 1 for Leviathan. That kind of paints a picture that they're kind of good, because since then they dominated G2 last time out. And I think, as we've seen throughout, they were 5-1 down in the last map. Pause taken in the half 7-5. So let's not even get close to counting them out just yet.
Barriers back up. Post pause for Leviathan. They've been picking up rounds most of the time. Here on the attack, they look to close the gap, but it's pistols
I must wait a
and
moment.
SMGs, and they need to be very cautious. Yankee hungry for a battle, waiting for contact, but soon he's going to run out of patience, and well, this is like shooting fish in a barrel. They're all here. He hears the drone go out, and now the spams, but the Sheriff's on the other side, doing damage, forcing him back. There's the reveal, but they're safe behind the box. Shock darts about to be sent through. But the close one almost takes down Aspas. 15 HP. Yankee not even checked on the way in, but Tex is able to drop him. Aspas on 15 isn't dead. He's still going to be able to take a fight or two, and they need to be very cautious about the amount of damage. If Leviathan takes site control, there's upgraded weapons, there's post plants. This could get terrifying.
なんかジャンプ打ちしてたんだけど
Firing off shots. King joins him. 1 versus 2. Winnable. But Kai saves the day. Damage done, but another round for Trace.
Yeah, decent damage, and they had to bait out the Omen ult as well, just to enforce the back of the site. Even still, though, no real trouble economically for Trace. Maybe a couple of orbs up here and there. Annihilation available for Mazzino, which we've already seen in post-plant scenarios, has its benefits. This time, though, it looks like after the last round being relatively successful, I don't really blame Leviathan for going, all right, let's run it back with guns.
Why not? Get the counter spam in the Odin. And listen, if anyone knows about this, it is Calm. Captured my heart early on this map. The further back position from Bianchi, finding damage. He's lit Aspas to 50. I think Aspas is getting pretty tired of having an entry on low HP. And now with the rifles, it's even worse. Lockdown used very early on from the side of Trace. Usually you'll see this even in retakes, but they're using it just to stop these players from pushing out. And then the Hunter's Fury catches them on the way back. This was the plan all along. 1 kill, and very close to more, sending them into Kai's waiting arms. And he's swinging out. He's going wide, and oh, he's in danger, but he's made it out alive.
There's so much damage done, even to Com. Left on 49 HP, but yeah, the goal was to force them back. The goal was to push them into Kai. The Hunter's Fury even utilized seemingly as a bonus. This time, though, Mazzino's not going to fall for the same trick twice. Now he's going to use that Annihilation. Low kick caught. It leaves an isolated Fung Fung on the side. First goes his way, but he takes a lot of damage. The spray's not pretty. An opportunity from the brink of defeat in this round has presented itself to Leviathan.
このウルト結構たわけだ
He's trying to wall bang with the operator, and Heybei's wall banging with the Phantom. Caught the kills and left Tex all alone. 51 HP, a 1 versus 2. Kai is at least low, but Heybei has been consistent. He might be able to isolate a fight, but in fact, he's the one that's isolated, dropped by the operator's scope. And 6-2 on the board for Trace. A massive round for this squad now with Leviathan's credits decently low.
I said, I think this guy is very quickly going to become one of the most fearsome operator players in the game. Like, which says a lot when you're in the same region. This guy can. Like, it really does, but there's a reason that I was excited to see this Jet battle after a couple of matches. Bear in mind, he goes from playing a Cypher, playing super passive, like having these defensive setups, looking for basically, oh, this trip's going to catch someone in, and then I'm going to basically that. I'm going to wide swing the guy when I'm low on HP, full confidence. Now, Aspas is only going this round, gets the
でもさっき6-2ぐらいからまくったよな。6-2じゃねえか。4-1だっけ。
He's not going to have the blade storm for this round.
まあ一緒やろ。大丈夫大丈夫。
Well, there's Aspas, blade storm online, rifles for the rest. It should be a relatively close round in terms of packing a punch, but again, avoiding Kai. A big part of the early game. Odin still spraying away over towards B main, making some noise. And how did Leviathan plan to bypass all of this? Aspas is definitely making some space for the squad, but the spike's still sitting back on mid, and some aggression in A main tells me this is just going to be a fake.
Yeah, they're trying to bait a rotation. It's possible that they have. Can't really be a check into middle. They're selling the idea that this is going to be a B split, but there hasn't been any maneuver whatsoever. Also bear in mind, null command is available. This ultimate could be gone. In fact, not even needed. It's going to be the knife that does it instead. You'd think this would hold to them, but it doesn't. Instead, it's the swing. Heibei goes out. Already, they know all the information. They haven't spotted Low King either. And now it leaves everything onto Tex. He doesn't have a lot of time. They know exactly where he is.
His teammate's gone. And he has closed the door with the spike on the other side. He knows he doesn't have time to win this, but... Oh! The 180 on a dime with the Odin. And that actually manages the operator save as well. That would have been big economic damage. At least 7-2. I can hardly believe my eyes here, Tom. This much of a lead this early on. We need to see Leviathan come up with an answer, and they need to come up with one fast.
Oh, the utility in this round from Heibei was everything. First things first, the knife takes away the blade storm. Just as they're about to entry, literally the second they're about to entry, they lose the blade storm. They're already committed. There's 26 seconds left. He pops the ult, makes sure that they won't have any abilities back for pretty much the rest of the take. And then he throws out pop flash and takes 2 with him. It's a tough spot. Aspas, because he didn't buy last round, will have a rifle in this round. And who's surprised? God, he's going back for a little bit more. This man has no fear. Even a third bite of the cherry. Has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, they're nice and close. Pistols are going to be happy to take those fights.
助けて
Fourth shot doesn't find its mark. He's been doing a lot of spamming. Now he's at a nice, safe distance. Kept himself outside of arm's reach for
で
these
も
weak
でって感
weapons.
じだなこれ
Short, double stacked up. Law King's contact will have an immediate response from Heibei. Backside B being defended. They're all the way in Boathouse, and Calm's almost lost his life. He goes back out. He goes and looks for a fight with the Sheriff. It's a brave play. I mean, you look at this map, you would be forgiven for thinking it's a death match. I mean, the attackers and the defenders spawn on both sides of the map. They've got a lot of space, but this is calculated. Trace, no, they can't get it planned. They're just
う
trying
まく立ち回ってる
to force them into a site push where these rifles can have the advantage.
It's going to be tough to clear. And if they are going to run it back,
Around the
it
world.
has to be now. Now, Tex has made it into the site. Heaven in here, and the read is completely wrong. Trace have now stacked 4 players
お
up.
うまいうまいお互い
He
めっ
is
ちゃ
the
う
only
まい
one here. For him to go down would be atrocious, but I don't even know if
Huh?
he can clear this. In fact, he unscopes. Now here's the plant. Doesn't
Huh,
know that
yeah,
Tex
right,
is this close, and he's going to be dead to rights. That's an operator into the hands. This is one of the best chances Lev have got, but he's
Oh,
immediately traded.
They're going for the op. They're running it down. Okay, they'll retrieve it as well with the smoke. Calm's got it. 54 HP. Bogdan's happy. But we need someone to step up to the plate. A weak weapon on King. He's been good on the headshot. San, he's good again!
Oh.
The double up! Bianchi tries to pull this back. The Odin spots both players, and they'll rush onto that spike, start the defuse, put the pressure on, try to split them in two. And that's exactly what they've done. The jump up from Aspas, it's already happened. A double swing to close it. It got way too close, but the recovery is there in the end. And a streak of rounds for China's number 3. They're leading 8-2.
普通にマクロ勝ちしたら
things that went wrong for Trace. The initial rotation, the misread after giving up so much control. Leviathan finds space with Tex. They even kill off the superstar of Kai. And then you have this huge double coming up from King. But Bianchi just holding the line. The quick read to get back in to kill off Aspas. Moments that seem to just lead to disaster for Leviathan. I said after pauses last time, that was normally when there was a turnaround. Well, they've lost 6 rounds in a row. They need the last couple.
They really do. Otherwise, the pistol, which so far has been...
Oh, they won 1.
Oh, they did, didn't they?
They won 1. Let's ignore round number 2 where they lost 2.
Of course, you know,
Classics.
Trace probably 4 spot second round, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it was all classics. They're pretty good with those weapons. And that's a pretty scary thought moving into the next half. Even a pistol win for Leviathan, they might lose the next. They need to put rounds up, and this timeout, I agree with you, it's the right time for it. But you can see those dots underneath Trace, they're still colored in. They have felt no pressure so far in this half. See if that can change in the final 2 rounds. Some of the last chances for Leviathan to recover.
It's a day. China facing off against Americas. We'll be honest, I think this one was meant to be the shoe-in. This was the one that everybody looked at and went, okay, Leviathan are in playoffs. Congratulations to them. But the whole way through, Trace have been competitive. Their weaker map of Sunset, they still made it close. Bind fought tooth and nail, and now they sit on Ascent, 8-2 in the lead with a 6-round streak, and we're looking at Leviathan and saying, what have you got? You're America's number 1. You have 2 champions winners, one looking for a repeat. And let's be honest, the rest of the players on that team are not slouches. Already the reveal attempting to do quite a bit of damage, but there is going to be a response. While the retreat not going to be punished.
Well, they're certainly worried about someone being up close. All the shock darts and recon sent out in this round. Leviathan have cleared that control. Paranoia. It's almost just to do that. Cause paranoia amongst the ranks. Leviathan are spread, looking for an advantage anywhere. They haven't tried this all too often. But again, the patience of Trace is showing off, shining through.
Makes me nervous getting this low on the clock.
20 seconds. Look, Spike
20
is
seconds. Mid. Spike mid. They haven't even broken the alarm bot yet. Now that's going to be the reveal. An immediate TP from both sides. That's going to put another player in the boathouse. 10 seconds. They haven't even got close. They've got to get past an Odin. This is looking messy. They need to go right now, and they're going to get slaughtered. It has to be the plan. They have to stop it. In fact, I think he let go. I don't know if he's going to get this one. It doesn't even matter. It's absolutely ridiculous. Leviathan are falling flat on their face. The number 1 from Americas. Wow. They're number 2 in this game.
Well, right after a pause, Tom, they get to the site with 5 seconds left and start the plant and then reposition it? There's no time. It was done. You saw the round win pop up. No one needed to defuse. That one was done before it got started. That's a big mistake. That's not one you can be making this deep in a series. In that round, an essential win.
Yeah, as said, they're the ones with experience on this stage. They're the ones with players of high caliber. And right now, they're the ones looking outclassed. A new boy on the block in Trace. An organization coming into VCT China, coming into Champions as their first look. And right now, well, it looks like they've been here for years, looking to make their way to join some pretty impressive teams over in the playoffs. Heretics up there. Another team of youngsters. And right now, well, Kai, it doesn't even look like he needs support. He's going to go in for a little bit more. He's looking for style points at this point. Had support from his teammate this time after a miss, but even still, yeah, of course he's going back in for more. Why wouldn't he? Yet to take a point of damage. He's looking to put a 10th round on the board, and finally he's been put down. But does it matter? Absolutely not.
10 rounds on the board at the half. This team
ピッケム0人あります。
the underdog. Well, they are most certainly on top right
いや、
now.
俺がピッケム予想してたらな。
America's
当
number
て
one
てたけど
pushed
な。
to 3 maps, but now pushed to 10-2. We'll see if they can recover in the next half.
しとけばよかった。みんな感謝してから俺がピッケムをしてなかったという事実にね。
Welcome back to half
Welcome
number
back.
2. 2 rounds on the board for Leviathan. This has been a dominant display from Trace, and now they're on their attack where I'll be honest with you, I'm even more scared of what Kai can do. He was attacking in half of those defensive rounds.
Well, I say if some of you are just joining us, it's not a production error. That scoreline is the correct way.
ビリビリって視聴者数出たっけ？
Yeah, a team with high expectations and a team with none. Like, let's be honest, making it to champions was a huge stepping stone for Trace. It was showing that they can make it to international tournaments with teams like DG, obviously being a regular alongside FPX and Billy, who've made it here before.
みんな中国語わかんないから中国語のサイト行って一番でかい数字視聴者数でよく勘違いするんだよ。昔オーバーウォッチの大会も中国で400万人見てるっつって騒ぎになったことあったの。
Not a lot of people had this result on the board. I think maybe Artis predicted this, but yeah, double digits for Trace. I think this is a surprise to say the
あれ
least.
通算視聴者数でもないんだよね。あれ全ての数字を加味して運営が独自に割り出した人気度というか盛り上がり度みたいな数値なんだよ。分かりやすく言ったらあれや。ACS や。アベレージコンバットスコア。
They're going to come out with an advantage. The first pistol that Leviathan won was off Aspas with a 3K. He had a blade storm.
バロの ACS と一緒。
By round number 3.
あれバロの ACS もほら独自に出したこいつ強いんだぞ数値。
So far away. He's only just making his presence from behind them. Like, this is such a ridiculous lurk that I don't know if they're even going to question. He's still behind them. They've got to clear the players on the side. They have more pressing matters to attend to than this man sneaking up on the flank. A third kill up, but alongside Mazzino have done well. They've made this one competitive. They made it possible. It comes down to one, and actually, they've made this one work. They've got enough time to get that defusal over the line.
いや、視聴数日本圧倒的ってことはないんじゃねえかな。どうだろうね。中国かなり見てると思う。言っても。
10-3. That's now both pistols under Leviathan's belt, and well, that's
nope, it's not happening again.
どうだろう。まあその辺は分からん。
No,
the classics.
No shot.
All right.
No, there's no way. If that happens twice, we just end the stream. We just end it. We
11-3
turn it off.
YouTube はさすがにあれにならないね。参考にならない。中国は
Everybody
日本で言ったら全盛期のニコニコ動画みたいなのが3つか4つぐらいあるから、
All watch parties will click stop streaming.
それ以外でそういうコンテンツを見る文化はあんまりない、中国だと。
10-3.
I reckon finesse is down.
Trace with double digits on the board. And they've gone for mostly classics.
Ah, they've got one sheriff. It's not happening this time.
Wow,
that's
they're
a shame.
trolling. They're
Yeah.
throwing.
YouTube とか Twitch とか
But that
見てるや
sheriff
つ多分
could
ほ
be
ぼ
the
いない。
curveball. But in all seriousness, yeah, Leviathan need this round. It looks like Trace are going to play right into their hands. The full utility setup, not just from Deadlock, but from Cypher as well.
言うたら
Camera
TikTok だって
inside
中
B
国でしょ。
They have everything waiting
TikTok
for this
と
B
か
push. And
パンダとかビリビリとか DoYou とかなんかいっぱいある。
The second they make noise, net goes in, and you're completely stopped, which means Kai has no support. Really nice setup by Leviathan.
Yeah, it's always going to be
あ、
difficult
パンダは今ないのか。
walking into this setup. Well, Mazino, he knows his spots. For looking, not really a lot of expectations. As I said, this is how these rounds are supposed to go. Com even playing the Odin. He's got to be careful. He does still have light shield, so the sheriff from any distance will be there to finish him off. But with Aspas watching the cross, they have thought of everything. They've got every angle covered. King just waiting for anybody to try and attempt the plant. And actually, they are going to get a plant. Fair enough. That's at least something. A few extra credits.
Yeah. But that side of Leviathan confident they can win the fights. And as you can see, it's not misplaced confidence. The follow-up round for Leviathan. This pistol and second has doubled
あ、別に見れるよ。もうネットゲーマーの間では VPN はもう標準装備だから。 別に YouTube も Twitch も見れなくない。でもその普通に見れないとかじゃなくて、なんか盛り上がってなさそうな外国のサイトに見に行く物好きが少ないだけ。
likes the odds, and he's bought one for himself. He's going to try and pretend. I would say counter, but he's not gone to B. Yeah, going for the early setup, and they're walking into Mazino once again. Now, bear in mind the weaponry not the best, but Lever would be a huge stepping stone back into the match if they can win this with the weaponry that they have. Shock darts are being utilized to clear out.
まあ今のっつったらちょっと語弊あるかもしれないけど、ほらちょっと前ぐらいの海外のニコ動みたいなサイト見に行く日本人なんか少ないやろ。中にはいると思うけど、1年前のニコ動みたいなのを海外のニコ動みたいなの見に行く日本人が少ないのと一緒や。
Decent proposed plan, but now the call's being made. They know that there's a player spamming. They know where he was, but they'll be a little bit late to the party. Shift walk up. You have to put some faith. The fact that if Com starts spraying, the Bianchi can trade it out.
自国で成り立ってる。
The first one to start spraying away. The site under pressure. It's Tex inside his cage. Dash in. Good for Kai. He's got control on the right side. Putting pressure on. Aspas toying with the idea of going through. Only has a Guardian, and now the door is closed on him. It's Calm on backside. Odin in hand, and he doesn't last a second. In fact, it's Bianchi to wallbang him out of the round.
ここきついぞ、負け抜けんの。
Looking for their 11th round, and what would be another nail in Lev's coffin for sure. Putting them to bed here and now 11-4 locked in.
うわー、ここ取らんときつかったな、正直。
Great way to kick things off with their economy. As said, that was a weaker purchase.
武器フリーラウンド1ラウンド取れれば なくなかったけど、でもオーディンバトルやばすぎるマジで。
2 wallbang kills as well in that round. Both of the players on B side.
お互い見てねえじゃん、見えてねえじゃん、ほぼ。
There's no margin for error. A loss here would destroy the economy of Lev and mean they need 8 rounds in a row. The net has been dodged, and actually, they seem like they know that King's there. It's not worth the gamble, and there has been a push from the defense on the other side of the map.
Trace. And a slow start to this one. They know Annihilation is online for Mizzino. An ult you definitely have to be cautious of. It's hit most of the time for either squads that it's being deployed. Barring, I think, one on
うわ、いっぱいいた。
Smoke down as King runs away, concedes the space. They're beckoning them in. Once that, there you go. Once it's
てか
broken,
デッドロックのカウンターにもなんのか。
take a look at the
ボディっ
sonic
て。
sensor on A site. This is like you were saying earlier, Tom, for the dash. But Trace are making noise there and going the exact opposite direction. There'll be a challenge. It's going to be Kai against
一応。
Aspas. This could be the round decided. If Kai goes
あ
down, then they're in trouble. Instead, it's Aspas who falls immediately.
これは厳しい。
Almost catching them on the cross.
なんだ
Catching them on the way out. Tex completely unaware. Annihilation goes through. But it looks like we'll have a counter spam, some utility perhaps.
It was immediately broken, but it doesn't seem
Oh,
to matter. The
oh.
time now starting to tick, and they are fighting back into this one, leaving it all onto King. Lockdown going to be used,
でかい。
but he's looking to
これ
fight
は
the
でか
site.
い。
In fact, he can get onto this one without too many problems. The first shot connected. They need a little more. And he's going to get it as well.
おー
Leviathan needed a hero. Only one king can wear that crown.
強っ。
Stepping up when they need him the most. Their back was most certainly against a wall here.
これ
Late
試合に
playthrough
レビ
mid,
アタン勝っ
catching
た
them off
ら
guard. Same thing that we just saw.
キングにボーナスだ。
Working away of Trace, and my goodness, he's playing it up to the crowd. 11-5, still a long road back into this, and relying on individual performances is never going to be consistent. But they've managed to take some dangers out of the arsenal of Trace. In particular, Lockdown no longer there. There won't be an easy way into the A site. Annihilation for Mizzino has fallen, but Calm back up with a Hunter's Fury. And that's an ult in his hands that you rarely see miss its mark.
Here comes that attack side operator. Kai is looking for this fight once again, looking for Aspas this time. The Brazilian will live to tell the tale. On the other side, a very different setup. The hero of the last round dropped down to a judge, but if anything, in some cases, it might be considered an upgrade.
Back up Blade Storm for Kai if he needs it. It's a slow walk up through a short. Drone stopped early. Not able to find any information really, and the counter drone will go through. This one focused on middle again, which hasn't really been held by Leviathan in most of these rounds. It's a much more passive hold around that angle. But after sneaking a player through there last round, it makes sense that they want to clear it and see if anyone's filled in that gap. Still,
アクション待ち
it's
だ
pretty
な。
open. Our passive play from Calm. Orb taken. Didn't get the ult quite online, but just one away, and the shot from Kai dodges with the dash. Hunter's Fury fired through, and it's got one.
Oh.
Hey, just before the ult comes in, so he can't be rezzed.
Mizzino's gone though. That leaves Com to try and make a play above the smoke. Doesn't want to overextend. It will be a post spawn. I don't think there's anything that can be done about that. The second shock dart might do a
たま
little bit of
に
damage.
たまにてか結構相手消えるよな。
Not willing to give up this fight again. He's going to meet his opponent of Aspas
こ
and
れ
win
は
another battle. But that Odin's still doing damage, still making this one competitive. As Tex looks to try and jump down, he's caught by utility. They know that he's done it. The spam almost trying to act as a distraction, but both players now sat towards the generator and a full wraparound from Kai, just waiting in the backlines. Tex with everything to do, and he has no idea. There's still another man there. 12-5, 7 chances for one of the greatest upsets we've ever seen.
And no matter what you thought
普
about
通に
this
3マッ
squad
プ通して
coming in,
結
how
構マ
much
クロ勝ってる
promise
な。
they showed, and even after the match versus Vitality, this, it has to be said, is a massive over-deliver for this squad. Beating Leviathan 2-1, 2-0, that's a big
サン
accomplishment.
セットはミッドのコン
Grinding
ト
them
ロール
down
的
to
なところで
dust
結構
here.
後半レビアタン勝ってたけど。
I was messaging good old Ryan Central, the man who watches every game of Try, and he's like, I think they could give them a run for their money. I think they could give them a match. But I don't think a 12-5 was ever on the cards. Maybe he'll tell me otherwise. 3-man stack, weaponry weak. The only advantage they have is the fact there's plenty here and the damage they've just done.
Kai barely holding on to his life. 8 HP, it is a lot of damage. Tex tagged low. The weak weapons across the board. It's not looking great. Kong's just been wall banged down.
唐突に人が死ん
Taste
だ
of his own medicine.
壁越しに
K's been doing this a lot here on
石
the
田さん
attack
みたいな
side,
死に方
and
し
the
た
reward is
声も
massive.
出さずに死んだ
Rotation underway from Mizzino. That's the one main rifle that they have to work with. And a nasty trap setup from Aspas. But if he gets greedy, they've pumped the brakes, they haven't moved. Someone's got to check it eventually. And if he does, they are ready and waiting. But the patience might pay off. He gets caught, but that's it. Shut down after just one. The trade's not coming through for Leviathan. Tex trying his best. 5 shots and a stinger down to the classic. And the Odin spray gets him. It's all on King. 1 versus 2. He clutched it out before. And now has the Vandal to work with. Time ticking, damage done. And he's being pushed
ま
back.
ずいでござる
Desperately trying to get this kill before he has the chance to isolate the battle. The plant is that moment as he looks for the
うま
swing.
いな
Nothing connected just yet, but he's definitely tagged a little lower.
今一瞬ライン崩れ
Isolating
てた
these
けど
jewels
な
is not going to be easy. They play this one together, and it seems like it's all over. King gets that first spot, but now they know exactly where he is. They're going to try and play this, and they almost
GG.
line up, but almost doesn't win anything. Last year,
ピッケム、
champions
ゼ
won
ロ
by
に
EG. There was a man who said that Americas would never be beaten by China. It's time to
ピッ
take
ケム
a
ゼロ
seat.
に
There were 2 kings on the server today, Tom,
Zero.
but it's Trace that seemed to have a real shot at the throne. Number 3 Chinese team beating out America's number 1. If you had this in your pick'ems, well, I might take my hat off to you.
Oh,
An
yeah.
upset like we've never seen, and you saw the celebrations after beating Vitality, after winning their first game on the international stage. Well, now they've earned an even bigger celebration. For Leviathan, a well-played game, but today they found out just what China can do.
Yeah, it's so massively impressive. Again, you see those duelists switching up across maps, both having lights out performances. We saw the switch up of Sentinels, the ideas that this squad have had, the leadership, and also, don't play them on Ascent. Don't go anywhere near it at this stage. We spoke about the fact they beat an FPX a couple of times, a tough team to play against. But now they've come in and taken it off Leviathan. They've come in against one of, if not the best player in the world, and Kai has shown, you know what, I can match him, I can beat him. This team is not a team you want to be facing in that playoff stage. And they have put China on the map for what, like the 8th time at this point? We've got to stop underrating the teams coming through from this region.
They say never meet your idols, Tom. Well, what about beat them? Because that's what Heibei's done here today. An absolutely incredible display of Valorant from the get-go. We knew we were in for something special with this series, but the result and the way, the fashion in which this ended is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I think Champions always
How?
has its special moments. It always has its upsets. It always has teams that disappear at the wrong time. And for Leviathan, okay, it's not over. They're still going to look to fight this one back. But the day today goes to Trace. A fantastic performance overall, and you just love to see it.
Well, Tom, after this wonderful win, I'm sure they'll need time for their emotions, but Heibei, he used to look up to Aspas. Now, maybe Aspas can look up to him. Let's toss it down to the Verizon post-match interview where Bella's standing by with Heibei.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the post-match interviews, and I'm joined by Trace Esports' Heibei and our wonderful translator Echo. Kongshi Kongshi!
Thank you.
네, 오늘 첫 승리를 가져가게 된 트레이스 e스포츠의 헤이베이 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 이제 첫 챔피언스에서 중국 팀으로 처음으로 플레이오프를 진출하게 됐어요. 헤이베이 선수의 개인적으로 우상이라고 알려져 있는 아스파스 선수를 상대로 가져간 승리, 좀 소감이 남다를 것 같습니다. Congratulations again, Heibei. First champions, and you're the first Chinese team to make it to the playoffs. And I heard that your idol is Aspas, and you took that win from him today. So how sweet is that today? Tell me everything.
那这一次是你们第1次的全球冠军赛嘛，并且也是第1支进入到了淘汰赛的 CN 的队伍，并且你也说过你的偶像是 Aspas， 然后跟 Aspas 同台竞技，这场胜利对于你来说会不会更加甜蜜一些？
首先， 我的偶像确实是阿斯帕斯，就是也喜欢他很久了，就是也没想到有一天能在这么大的舞台上能跟他一较高下吧，就也很开心，因为也算是击败了我的偶像嘛，但是他永远也是我的偶像。
Okay, I have to say Aspas always be my idol, and I feel really amazing because I never imagined I can compete with him in such big stage.
이제 아스파스 선수는 항상 저의偶像이 되겠고, 근데 또 이런 큰 국제 대회에서 아스파스와 같이 경쟁을 하게 될 거라고 상상을 못했다고 합니다. 그리고 이제 차이나 리그 그냥 중국 지역 자체가 상하이 이후로 좀 다른 국제 팀들과 스크림을 하면서 엄청나게 성장을 많이 했다는 평가가 좀 잦은데 좀 동의하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, a lot of people are saying that the whole entire China League has been really stepping it up, and they improved after scrimming with other international teams in Shanghai. So, do you agree? What's your reaction to that?
那其实现在有很多人说，在上海大师赛之后 ，CN 整体的实力是有一个很大的提升的。你认同这样的看法吗？
首先我认同的，就是因为我们也打过很多比赛吧，就是比如 EDG 也好啊，其他队伍也好，也是出去，虽然是输了，但是比赛的经验还是比较重要的吧，然后就不断的进步，对。
I definitely approve with your opinion, and I have to say, like, we have a lot of competition with no matter with the ADG or other teams, and I think this experience is pretty special for us.
이제 전적으로 동감하는 바고요. 아무래도 차이나 리그 안에서도 경쟁이 되게 치열하기 때문에 이런 국제 대회에서 얻어가는 경험치도 되게 도움이 많이 된다고 합니다. 그리고 다음 경기 EDG와 G2의 경기인데 좀 같은 리그 출신인 EDG에게 응원 한마디 들어보겠습니다. You know, EDG is playing G2 next, so any words to EDG? Words of encouragement?
下一场 EDG 马上就要跟 G2 打了，有没有什么话想要对 EDG 说？
首先我昨天在酒店的时候已经跟浩东刚好撞到了，然后我们都说我们明天一起晋级8强，祝他们好运，也加油好吧？能做到的。
加油。
Okay, actually I just met Haodong in our hotel in such coincidence yesterday, and we said please let's get into the playoffs together.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
네.
Thank you.
이제 아까 허동 선수를 호텔에서 만났는데 좀 이제 우리 같이 한번 진출해보자 이런 이야기를 했다고 하네요. 전 트레이스 e스포츠의 헤이베이 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. And don't go anywhere because we have G2 versus EDG coming up after the break. 恭喜恭喜！
谢谢。
Welcome back to Daeyuk. That's 6 in Korean. Look at me, I'm multicultural.
5 seconds ago.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champions Soul. It's time for our second match of the day. It's G2 Esports taking on Edwards Gaming, who look to become the second BCT China team to make it to the playoffs today. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Paper Thin and Achilleos. And what the hell just happened?
Look, it's insane. I mean, Trace, I had said before, like that, you know, them taking out Vitality, that could end up being one of the biggest upsets of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's been usurped immediately. That was an incredibly dominant performance.
Well, they did it again.
On the Ascent. Yeah. Coming out of that map 1, I said Feng really, absolutely, utterly destroyed Lev. If you spell that out all out, it spells fraud.
Oh, you're calling it back. You're so proud of yourself at that.
Set it up in the first act and we'll close it out in the third.
You bum. Paper Thin, though, man. Seriously, before we move on, I mean, just this Trace team, I love them. I'm a fan. This is it. Buy me a jersey, buy the bundle. What we got to do to support these boys?
What else do you want? They played amazing today.
Yeah.
Top to bottom, they look really, really good. Yeah, Sunset's still a weak point, but that's okay because the rest of their maps, Bind and Ascent, look phenomenal.
Yeah.
They are absolutely a team
and they
to be
didn't
feared.
just look phenomenal. They crushed them. They flattened them.
Yeah.
Like unreal stuff. I just again, Trace Esports. I wasn't familiar with your game, papas. I'm so sorry. Okay? Pero now I'm on your side. All right? Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to their compatriots on the other side of that. They're going to be taking on G2 Esports. Got EDG going up against G2. We'll start with G2 first, though, because G2 coming out of this one, when we saw G2 versus PaperX, we were all stoked, Paper Thin. We were all excited. But G2 Esports, it was business, and they took care of it with a 2-0.
And it was business time for sure, and they are really in form right now.
They had their business socks on.
They did. The suit, the tie.
The whole kit caboodle.
There you go. All right,
I love you, man.
I do too, man. No, I just, they're such a fundamentally strong team right now. They're so well prepared for all of their matches. They play off of each other very nicely. They come into all of their games with great ideas. Josh is a great coach. I mean, top to bottom, I am so impressed with G2 this year.
Yeah, it really does feel like this G2 team, Seth, can, find those layers. And if they do it here at Champions, it could be dangerous.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, this is, I think, the squad to be fair, because they just have such a solid read. Valen has been an incredible IGL since he started playing the game, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, this team is incredibly gifted. We saw in the bumper coming into today, our nice little pre-roll video, they're saying, yeah, we see your playstyle, EDG.
Yeah.
Our playstyle counters yours.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we'll see how this plays out, though. But let's check in with the professor and get a lesson for today. It's Jonah P, standing by with Yinsu.
I'm now standing by with one of the tournament favorites. It is Jonah P from G2. Now, I think the hype is real. You even have the doubters believing at this point that you guys can do this. So I wanted to ask you, what makes you guys so scary, so good? What is it that is setting you apart right now?
The way I think about it is like no team wants to play us because of our playstyle. Everyone's very aggressive and we capitalize on that. So I think we have the best best discipline compared to all the teams. So I think that that little thing makes us different from everyone else.
Oh, I can't wait to see you on the server today. Good luck.
If there is a word that you can associate with G2 Esports, it 100% is discipline, because they exude it every single time. In fact, Paper Thin, I know you have a round that you wanted to break down for us on this. What you got?
I've got round 17 on Icebox versus PaperX. And so there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. So first of all, I want to highlight what the situation is coming into. This is just coming off the back of Leaf's 4K on the Eco, where he snuck up behind. Now, they're in a really good situation here with their ults. Oops, wrong button. That's okay, though.
Seth cursed
we'll
you,
clear
by the
that.
way.
He
Seth
did curse me.
you.
He does this to me all the time.
He said don't screw it up.
All right, so for real, 3 ults, 1 away for the side of G2. Plus, they're going to opt into an outlaw here because they know that PaperX economy is not good. There's a great reason for that. Leaf also very good with it. But let's start the round. And immediately, I want your eyes to go to the mini-map and look what they ping out. The orb. They're going to prioritize the reckoning here for Valen. Okay, that's the first ult in this equation. Then they're going to wrap around. We're going to speed up a little bit here. And you're going to see they're going to come from the back. Now you've got the outlaw and you've got the util from the Sova to delay here to buy a little bit of extra time. Now pause. There's going to be a wall that comes up. That's to kind of fake a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're going to anticipate Paper X's reaction. Paper X wants to not have happen what
なんか
happened.
最近子供が俺のこと好きなフェーズに入っててさ。
So they're going to send some players down themselves. So let's take a look. And they're going to send first up
そう
is going to be Forsaken. And he's going to come around the corner. They're ready for this. Gecko util. Boom. He's
ちょっと前はよく嫌いって言ってたんだけど。
And it is going to spot something. He is stuck in the corner. They're going to use Gecko utility as well. That's a kill for Icy. That is the Thrash online. One of those three ults I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And they knew coming into this as well that there was an ult for Mind Freak here, right?
最近はお気に入りっぽくて。
Yep. You have the Viper's ult, and they are very ready for this. They have so many answers to this. Whether it's Leaf getting a kill, he gets the lockdown. If you get the Harbor ult, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have the Thrash, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have everything you need here to clean out the rest of the round. From the start to the finish, they have this round.
昨日も俺配信中20分15分ぐらいかな。多分席外したと思うけど。なんか俺と寝たいって言ってて。いつもは寝るまでに1時間ぐらいかかるけど、まあ、とりあえず一緒に寝に行ってみたらなんかマジ5分ぐらいで寝て。だから昨日すぐ帰ってこれたんだよ。
I think he does exactly that. I think he just goes into his mind palace and then he's able to just see through walls and everything like that and just download and just recollect things from team's previous series. It's been incredible performances from Valen as the IGL, but I mean,
でもその前はもう2、3ヶ月ずっとママが好きっつって。何する時もパパは来なくていいってめっちゃ言われてた。
all the time because he's just such he always finds those openings, those gaps. He did it as a duelist and he does it as a sentinel even better.
He's so reliable.
Yeah, he is. He's absolutely incredible. And when we think back to Shanghai, I think about him playing Breeze, those lurks that he was able to
逆に今ゴリラが謎に言われてるわ。ゴリラの方が全然世話してんのに。完全にあれ関係ないんだろう。
He's looking very much reinvigorated here.
Yeah, that's right. And let's not forget, this is not the first time that Leaf has come to a Champs event. It was actually here in 2021. His hair was quite long at that time.
今でも全然ゴリラの方が世話してんのに、今俺が好きフェーズに入ってて、この間3人で出かけるみたいな時も、なんか2人で行くからママ来なくていいとか言われてて、マジかわいそうだった。
Couldn't tell. You
I remember that team because of Zeta, but
okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Zeta, we love you, buddy.
でもなんかあれ本当にその瞬間だけの気分なんだよな。で、結局普通に3人で出かけるんだけど、3人で出かけたらめっちゃ楽しそうだし、普通にゴリラの方にもその抱っこしてとか言うから、なんかもう本当にその瞬間だけなんだよね。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的基主。我觉得很不容易吧，因为我们变了阵，然后现在能打成这样，我觉得很不错吧。然后也是我们换阵过后的一些效果，我们也看到了。然后我们希望我们后续能做得更好，然后去突破吧。其实怎么说呢？
だから俺もめっちゃ嫌いって言われてた時期死ぬほど遊んでて、で俺は結構その激しい遊びするから。結構それが楽しいみたいで喜んでたんだけど、でもそういうなんか一緒になんかやろうとするとパパ来なくていいって言われてたし、その時も。子供激しい遊び好きだよ。普通に俺足首掴んで逆さまにして振りましたりしてるわ。去更加完善我们自我的一些技战术吧，然后死ぬほど喜んでる。比赛，因为我们经历了低谷，然后还能喜欢我们，我觉得大家都很不容易吧。我也希望我们整个 EDG 不会辜负你们的希望，然后也能不辜负整个 CN 瓦。そのベッドとかにぶん投げたりする。你们的加油会让我们的手感更加火热。
And after I had mentioned before, right, that Shanghai was a massive, like a hole in EDG's team history. A team that's only ever been on the up and up, but they experienced utter defeat in their homeland. And they're now trying to bounce back here, Paperthin. They're trying to find that mojo again that they had when we were first introduced to this team.
Yeah, and that's why they made changes after Shanghai. They talked about how they needed a reset in a bunch of different ways. You bring in Simon, you change the coach, and all of a sudden, EDG still doing what they do regionally. Sure, they're winning. That's great.
小さい国目回るよ。目回るけど回るの好きなんだよ。あれ何なんだろう。ぐるぐる回るのめっちゃ好きだよな。実際俺もちっちゃい時ぐるぐる回るの好きだった。
Yeah, and is that like going to be the thing here? Because the thing was, everyone was talking about EDG and Foot was a bit of a muddy game. Does EDG
でもぐるぐる回るのいいことなんじゃねえかなって。俺三半規管多分強いんだけど、俺乗り物酔いとか船で一回寄ったことあるけど乗り物酔いとかしたことなくて、なんかちっちゃい頃回ってたかなって俺勝手に思ってんだけど、だから今回らせてる。回りたい時、回りたがってる時もう回らせてる。
A Mako v Boaster type situation here, or will this time the veteran IGL be able to win out?
I mean, who do you got again, Paperton, on this one?
I have G2. I think they're just, they don't fall into the
三半規管筋トレしてる。
All right, well, let's go ahead and see how this all shakes out. We got G2 Esports about to take on EDG. Let's head out to the stage and meet our teams.
俺車とか新幹線とか飛行機、飛行機は酔う人いないか。でもいるか。とかで何やってても酔わないんだよな。結構最近そのイベント帰りとかでタクシーとかでさ、みんなで移動してる、飯食いに行くのにタクシーとかで移動するときにこう何もせずにひたすらこう前を見てる人とか結構いるから、何してんのって言ったらなんか携帯とか触ると酔うからって言って。
Can history repeat itself? Can a VCT China team defeat a VCT America's team? We just saw Trace Esports do the unthinkable against Leviathan. The question on everyone's mind is, can Kong Kong and EDG manage to pull one through and dethrone and take the G2 boys off their pedestal here? But we got our series layout as well.
We do, and I think that this is going to be a little bit of an inverse compared to that Trace series. They said we don't really rely on hero plays, we don't rely on individuals, we rely on our teamwork.
タクシーの中ずっとゲームしてるか漫画読んでる。
Might have to come down to some of those hero plays for Kong Kong to have these fantastic moments to break through the lines of G2.
Yeah, you're just going to have to find a way to keep G2 off balance, to get them to start having their protocols fall apart. That's something that's been very, very difficult for most teams to do this year. G2 is a well-oiled machine. It's going to be getting through those structures, finding cracks in the defense that G2 has let very few teams through.
Yeah, and that is going to be a challenge. I think it is quite fascinating, though, right? Like, we have been really pushing about the individuals and what they bring to the table here, but as we just saw with Trace, teamwork does in fact make the dream work. So maybe that will be the recipe for success that G2 can continuously lean on, because that has been their whole MO throughout the entirety of the Americas season, Achilleos.
Now, it really has been, and right now I think they're looking absolutely red hot. Taking down Paper Rex, they were dismantling them. They were having solid ideas and understandings of exactly what Paper Rex.
And that's a team with all the individuals.
Yes, but they were able to go ahead and pick things apart moment after moment. This is going to be a tough one here for EDG, but if they can hit those highs that we have seen from them in the past, I think they're absolutely capable of dealing with G2. It feels like they're on the up and up, and right now we can see a bit of a pivot compared to the last time that they played on Icebox, as Simon's going to be there on that KO.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of, what other initiator do you want to go with? Which initiator do you want to...
Flashinator.
I like Flashinator. Flashinator, hey, that's good. I like it. Yeah. No. But, Gecko or KO seems to be what most teams want to run with. And we already know what G2 does. The Harbor here, Valent Harbor, really, really impactful. He's not just a fragger. He's so smart with the way he uses utility, the way he's going to set up those cascades and high tides to allow for their retake play. They're so patient. The one thing that makes G2 so difficult to go up against is they know when to fight and they know when not to. That is something that a lot of teams don't do well with.
Well, let's see how this all plays out, and get ready for this one. We got your casters on standby. It's Sideshow and Brand's tragic headline.
That's just insanely out of pocket.
An insane thing to write in
Also,
the prompter.
imagine saying you have the tragic hairline of the two of us. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I missed the memo. St. Patrick's Day was a few months ago. But we're going to get into the action soon enough.
あれこの人こんなひげ生えてたっけ
versus EDG. And listen, there's a couple of things you can go into this match talking about. One of them, though, much more important, given the fact that we just witnessed a massive upset in the form of Trace
ひげは生えてたけど
beating Leviathan.
なんか
And
長くなってる気がする
spotlight, EDG is that powerhouse China #1 seed. They're used to that kind of attention being settled on them. They're used to all of that expectation as well, and the fact that they had that poor Shanghai performance and needed a return of it. But to be honest, at this point, they're losing steam, and the rest of China is catching up and maybe even beating them out in terms of overall placements.
We'll have to see during this match.
Yeah.
If they can get a win here, that would certainly put the attention back on EDG as the team to lead this Chinese region forward. But you're right, they're doing it by committee at the moment, which is even more brilliant to watch.
Like Icebox to kick things off here.
Icebox やりたいな
They are absolutely stellar from beginning to end usually. In terms of the calling, the desk was mentioning the word mud quite a lot, which I do appreciate. Don't think we're going to see much of it here. Shots rattled by Leaf is going to be giving them a lot of space there, playing for his own life. Simon, the plan, nothing to push it back. We're going into the post line here. Kangan wants to get aggressive and will be rewarded. That's two players plucked out of the picture. Maybe a few more where that came from. He's eager for it, but Leaf, you don't want to test to this guy because he will challenge, standing tall. This guy has already done the damage and has fallen to pieces before their very eyes. EDG, it's Smoggy forced to back away here, still with a plan down, time ticking. Leaf, not too many options left for him, has to stick this one just for the Wincons having a defuse, sticking it all away. Slow full attack for the final one. Will do it.
Safe.
Straight to the chest.
危なかった
One singular Leaf. And so a pistol round. Earned up here for EDG. Great beginning.
And a great performance from two players to keep your eyes on throughout this entire match. Kangkang to open up. Gets double-faced or at least traded, or an attempt to trade, I should say, from Valin. Instantly a response from Leaf, being able to pick up 3 on his own. So great individual performances from both of those players. I think Kangkang's going to need to try to take moves like that, where he fights in, knowing that G2 are going to be double swinging him or trying to trade him. He has to try to outskill G2 today if they want a chance at winning this. The whole of EDG does. Because we talk about it so often, but this G2 team, they are so disciplined.
Yeah.
You know you're not going to be able to catch individuals on their own too often. They're going to be trying to set up these team plays. And I don't think that's the area that EDG should try to fight on, having better teamwork than G2. They want to lean into their strengths, which is the individualism, the brilliance that they can pull out at times.
If they can drag teams into that tempo and play style even better, the trouble is G2 not really privy to it. They don't particularly like to opt into it.
No, they are an extremely slow-paced team, especially once the side swap and G2 get onto the attack side. But you can see here, for example, no G2 players on the defensive A contesting these angles. They allow EDG a lot of space.
Really going to be trying to lean onto the retakes, I think, throughout most of this map, at least for this half.
Thing is, though, if you play retake all the time, EDG are going to get an idea of that.
最近のメタはこの切り方なのか
space without using too much utility. They're going to have it all for post plant. Kangkang's going to be on aggressive angles. You know, at some point you do need to mix things up and go for contests, tuck somebody into pipes.
This is getting a little bit messy, but at the end of the day, it's cleaned up with 4 players surviving. So
HP14 で突っ込んでったんだけど
Keep it moving. Going forwards now into the bonus, bit of extra weaponry.
And some good players with some good ult points there as well. Getting closer to Simon and Chichu's ultimates, who are the best ults to have online for your attack side on Icebox. Now we get to see what G2 are doing with an economy advantage. This is one of the rounds where you might expect them to play a little more aggressive. You know, we talk about G2 playing slowly, but that doesn't mean that they're completely passive all the time. They do have aggression. They do like to contest, tuck people into nest, fight over B green, for example.
Deep tap over there. Not too sure if the orb got grabbed.
I don't believe so.
No, it's
no,
still there.
It's still there. Just trying to see whether Nobody and Smoggy are going to sync up that utility combo that we see from a lot of teams on their attack side. Notice as well that Chichu is not using Nanoswarm to
この
deny
カーテンの
pipes,
切り方
but
強
Trent
い
might
ん
get
だ
over well.
な
Might indeed underhanded flash as well straight through.
完全に勝負しない感じか。 それでフラッシュとかでこっち主導で攻め主導で勝負するって感じの強っ。
Left down to just Jonah P. This is an EDG fully powered up, fully empowered. A bonus round win.
ボーナスラウンド。
That's a fantastic beginning for EDG. They used very little utility there. Like I said, no shock molly combo to deny ult orb. They used the knife over towards pipes, but they also didn't use a nanoswarm to deny space. They're not using util on A already in round 3 because they've got the read that G2 are going to be sat back a little further. This time there was a bit of a brawler scrap on site, but you could just tell from the position that Trent used his drone. He had no clue that EDG were pushed up that far. He thought they were still sitting back waiting to exec. Valen likes to get the read of teams throughout a series. Sometimes G2 will be a bit slow off the blocks or download their opponent as the games go on, sometimes from map to map.
I'd agree with that point. They tend to take a bit of time as well, like you said, to download the opponents and make the necessary reads. It was becoming a bit of a chore, honestly, watching them in Americas. They drop the first map and then just go on to rinse by the time they got to the third.
But what that means is, if you're a team like EDG looking to secure another massive win for China here today, it's about trying to punish them when they're in that warming up phase, when they're gearing up. You want to get as many rounds on the board as early as you possibly can, so that comeback becomes impossible.
EDG just be ensuring to take this one slowly, steadily. Orb in front of them too, plenty of players close to ults. One of the benefits of getting off to the start, bit of snowball onto their own attack side as well. You have some big ults to utilize, which Simon's going to be letting loose and letting rip right now with a no command, at least to get a bit of safety down onto the side. Nobody wants to get this plant down.
Oh.
It will be defended.
Whoa.
Simple cleanup.
Yeah.
But a pretty big ult expenditure. It's one that Simon would love to have for the next round. Perhaps a little worried about time pressure there.
Whoa.
But they've kept things very, very clean apart from that no command usage. Coming into round 5 here, where they'll have a pit, no real ults to be able to get into the sites. But to be honest with the way that G2 are currently playing, EDG are just kind of waltzing on in there.
Not too much of the early fighting, as we've already mentioned. At least when we've seen it drift over towards the A site. We'll see though, G2 also coming up close to a couple of ults of their own, big ones in fact. 2 from the lockdown, Reckoning, Thrash 1 away. Kill could put that onto the board, but G2 have got to start, I think, pressuring at least that they're fighting over A early. Again, the knife just tagging onto the two of them. Pair of players, Valen and Icy. Ordered back, pushed away. And Jonah P is going walkabouts here with a wall in his face. As two players side by side again. A game of time, and G2 are they going to be catching it, looking completely in the wrong direction.
No response there to the audio cue of the wall falling. They're already pushed up too far. Leave forward as well. It's open season. EDG looking like this one is far too easy for them.
もうウルト落としていいんじゃないかこれ。
These first 5 rounds that we've watched, I mean, look at this.
Yeah, okay.
Hankan making a bit of a fool there, making Icy dance and taking the pick. Valen's the final one to pick up the pieces, and it's as likely as anything that he'll take a bullet and have his ult for the next round. A 1v5 here. It's just not doable.
No, it's impossible. Got to keep the rifle, but already spotted out, noted, and he's going to be swarmed. Won't be able to carry that one into the next. Another flawless one, 5 alive, this time on a gun round. EDG have a tremendous amount of momentum behind them now.
Remember that EDG have been sat kind of in the back of Champions today, watching their compatriots destroy teams that other people are suggesting favorites for the tournament.
Oh yeah.
They don't know if it's going to go 2 maps, 3 maps. They have to be ready. They're sat there backstage waiting to go on, thinking obviously about the game coming up, but also watching the match, realizing, wait a second, our region is doing extremely well today. And if that didn't give them enough confidence, how about a 5-0 start against G2?
On Icebox, nevertheless. I mean, it's a map that G2 as you said, mainly on the attack side, the calling of Valen. He'll be running rings around teams. He'll be calling perfection, the ults in terms of how they sync it up. It's all being worked to a masterpiece. But they're not on that side yet. They're on the defense, and they are struggling. Hence the timeout that's being called. Adjustments have to be made. They thought that they maybe have.
好みで。
G2 just losing track.
I think in that previous round, G2 making a hard read that when the knife and the recon came in over towards A, Valen, he's thinking about going for the ult orb. He backs off and he's thinking, all right, this is similar to what I've seen before. This is EDG contacting in.
昔日本の CS プレイヤーにもモニターにデコくっつけてやるシオンさんっていう人がいた。本当にデコが物理的にモニターにくっついてる。
I thought from watching EDG, now they don't think this because they don't permaban it, but I thought Icebox was their worst map that they play.
ちなみにめちゃくちゃ強い。
So them being 5-0 up right now, looking really prepped and running rings around Valen's understanding of what's coming at him. Pretty fantastic stuff.
Bodes well, definitely bodes well. And another pause. I see the timer frozen. Yeah. That strikes fear into my heart, Josh. That strikes, especially when you don't see the timeout.
We had a lot of very
俺は別に近くても遠くてもどっちでもいいね。まあ遠すぎると嫌かも。つか慣れりゃ何でもいい。俺は。
G2 on the attack side are going to be slow as well. And here it is. Confirmation.
God, Pansy lands in Korea and this happens. Okay.
でもモニターが近いのに慣れるといいところが一つあって、モニターが近いともうバラの競技シーンだとないかもしれないけど、モニターアームじゃなくてモニターの普通の足がついてる時に普通のモニターの距離だとなんつうのモニターの足が邪魔になるんだよな。マウスとか振った時に左に振った時に足に当たったりとかでかいマウスパッドをその左寄りにできなかったりするんだけど近くに慣れてるとモニターを近くに手前にこうやってやった時に足が相当手前に来るからモニターの後ろにキーボードとマウスパッドが置けて後ろの部分が広く使えて便利っていうのがある。モニターに抱きつくみたいなイメージの形になる。
Applying right now is making G2 just sweat a little bit more. Valen even going for a couple of peeks here, but he's missed. Oh no, not quite. It's nobody that's missed the timing here with a cove to evacuate. It's going to be safety in numbers, backing all the way out of A. Almost expecting that reposition.
昔はちょっとあったね、そういうのも。
Choosing not to try to turn that into an all-out brawl like some teams might. There's that discipline of G2 dropping back in the 5v4. But with their weapons, still 3 players with sheriffs, it's not yet a clear advantage.
Just the first hurdle that's cleared.
俺はロー選手だったから結構そういうことになることも多かったね。ロー選手だとマウス振るからモニターの足本当に邪魔なんだよ。
Not a reckoning, lockdown, all going to be combined. EDG just trying to stem the bleeding and stop this one before it gets out of hand.
エドゲマジでうめえ。
G2, they committed a hell of a lot into this round for them to try and lose it. Slide awareness, Smoggy already wrapping this one. Rash connecting, that's entertainment. And there's still potentially that time on the board to make a go of things. Damage done though. As a casual reminder, and Simon still with that nade in his back pocket. Could play spoiler to absolutely all of this one. It's already gone flying and Trent is finished. Icy with a defuse, but that's been broken. And already, I hear it, time has just squandered. Gotten away from G2, but the kills. Not away from these EDG players. Edward today is gaming.
G2 did a decent job of that, considering the amount of money that they had. I mean, that tuck into nest, not cleared properly by EDG because they're contacting in, because they don't want to make it obvious what position on the map they are. There's going to be gaps. So G2 tried to exploit that.
ね、まあ目が痛くなるかどうかって人次第じゃない。
Too little time and too much good post-plant utility. Double nanoswarms on the spike got broken by the shock, but they still had that fragment to work with. G2 get rifles back. Are they going to try something similar again where they go for a piece of aggression? I think doing the same thing on A would be silly, but you know, going for a mid push like this where they triple up does seem like a decent idea. They were threatening flanks like this constantly in their opener against Paper Rex.
Using a drone now to take that space.
昔モニターもない。モニターも割と最近の技術じゃね。
To flank most of the way. Instead, that one's just watching towards the flank because EDG want to go for this 5-player group up. Plant will go down here without too much push back.
This turret position's actually lovely.
6-7 年ぐらいかな。
Jonapi's wall. If the turret was on the left here, it would get blocked off by the Viper wall.
So it's broken.
本当に一番最初に出たのはどうか知らんけど、一般的になり始めたのはマジで
wasn't expecting that one. Looking into the wrong direction. First kill.
5-6 年というかなんというか。
Round win. Do the rest of the work past that point. Dizzy to clear this one. G2 blinded out, still lands the shot before the eventual trade and holding it tooth and nail in through the back. But G2 finally with those guns in hands put a round on the board.
It's the same flank play that ends up working out for them. It's been a staple of the G2 defensive playbook. They bring it out and despite the turret realizing that they're out there,
ゴミすぎて使い物にならなかった。
Mostly thanks to Valen and what he was able to do to control the post-plant aggression. You watch him take down Kangkang there, and that's an absolutely vital one. In those kind of spots, the Jet's always going to look to try to get aggressive and open up some space on the other side of the map. So the first attempt to stop the bleed in there from G2. Now they're going to start to get ults online as well, but I'm sure EDG are thinking up a response.
Yeah, that's despite the fact as well that Valen at high seed ended up using it into that half by round 6. To no avail. They're almost halfway to him again.
Very true.
Those kills and the diffusers.
マウスのコードは U 字に巻きつけてマウスと一緒に握るとそんなに邪魔じゃなくなる。
When they pushed Valen into nest. I think when you push up deep like this and then you get a recon dart.
俺の場合はつまみ持ちだから中指に引っ掛ける感じだ。コードを。
Full running, full sprinting, Simon with a tap as well.
コードをこうやって前から後ろに持ってきてこう中指に引っ掛けて隙間で一緒にコードを持つようにするとコードが邪魔になる。
Alternating the movement, making sure that he stays frosty, aware of all these possibilities. Chichu is being caught out of position. 100's Fury, at least to relieve that pressure, does not do enough. So with Chichu drop, that's 2 players.
俺はロー選手だったからマウスバンジー、パンチ、マウスバンジーとか使い物なら意味ない。
One after another. G2 racking them up. That's 5 alive for a flawless round to get that second round just underneath them.
You see what a difference it makes when G2 anticipate what the round looks like from
振り向き俺5、60センチだったから大体ずっと5、60センチの間をだったからその5、60センチ動く分のゆとりを持たせると結局邪魔になるからあってもなくても一緒だった。
To know it was a full B hit. They weren't worrying about which direction things were going. The things that were working for EDG early on were when they were quiet and contacting, making it very difficult for G2 to read it, and G2 were playing more passively.
Yeah.
At the moment, this seems like a very good adjustment that came out of the tactical timeout, so EDG are going to try to make one of their own. See what Muggle can do.
動きながら移動いや関係ない安定させるために低くした強さのムラをなくすために低くした
knocked down, unable to really get back up, I think, as well after that series of losses to Shanghai. But they make a series of moves, switch it up. How long in the assistant coach seat? Fresh perspective, I think, especially from a former player, maybe exactly what the team needed.
Yeah, I think I would phrase it as that they had hit their ceiling. They were still performing very well.
もともとは振り向き俺3センチぐらいだ。
Had one breakout event last year at Tokyo, and they weren't
2センチか
able to
3センチ
replicate
ぐ
that.
ら
They
い。
weren't able to go further than that. And so at that point, you got to take a risk. It might make you worse, benching Haodong and bringing in Simon and making all of these changes. But if it doesn't, perhaps it's the thing that's going to crack you through that ceiling and bring home a big result for a fan base that is extremely hungry for it. And now they're in a race with the rest of the Chinese teams by the look of things to crack a big result here at Champions.
iPhone ぐらいのマウスパッドというか手鏡の裏でやってたからそもそもマウス動かすゆとりがなかった。
Yeah, this usage of the recon dart, stuff like that, it's basically exactly the same round that we just watched. Last time, the wingman got denied by the nanoswarm from Leaf.
別にハイ選手でもいいんだけど安定しない。ハイ選手はね本当に安定しない。
out the nano swarms. No longer a problem for them again. A lot of walking up behind these walls and underhanded flash. Simon wants to make a play for this one. Leaf was tucked though, and there is safety there, but not
天気で弱くなるから
the
な
rest of his team. They couldn't quite
雨の
follow
日
up
弱く
on
な
all
っ
of
たりす
that,
る
so he's going to get traded. Tag up into the back. Thrash now.
湿
Follows
気とか
through
の
straight
影
through
響
onto the side
力が
broken
強
just
すぎる
before the detainment. Onto the high ground. Kang. He's getting quirky with it. In terms of trying to play this spacing and timings as well. He's already flanked straight through, and Icy, yeah, the knife out, just was not expecting it. Deep dart. Able to follow off of it. Trent is so damn concerned now. All these players, because Kang is ripping them to shreds, man.
What a great adjustment coming out of the tag timeout. Obviously, great individual play from Kang too, but I got to give credit to Muggle and Howdon. We were just talking about how good the tag timeout was from G2. EDG hit the panic button and immediately come out with a round that looks exactly the same to the one they just ran, except they flash, they push deep, they trade out Leaf, who had the lockdown, and then they have all of that position for Kang to go nuts in the post plan.
This playstyle of EDG, it is
敗戦士でプレイしてる人たちは心当たりがあると思う。最強の日と最弱の日がやたらあることに。
You are not going to have any smoke for mid now. It's a good job that they break the turret, otherwise that would be giving permanent mid info.
Yeah. Well, the point I was just about to get on to is that there's not necessarily a natural op carrier on the
まあ誰にでもあるけどね。それはローでもあるんだけど別に。
Punish, I think, a lot of this contact play that EDG are going for.
It's a great point. Icy, even when he plays Duelist, doesn't pull out the operator too much. He is almost the opposite of Kang in many respects.
Yeah, he definitely is. Not leaning into it. Although Kang's rifling definitely been on the up and up now. A year plus, to be honest.
まあでも別に普通に趣味でプレイする分は、ね、全然ハイ戦士だろうがロー戦士だろうが。
No value to be had, just walking.
気にする必要だ。
Down, shock darts are missing. So there will be no pushback, and there's that extension into round 10 now.
Kang's playing for this, trying to deny the lockdown.
He knows what to play for, just needs some supplemented utility as well. I can hear the footsteps, lovely sidestep. Just rips two of the heads clean off G2. Have no chance in hell to keep playing this one.
ずっとリーフもうあそこからきついリテイクしててかわいそう。辛そう。
This G2 team that's normally so good at shutting down superstar individual players. They cannot deal with Kang. What we're getting from Kang in this map so far, it's Tokyo.
It really is. It's given Tokyo.
Tokyo.
12-4, top of the scoreboard. Not just for his team, but top of the leaderboard overall.
Yeah, and not just the kills that he's getting, but here, completely denies a lockdown opportunity, completely shuts down G2 trying to trade him out. You know, he's facing two players so often and killing them both. And that's going to win you rounds.
G2 are going to be desperate to salvage up any rounds that they possibly can before they get into that second half here for round 11. They do have the Viper's pit in the back pocket already.
さすがにこのラウンドは G2 取りたいな。ウルト強い。
But the money isn't too good. Only a couple of players with a rifle, so you're looking at Icy, Val, and Jonah P to do the damage. Drone, get the tag and a break.
Yeah, Simon backs off as Chishu goes forwards. They're hoping that they don't read there was a second player there.
And it's just barely held. Jiggle peeked as well. Chichu almost lucky to be alive. There was a couple of players that quickly were looking to try and put a stop to this one. Trent plugs up the gap in through mid.
A is extraordinarily open, but if they come into the B split, Jonah P could win the round still.
Allen's dropped. I think that's through the window. Leaf has got a lot to do into this spot as well, but just with the stinger in hand, close quarter combat, even with him being set up for it, the pit's still up and active, walking around. Icy, he does drop Kang. With the dizzy broken as well, he knows that there's even more where that come from, and Jonah P's worked his magic right from behind, just not expecting that.
なんで今スルーしてたんだ。全く見てなかったし。
One player running and gunning, but time is against him with only 12 seconds to do it all. Him versus Jonah P.
ギリ間に合いそうだな。
A miracle shot, but Jonah P won't even give him the chance.
That is brilliantly played by Jonah P. He gets out of his pit for a kill over towards Orange, and that makes the rest of EDG think he's still playing on site. He manages to duck back inside his pit.
That kill there.
Yeah, that kill is just so big. He manages to duck back inside his pit, and then they don't realize he's somehow managed to loop-de-loop behind them and picks them both up from behind. He's called the Professor for a reason, and that was locking down B with a Viper's Pit 101. Learn.
Yeah, I take that class. Wouldn't do me much good, but I take it.
I think the classes are normally more generalized than that.
Yeah,
it's
that's
extremely
incredibly specific for an opener.
Yeah.
Egotistical professor.
ジョナピのマウスの持ち方とかはもう無理だったよ。
Didn't go to university.
I got kicked out.
モニターの足があったらあの持ち方できない。
It's round 12. And there's big ults online for G2 here again. Going for this re-clear into mid. They've been doing this quite a lot with the drone. Gives them peace of mind in that direction as well. They've got to get a good read, at least, that this is going to be leaning over towards the A side. They do have, again, the ults for the retake.
Yeah, and they're going to try
Ideal
to...
leaf dropped.
Oh, that's huge. No lockdown now available. And Simon,
ずっと勝っ
if he
てるやん、
pops out, can
Chicho.
deny the reckoning. He's just got to get the timing right here.
You should run.
And locking down one avenue as well. Lockdown's going to be just dropped straight into the center of the site with his flank. They're going to be pushed out into all these extremities, and Smoggy is left to watch most of this one. Ducked, crouched. The peak timing is absolutely everything. And Smoggy delivering death blow after death blow and toying with his food at the end. He knows that he's essentially wrapped this one up. Running around him, not giving Jonah P any easy access. Not to the body. Balance shut out. G2 with a movement, nice little jiggle, pick in the face. Jonah P shut down and shut out of the round entirely. This is a 9-3 if I've ever seen one.
And a beautiful half from EDG. I mean, the way that they played around the ults in that final round completely outplayed G2. And then you think back to previous rounds where Kangkang is pushing deep onto screens to deny lockdown. They've just had a phenomenal awareness of how G2 are going to play around ults this whole half. And I'm sure that's going to extend into the next.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Q3 か。きちいな。
Be a Valorant global event. I think we've had a few upsets now, early days so far, but with order number 1 Siege just taken a knock and EDG looking primed and ready to take one of the best maps from G2 for G2 away in the form of Icebox early on with his 9-3 beginning. And my goodness, it's listen, China just one event too late, I think, as well. They probably would have liked to have done this at Shanghai, but they'll take now.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's a great question. Would you have preferred to win in China or win champs? I think most people would still say champs.
Oh yeah,
but to be honest, that might be a tough question for some of the Chinese players. But I mean, we're way far away from that. Way far away. But it's difficult not to get sucked up into the hype. Again, EDG, if they're able to close this out, would be looking good to be the best performing #1 seed in the tournament.
Yeah.
Which
what a world, man. What a world.
Yeah. G2 have got some time to fight back, but they need a pistol here for it to seem even remotely doable.
That's the trouble. Is their attack side does look good, but as you mentioned, you need a pistol round to even just get the buffer room to breathe, because EDG win this one, you're looking at 11 on the board, and at that point, it's just, I mean, it takes anything. A swift breeze can potentially take you over the finish line.
This is where nobody absolutely shines. If there was a lurker over on A, he's dead right now. I mean, the risks that he's taken, he's a very feast or famine player.
We do love our nobody.
But nobody over on the A side. It was just guaranteed to his team as the IGL that this is a B hit.
ノーデュは別にいいんじゃないアイスボックスは。
Completely box G2 in here.
むしろ正味守りでオペ出せないのがちょっと出せないというか出しづらいのがちょっとあれなぐらい。
Winning it potentially out as well. Kang needs some help here over the shoulder as well. Reinforcements have to arrive. He needs some defense, but still, yeah, Chichu is right there alongside him. How could I doubt? The 10th round, a pistol round.
割とそれ以前の問題感あるけど。
Oh yeah, they've heard all about the upsets.
Looking great there on the pistol. They got the read perfectly that it was on B. Is it a risk to go for a reclear like this when you know that they're 5-stacked in B main? Absolutely. I mean, you're opting into a numbers disadvantaged team fight, and yet they still come out on top. They had that element of surprise, dodged the utility beautifully, and their players are popping. I mean, just take a look at the scoreboard here. I've been bigging up Kang. Smoggy was amazing in the game against Foot. Chichu's at the top of the scoreboard. Everything is working right now for EDG.
Right here.
It would be unfathomable that they dropped this map from this point.
It really would.
And that's without taking anything away from how good G2 have looked here. It's just, it looks like EDG's day here on Icebox.
Right there.
The read and more firepower hitting. Weapon in the hands of Smoggy. Hearing all this noise. Bullet sent flying. Straight into the back here. No punish. Oh, almost catching onto Smoggy. He's going to get overwhelmed. Surely will fall. Drop the gun into the laps of G2, including this plant. Time might get against him as well. It's long rotates on a map like Icebox.
Tucked up position as well from Trent and Valen. Looks like Valen's trying to bait for Trent.
バイパー死んで引けなくなっちゃった。
Be moving in and out as well. They're in the walls, man. They're in the walls, and it's all about collecting the kills when they're at least propped up and opportunities are presented to you. Kang, not to be denied. It was looking tricky. You can see the health on a few of the players just to the right, especially when they get that plant down. I stand to get a little bit worried, but all contained, all maintained in the end.
They are in control of the map. Dashing into them.
I respect that.
That's ridiculous from Kang.
That's ballsy. Oh. Time has paused.
Yeah.
You know what that means? Oh, it's a timeout this time.
Tag timeout
Okay.
from G2. When you call tag timeouts after only the pistol and the follow-up, yeah, I'm worried.
Yeah.
Because what kind of input can you really get from your coaching staff here that you didn't get during the halftime anyway? I understand that EDG are up to 11. Maybe you just want to run through the bonus, figure out what's going on. Maybe overall things are off. Comms, somebody's freezing up on stage, someone's not playing as you would expect them to. But that's the final timeout that G2 have access to. They're 8 rounds behind, and EDG are 2 away from closing things out.
No more adjustments.
I think Josh might have a chance to talk to his team in just a couple of rounds' time, to be honest.
Definitely
face
will.
to face.
At least the turnaround mentalities. But maybe just throwing out a set strat, an idea, anything to counteract this momentum that EDG have right now. And they're going to be going into it with bonus round weaponry. A couple of the players didn't invest.
エイムに4000年の歴史を感じる。
Kang might even just be choosing to
中国4000年のエイム。
It's very unusual the way that this map has played out, not just because it's a map that G2 are great at and EDG have looked a bit rough on in China, but also because G2 have all year been excellent at shutting down individuals that meet them one by one and get double kills, get multi-kills on them. They are very, very good at trading that out. We have seen so many multi-kills so far in this map. Huge ones, massive impact. And this looks like a scrap on B.
In their face. Try and get your way past this one here with a Dizzy getting that acknowledgement. It's G2 send a couple of bullets through. Do collect the one drone as well on top of it. Kang has to respect that. So we will back away. Chichu, free exploration, underhand with the flash as well. Right from behind, that is sublime, man.
相手のがスキルを使ってやってきてることに対してのリアクションがうまい。自分たちのセットってわけじゃないんだよな。あそこに KO ともう一人いればできる。素晴らしい。
In the danger zone here, though. Chi-Chu just overcommitting here, and Valen's the one to at least put a stop to all of that nonsense. Simon now, last one left. First one's good. Two more players to deal with. It was just a slight tap as well, and doubled up side by side, jumping around the corner to set this one up. Simon, a wonderful job to try and isolate these fights out, but only 2 bullets left to work with. Before he has to commit to the reload, and with the wide swing to the face, that bullet just will not land. G2 get to stay and compete, at least on Icebox, for a little bit longer.
First time actually that we've seen EDG go for one of those defensive reclears or like a piece of aggression that is, I think, risky. We've talked about it being risky in previous rounds, but this is the first time that they lose it. Normally, they've still been winning out these situations, even when they take fights out in the open, trying to force the tempo.
なんかトレントって俺結構見てた時期のバロン大会でめっちゃ強かった人だよ。
Well, I mean, that's just 1 for 1, isn't it? Smoggy did it.
No way.
Why not for Jonah P?
Brutal.
See, the thing is, people are going to say that Jonah P's rattled in that situation, even though Smoggy did it earlier, and you know, he
when they were dominating,
massively leading.
Oh, yeah.
Not everything's fodder for the armchair analysts, but
it is for me. Ready to pick it apart. What 2,000 years of Roman war can teach you. Kang is hyper committed. He's got nobody alongside him here. The Z connects though. They should know he's up top, and the dash will not save you. Nobody. Again, seeking to at least potentially get a few more kills.
バッドタイミング。
All for naught. 2 of them dropping. Drone as well. Simon was seeking a timing, but now he's just fully committed once more into the corner. Chi-Chu responds, vacuuming up that space, but he's traded in that discipline, rearing his head. The G2, he was singing their praises, expecting that level of play from them. It will grant them at least a round winner. It looks towards it. I mean, there's no real chances for Smoggy in this spot.
There shouldn't be an opening. And I do like that you highlighted that discipline, because you could see that spacing super, super tight.
There it is.
Beautiful as well, again there, as Trent swings, freezing that player in spot so that Jonah P can get the backstab. G2 were trying to do these things earlier on, and the individualism from EDG was shutting them down. They were also slightly off, just ever so slightly, in terms of those multiple swings and timings. I mean, there's a pretty big difference between getting 2 players, one trying to trade, and Simon there getting swung with 4 at once.
このラウンド取れてよかったな。
Shh, keep it down.
Oh.
I mean, you can't ask the crowd not to react when you bungle something at the beginning of the round, man. They're just gonna do that.
That's funny.
That
EDG.
is funny.
Lighter weaponry here. Went for an attempt. Nobody will not give up this space either. In fact, the rest of EDG alongside him. Very pushed up through A main. Looking for a play. With the peak though. Turret did not get broken.
Yeah, both turrets actually staying alive throughout this round. The weaponry doesn't really seem good enough here, but if Chi-Chu can bait so that they don't think about Smoggy.
And also, I mean, EDG have got the hardest read in the world, of course, with Kang getting all this space. Now he does get dropped here with a pop flash play. Already going to be going live and active into it. Phantoms in hand. Jonah P will offset most of it.
Yeah, amazing for Jonah P again. There are a lot of threats in that round that EDG throw out. I mean, obviously there's Kang on the flank, which Leaf shuts down, but like I said, that duo play between either Chi-Chu and Simon, and then trying to set up Smoggy, who had the stinger. Jonah just swings kind of behind a few of the rest of his pack and takes them both down. He's anti-flash, deals with them really nicely there. But Valen did use Reckoning, so they're not saving big ultimates for big moments. They used the Thrash when they were in a 5v3. They used the Reckoning on an anti-eco. They're not feeling comfortable enough here, G2, to save the ults for when it matters. And right now, this round really matters.
I can't blame them. EDG are up to 11, but you are right. Sometimes you have to take flight, stretch whatever resources you have. Really quite thin. Drone tags onto the one with the Dizzy as well, so nobody knows that there's two players here. Despite that fact, he's not backing away. Wants to take the up-close angle.
These are the kind of moments where it worries me that nobody is playing aggressively like this, because again, you're 5 rounds up, you actually don't need to take these kind of risks. But maybe a risk like this will end up putting them over the line.
Feed waiting to happen, Trent. Drone's going to be used as well, so nobody will get the hell out of there. Lockdown's going to be used as a response to this. EDG going to be...
They have Soul Roll.
Yeah, there's a Soul Roll to break this one, so... Someone to break that fast as well. Plant down from Icy with the wingman dropped, so at least get themselves into the post plant. They've got plenty more util where that came from as well.
Look at Jonah P out here on B, by the way.
He's going to be trying to wrap this one while nobody's way ahead of the rest of his team as well. So with him drop, first kill advantage gone away. And honestly, the fight might just be over before Jonah P even gets into the fray. Icy. 3 on the board, there's 2 plays left to stand. You know the maths. Potentially an ace, but not anymore. Jonah P finally strikes right from behind there, so all the timing's taken. Icy's just running his body in, based on the end of a stick.
Jonah P got up to the Viper's pit, and Icy's not too far away from Thrash now as well after he popped off in that round. He's only 1 away. So after my criticism of how G2 were using their ults, they've actually just managed to win an incredibly crucial round, fairly dry, to get the ult cycle working again. And as much as we were talking about, EDG massively in the lead,
weird play this round.
EDG are going to take attack timeout, and you hear Trent already calling it out there. He's expecting something unusual. Something that's going to knock G2 off their game to push them over the edge. I could absolutely see that. I mean, Kankang also has Blade Storm.
Yeah.
If there was going to be any round where Kankang's going to dig a tunnel and pop up behind you or something, some kind of weird thing that Haodong's cooked up.
Yep, certainly.
Would be this one. Yeah, but what I was going to say was G2 are actually starting to make this look reasonable. The gap's down to 4. They've just won 4 in a row. And we're starting to see Valen really heat up with his outside call and get a nice read on what's happening in the game. So,
how many rounds do G2 need before you start to become a bit of a believer?
Only 1 more rifle round.
1 more rifle round?
Yeah,
so if
absolutely. If they win this and win the next rifle round, it's 11 to 9. Probably EDG
なんかあと6本と2本っつったらめっちゃあと日本側有利な感じするけど11対7ってなんか結構いい勝負に見えるんだよな。なんでやろうな。俺だけかこれ。
But let's keep our focus in the here and now because Trent was expecting something silly, something weird.
About to find out if EDG have been cooking with it. As you mentioned, there's a Blade Storm here in the mix for Kankang. Be holding on to this one. The defensive setup though hasn't really shifted that much. I mean, EDG not going for any stacks onto various sites here, just going for the same old, same old. It's just nobody playing over towards A, mid, locked down by Chichu.
They're keeping a very confident read.
けど実際はきついだろうな。11-7。
You see that the A site is pretty open almost all the time. It's only nobody holding towards there. This looks like very specific prep they've done against G2 and Icebox.
Yeah.
And thus far it's been all right, but G2 have done great with the space that they've taken on A. They're so patient here, G2, waiting for that aggression, but EDG also matching them bar for bar with the patience.
Yeah, right down to that minute mark. And through mid, Chichu wants to take the peak. Wide committal, no heads to be popped.
You can't allow the time to run too low here if you're Valen, because nobody has that Hunter's Fury.
Seeing that pressure as well, might be calling for a few bodies moving over towards them. Not too much shift though occurring. In fact, EDG are kind of scattered to the wind right now. In fact, making the rotations over towards A. And here's the danger zone that you were talking about right now, Josh. Nobody.
I think play off site here, play for your ult.
Yeah, but he's not intending to do that one. I see what the plans. Already 7-4s need to be defended. It's not. And already broken. Nobody in Chichu. They strike from the sides to pin to play. Double pronged in the approach. And guess what? It's worked out fully in the favor. The flash repeat again in the refight here with the rifles. They're going to try and sail their way through this course, but already it's tumultuous indeed.
Wow.
Time. Running them down and a thrifty win to get EDG up to that 12.
G2 were ready for it. G2 knew it was coming, and yet they still could not stop it. Ran perfectly into that read. EDG had
あの
4
バリア
players
ンみたいな人
rotating
が
over to
強
the
い
A
な
side,
相手の
on the other side of the
相
map
手のつか
before
G2
the
の
plant was even anywhere near ready to go down.
ハーバーの人
Patience from G2 ended up being their worst enemy there. Time was not on their side. And now, whereas it looked like those 4 in a row were going to set a comeback on the path for G2,
ベイリン
suddenly EDG won away.
あの人強い
As I said earlier as well, it's the case when you get up to that 11th, you know, all it takes is one thrifty, a swift breeze to knock you over the finish line here for EDG because
トレントとリーフが強いかなって思いながら
now once more playing it slow initially
試合
here, now waiting
見
out,
始めたけ
taking
ど
a main control. They have ults to use. Spend, but EDG are ready for this one. There's a knife held into the hand as well with the drone. Answer the thrash is going to be cancelled almost immediately. And nobody is right in their faces. A flash from overhead. Simon is swinging wildly into them and still returns with 2. Just before that trade comes up with 2 left to stand from G2 themselves. Dizzy, drone, I believe, spotting both. And this is a disaster for G2 here. Individual is going to have to bail them out of this spot. 50 seconds, you can afford to slow it all the way down to a crawl if you want to, but couldn't have asked for a better beginning to the round here.
きっちいね
No, they're looking good for it. Nobody tucking himself into generator. Is this a spot that G2 can even afford to clear?
ジェネレーターはだいぶ
Setup
強
looks
気
nice from nobody in Chishu.
Gets a crossfire. That though, that's not broken. Trent though, he's going to be dropped and
Wow.
damage done straight through the wall. Wingman broken once more. Icy. Just the K down, a tap, forcing them forwards into the fight as well. Needs to try and isolate some of these fights. Done so. 1v1. All to survive. Icy has only gone and done it.
強え
It's survival. That's what that means for G2. My God, did it take everything from them. EDG's setup looked really solid on site there. They've been breaking these wingmans very consistently when they've been coming into A. Thrash was irretrievable. Didn't make a difference in the round at all, and yet IC didn't need it. Great kills towards the end, and fantastic fake plants for him to be able to get up into a position to win that.
You can't argue with that.
Leaf is picking up an attack side op to try to make something happen. 4 chances remain for EDG to close.
Kang himself wants to go with things. Dash was activated off the back of that util. It's going to be fading away though. Still an aggressive off angle that he's committed to. And Chichu going re-exploring into mid. He hasn't been punished for these peeks onto the turret up until now.
爪待ちいいね
Did he get a spot to know that Leaf is playing with an attack side op as well? No idea. Nobody looks like he wants to take another swing at this. They still have the turret up for mid information, but they're so hungry for it.
Yeah. Difficulties here for ED, or for G2 I should say, is going to be running into the same problems that opened you up for the thrifty loss earlier. Got EDG up to 12 with time becoming an issue once more potentially. Thrown up and over. The knife is dodged. Only tagging onto the 1 as well. Might be a bit of that false information. Oh, underhanded Simon is eager for the scrap. Does come up with the 1. Dizzy going to be into his face as well. Plenty of targets up and over. Jonah P just did not know which way to adjust. And this is it, surely.
味方が死んじゃっ
The
た
impetus to take away this map. Nanoswarms at your feet, detted, ready and waiting. Trent is spotted, taken out, swinging wide. Simon denied.
わー
To deny, I see that one still
強すぎ
13 to wait for the
2024
finish. EDG, they get it over that finish line. And
GG.
Icebox is theirs.
An incredible map to open things
あま
up
り
in
にも強い
this series. EDG want the win. They've taken a
なんかわかんねえけ
massive
ど取れちゃっ
scout
た
there by taking Icebox away, and it's their brand new player Simon that closes things out.
Phenomenal stuff from EDG.
後半 G2 めっちゃ良かったけどな攻めめっちゃ良かった
And now it's shaky ground and
強
territory
かっ
as
た
we look forwards to Haven. Map 2 for G2.
さっきとは打って変わって割とマクロは張ってる感あったけど
sleep. I ain't trying to live broke like you be. I've been coming for the bag, I do me. Will I get paid? Absolutely. Cause you better knew a boss like Takeoff. I ain't left all bad and bougie. Heard them talk, they barely knew me. I ain't let no stranger fool me. When I came in the game, y'all showing that fake love. I ain't look past your jewelry. Let it ride it forward. Every whip
左下受ける。
Anybody know me, they know for this game, no, I'm dying for it. Come on now, give me that crown, yeah. Ain't nobody out here really wanting with me. I'm going hard while you falling asleep. I got it all cause I deserve it all, dog. Just being honest, they don't wanna see me honest. I'm taking over this game now and that's a promise. Stay out of pocket, they don't wanna believe I got it.
レビアタンのロゴベイブレードみたいじゃない？ずっと思ってたんだけど。ドラグーンエルドラゴン、こういうのあったよな。あんま覚えてないけど。ポケモンはまずい。今回は俺何やるんだろうな。マップどこやるんだろう。
It's a great day to be a fan of VCTC, and I'm now joined by the head coach of EDG, Muggle, and Luna here to do some translations as well. Now, I've heard a lot of discourse that looking at EDG this time around is giving the same feeling as you guys back in Masters Tokyo. And of course, at Shanghai, you guys underperformed a little bit. So how did you guys manage to turn things around and look this good in the space of time that you guys have had?
很多人都说觉得这一次的 EDG 有一些回到东京大师赛的那个感觉了。那在上海大师赛可能表现并没有那么的达到预期，但是现在你们表现的这么的好，是做了哪些调整呢？
进行了一些记忆阻断练习吧，就是忘掉有某一些我们后面可能学习的太杂七杂八的东西，然后回归这个游戏最本身的玩法。
I think we're trying to forget that kind of things really like make us be chaotic. Just go back to the pure game.
Oh, thank you very much, Luna. Thank you very much, Muggle. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everyone, and guys, it's happening!
It's happening.
Listen here, as the host of VCT Americas, let me just say for a minute, today is a dark day in our history. But hey, we're not out of the woods yet, right? I'm not selling out my boys in G2 quite yet here, but we got to talk about EDG because obviously not only did they win, they dominated, they looked great, they had their number, they shut them down round after round. I mean, Paperton, this was clinical from them.
No, I'm very, very impressed here with the game plan from EDG in that they get to the post plants, and what would normally happen with Paper X, they're sitting way back. Like, their furthest like forward player on A site is on A nest, and then they're like dice and then on the back.
Yeah.
They're getting ahead of that. They're pushing screens. They're trying to contest G2 when they're trying to cut in towards the site, and they're cutting players down on the way through, and that's what started to snowball their success. Snowball these rounds, and then when they'd get a little bit spicier, when they'd start to get the mud flowing, is when they get a few of those opening kills, and then they start pushing.
Join me in the mud. Right. No, but I will say though, what Coach Muckle said, I mean, they played beautifully. That wasn't money at all. I actually quite enjoyed everything that I was seeing from the Achilleos.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple scary moments where there was a run back happening, but I want to highlight Kong and Smoggy because from the outset, to be able to get that 9-3 half to start things off, it was widely on the backs of these two players with some really excellent setups from the likes of Simon as well, whose util usage was very much on point. But Kong and Smoggy, they were doing the heavy fragging in that first half. They got them that advantage, which then made it a little bit easier to close things out on the defending side. G2 trying to make it happen. It looked like we were going to be going into an OT for a little bit there, but ultimately EDG were able to put their foot down, and this is a fantastic way for them to kick off this series as, again,
ほぼファーストキル取った側が勝ってる。
100%, man. What a way to start off for them. And something we do got to note real fast is, a big win condition for this G2 lineup has been Leaf for a very long time. And what he brings to the table on the lurks and how he plays around the map effectively, he was utterly shut down. He had little impact, which, I mean, that seems like a key to victory for them here.
I mean, I kind of talked about it, what we were seeing from them over at Shanghai when G2 were having their struggles, when they were dropping games. It's when Leaf wasn't able to find that impact. But similarly, we saw some struggles from the likes of Trent, who's normally very much on point when it comes down to those Sova Dart lineups. We saw a couple of them trying to interrupt those plants in that first half. Going wide, not really landing on the mark whatsoever. So things like that need to be tightened up. However, as we have seen from G2 over in Shanghai, drop a map, get the download complete, come back in and dominate the series. That's still very possible here.
Yeah, very true, very true. All right, well, let's go ahead and cool down on the existential dread of being America's fan for a second here and just
選手からコーチになってる人の方が多いんじゃない？
we got some stuff to fill out here. So we got
競技心上がりのコーチの方が多いイメージあるけど。
Congratulations, Icy. You are very good at the game. And then we have Valen 3K. Ahí también. And then we get a tech pause. So, just make fun of ourselves sometime. So we're so close. G2, brother, come on. You gotta clutch it out.
G2 just needs to win a match.
I mean, if G2 can get the win,
G2.
If Clove gets picked at all, or, there's a couple different things.
Team Ace would help.
We're hoping for the G2 map win so we can get bingo.
I think it has to be the series one.
Oh, it doesn't? We'll
otherwise
numbers.
we would have put in the EDG win.
Oh, that's too much time. In any case, let's go ahead and hear what Josh RT has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm standing by with G2's head coach Josh RT ahead of map 2. Now, we're going to Haven, and Haven is not really a map that we've seen you guys play a lot of in official. So without leaking anything, what can we expect from you guys?
I think we're going to have a much better performance this time around. I mean, we just experienced some tech issues in the first game. But moving past that, you're going to see a new Haven coming up. I think it'll surprise them a little bit, and we'll bring it to map 3.
Thank you very much. We love new stuff. Good luck.
Okay, a new Haven. Brother, I'm in. Okay, sell me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's too shocking. This has been a very middling map for them overall. They've only played it twice and have a 50% win rate here in 2024 on that map. So doing something new, I don't think is going to be the biggest surprise.
Yeah, I mean, they were just running the stock standard Haven comp, right? Like the breach and everything that you would normally go, the KO, Sova, all that stuff. So this is going to be interesting. If he says they have something new cooked up, what does that mean?
That worries me.
Do we have a Neon in there, maybe? A lot of teams are leading into Neon comps.
Whoa!
Okay. Or the Yoru. That's the other one.
Okay. And Kong, of course, going to be playing that Neon, so look for him to get real big impact with that.
Yeah, I mean, but this puts a lot more weight on Icy's shoulders as that Yoru, as that solo duelist here needs to be really smart about his timings because solo entry Yoru, whereas the Neon, that's something that can go in and very much take over games.
Yeah, but this is a comp that Fnatic runs very, very well on this map, or very similar at least with the Yoru, so they've definitely got some good ideas to base it off of. You've got the Viper in there now as well, so you can use those walls to kind of obscure what you're trying to do with the Yoru a little bit better and things like that. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to work for G2. They've had some time to cook. This could be pretty spicy.
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence going into this one, right? If you're G2, you put all your eggs into this basket, and it better pay off. Can they force a map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it's a lot resting on the shoulders of these G2 players that this gambit that I'm sure that they put time into, at least with this composition on Haven, but the fact that it needs to pay off here because you've already started a map down. It's unorthodox for sure.
And EDG's actually looking really competent on this map. I liked what I was seeing from them.
Hard agree.
EDG are going into the defense side here of Haven with a chance for another big win for China. Their flood defense on this map is beautiful to watch. They also fight super hard over A lobby, so whoever's job it is to try to lurk down behind that Viper wall, good luck to you, buddy.
始まっちまう。
Yeah. It's a gate crash though. It's dropped down, so I see feigning and faking that they're going for this A pressure. It's going to keep most of these EDG players at least tethered to the spot.
Actually, both teams faking here because EDG were making it look like it was only nobody playing A when suddenly there's 4 players over in that side of the map.
Both teams trying to obfuscate their intent here. The Nana Swarm dropped down! Hot feet there for Leaf. Unable to really rest the steady hands there for the kill onto Chichu, but catching this in theory and at least in practice too. Trent does get that kill. So Kang down as a 4 versus 4. Spike planted for G2. Over that re-exploration in through Garage. Chichu, 40 health, will be dropped. He's looking to put the squeeze of the rest of his team onto these players here. Icy still comes up with one just before the trade, but they're missing his timings onto one another. And now just 2 against the 3.
スイッチ見づれと思ってたけど、2日経ったら慣れたわ。
In the back pocket, Simon's got that fault line. It's going to be let loose along with the paranoia in through the back. Valen could not stand a chance against it. They know where the last is. Jonah P is no more. Another pistol round here for EDG. We were highlighting the ideas that they had coming into this map. They look well drilled on Haven. That's why it's that scary, tumultuous territory here for G2. It's a map that they haven't looked too hard at. You know, they've had to experiment. They've had to run different compositions, at least here and now. But for EDG, you're going to start to see a lot more of that, I think.
You note as well that Jonah P uses his orb to place that over towards spawn and make the retake very difficult. Where did EDG come from? From the flank, from Garage. Only Chishu, the only player coming from spawn. All of the others went on the flank. EDG know how to play against this composition.
なんか一覧見たときに相当だけできるようにしてほしいな。そこだけちょっと不便。
You're potentially going to be tested here. It's just G2 feigning like they are. They want to grab an orb, see if they can pull a few players out of position, maybe get a kill. Meanwhile, full lobby control. Nobody's holding onto the drone like, do I use it? What's going on?
Playing aggressively like this is really, really strong against this Viper wall. It's aggressive. It can be punished in other ways.
Just bonkers though. I mean, going for the flash re-clear. The crossfire's already been set up and it's a gun given away, but Leafy's got his back wide open, so Simon will happily take that timing against him. Aftershock is good too, and through the back, Icy trying to TP and make a play happen, but it's a second one now. Through up here for EDG. Not too much damage and danger into it. It still keeps 3 of these players intact. With at least a few of the guns.
They're doing fine though. There was 2 players that didn't even buy into that round, so they kept all 3 pieces of weaponry. They're doing fine. EDG's bonus is going to be very potent. And we've yet to really see G2 with a good opportunity to get in. That goes there. It is going to be tough for Icy to get into position. Paperthin made the comparison to Fnatic's composition. But Fnatic's comp, the Yoru makes space for an ISO. That doesn't exist here. Someone else on G2 has got to step up. Probably Valen going in and trading these out.
The soundbait here out towards A lobby.
Still making it feel like it's only nobody home on A.
That fault line still being held by Simon. A little bit of mid-rounder, making sure that they can break some of this util. It's drone forwards. And through B. All the trip's going to be dealt with here. We're barely down into the minute mark.
It's good defaulting.
Oh, Simon, what are you going for here? You silly Billy. Dropped, man. He's taking risks to try and get that mid-round information. Stun connects, but Leaf's covering over the shoulder. All it takes is a few bullets to drop down Kang.
That is an enormous risk. Just a hard read that G2 were going back and going into an A exec.
Smoggy barely spotting the shoulder on either side here. He is the one in danger. So at the end of the day, you got to take risks. It's a good paranoia. Doesn't connect onto too many more of them as well. They want to make a good go of things here, but Trent's going to be swinging this with the might of the rest of his team, and they do put a stop to any sort of bonus round aggression.
That's a lot of economic damage done towards the end there, though.
やっぱイケイケだな。
Considering the way that this started with G2 fully in control, Map control all over the place, breaking all of the Cypher utility, like very good slow defaulting, the thing that you come to expect from G2. And it baits out that push from Simon, which was absolutely ill-advised. Considering that's how the round began, the fact that they've done serious damage to the economy, light armor on 3, bulldogs on 2, that's a really solid bonus in the end, results-wise, for EDG.
Probably going to be seeing more of the same here from G2. Real cautious at the beginning. EDG fully disrespecting A lobby, just walking all the way up. Now they hear the Euro all popped up, and G2, he wants nothing to do with it. Orb over the top as well, it's just straight from the lineup, but EDG player is going to be trying to evacuate into the arms of Leaf. Already sucked up position in through garage here. They hear the footsteps as well. EDG just crossed up, nobody not expecting, like Leaf could already have repositioned there. Fake into the TP, Kang. Not going to be setting his eyes there for long, but not also going to be winning out the fight. He's going to be dropped. And at this point, with just Simon and Smoggy left alive, forced to save these rifles.
And Simon's petrified. He thinks that Leaf is going to be coming around behind him. In his head there, Leaf was just pushing out garage, and Leaf is going to be popping out of, you know, window or pushing around behind him. He thinks he's fully stuck in that spot. Now, obviously, we can tell that Leaf had decided not to take that particular snack and had gone off in a different direction to make sure that the post plant was secure in other areas. But EDG getting a little stressed out in these final 2 rounds with the correct ways to respond to things. It was a beautiful insert, though, from Valens calling to get Leaf into that garage window position. That was lovely. But what we've seen from EDG in China is that they enjoyed flood defending on C. And that means that Chishu, Smoggy would hold their ground on C, anchor the site, and other people would come in to reinforce that. Now, I think one of the reasons that they are feeling like they can't do that here is because they've got 3 people defending A very late into the round, because they can never be sure that A is clear. You watch the way that EDG defend on the A site, they're holding the fault line, they're holding the stuns, they're not actually going for early round flushing out A lobby.
Walked straight past, there's no TP necessary, nobody punished for the hubris. Yes, it is these weaker weapons in the hands of these EDG players, and they want to try and make usage of them.
ノボディずっと悲しい感じになってる。
Yeah, I think you're right on the money as well, talking about that kind of push and pull from EDG where the defense onto A, it's going to be weaker. Kind of looking to do some damage.
Yeah, it's not necessarily weak, it's slow. I think that's the biggest issue that EDG are currently having. In an ideal world, they would want to flush out A lobby, clear it out, and then get back to doing what they're doing on the rest of the map.
G2 just going to be looking to get some players out alive, although Leaf might want to go hunting. 2 away from a pretty big ult. There's the one watching the flank though, and money is booming, so you don't really have to worry too much about losing some of these guns. Taking a jiggle, Simon spotted, taken out. And comes last one left, right through the wall.
And to add some additional context to G2's Haven, we haven't seen it very much this year.
No.
We've only seen it twice, I believe, both times playing this over Breach Comp, which was a surprise to us. Because when G2 were playing in Tier 2 under the Guard, they were known for pushing forward this Viper Omen composition and really selling new ideas and ways of playing it. I believe they invented this version of the Viper Wall as well, whereas other teams were using one that goes over towards the A spawn connector. A lot of other teams stealing their ideas, loving the way that Jonah P and Valen were playing on this map.
You're already seeing the difficulties for EDG to get a handle on that A lobby control. Unless they fully commit with bodies and a bit of utility to clear it out early. The Viper Wall.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, I think nobody needs to be using his drone from short to clear out that area while someone else jiggle spots A long. This is a mistake I think that a lot of people make against this Viper. Certainly one the Sentinels made when they were playing.
G2 right now, they're fishing for a couple of ults to be used, misused by EDG. They've got a lot in their back pocket. See the tap of the orb, that was the intent of it, to see if they had those protocols to
both flashes have been used already on A just to re-clear for information. And there are still 3 players deeply committed to the A site of 50 seconds on the clock. They're not ready to flood defend into B right now. Now they're starting to get a move on. Now they're starting to get here.
Ult line's good. Aftershock even better. We'll be able to get themselves out of there with the util. Yes, at least now the rolling thunder clears it, but it's an open and empty side at the end of the day. Kang. It's like tap. Forced out the first wave of things, which happens to be the bullets. Snakebite laid out on top. All alongside it. All grouped up. There needs to be an extra element here from EDG if they want to try and navigate this spot and situation. It's a drone out and through. It's going to get that tag onto Valen. Going to be util used to clear him out here. Wall blocking the way, but holding it down out through Garage. And whipping the rifle around, spraying. Not quite praying. It was all quite precise at the end of the day here for G2, but very well organized and navigated. As I said prior, I mean, a lot of ults to try and deal with and get through there to even get themselves into a plant position.
And they didn't bait any of them out. I mean, in terms of the post-plant ultimates, sorry. The ultimates that G2 had in their back pocket to make that post-plant a checkmate situation, it didn't even have to use them. Specifically the Hunter's Fury, but Leaf with the kills even got his lockdown online. That's going to be another amazing one to add to the arsenal. So, tack timeout called here by EDG. They've got to figure out how to stop the rock, because this is now 4 rounds in a row, likely 5 in a row, and they've used that breach ult. There wasn't really a push down mid there going on.
No.
There haven't been any opportunities for them to push up aggressively on C or A. They tried once to get Nobody and Kang on a deeper line in A lobby, but when that didn't work and the flank didn't pay off, it seems like they've been disinclined to go for it again. And unfortunately, what that means is G2 have just got their run of the map. Right now, it's almost like there's no defense for the first minute of the round as long as they don't go into a site. They can go garage, they can go down short, they can go up mid as long as they don't go into B. They're not getting contested.
No. Free reign to just break all the util passively laid out across the map here, so Chichu's trips, there's no play off of them most of the time when they're getting broken.
He must be having a nightmare as well. He keeps buying all of this utility and then it just gets broken.
Yeah. Within the first 40 seconds, G2 just taking their time with that one. And this entire comp of EDG, it really relies, I think, on either following the noise cues or knowing exactly where the hits are coming through so they can either flood defend, help some anchoring players, but when it's getting slow to a crawl like this by G2, they're forced to spread their players out, and you can't really play to the advantages of the composition. Here's a bit of a push, looking like they're trying to feign like they're fighting over A lobby, at least with the early stun, and Kang is immediately getting the hell out of there, but it's just a cheeky play. Throw out there when you're
やっぱ G2 の開幕めっちゃ爪警戒してるな。
Nobody posted up with a Marshall, so this is going to allow them to rotate other people off. You know, this line that he's on is going to allow the defenders to stack more over towards C rather than keeping those 3 cemented on A. This is the kind of thing they could maybe try to add into their rifle rounds.
Oh, Valen, oh my, nobody's catching the contact. I also heard the ult popped off into the background. It's Kang using it, but already understands that the rotations have to be coming through fast at it. Nobody's going to need some help now. He's going to be swarmed into this short position. Oh, still there, but it's going to be running short. Kills need to be found from it. The stun is almost perfect. Yes, indeed it is. There's that util that we're talking about. They've got spades of it to try and refight those areas, and what a time to do it. And Trent. Oh my. 30 seconds left into the round, but surely you can't do it in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Spike hard committed into the middle of nowhere. EDG's eye set on it.
リプレイ見て。
Too little time on the clock, surely.
Yeah, no, there's no way. Unless there's a weakness that crops up here for EDG, but they just catch it. The contact as Trent was sneaking around. So there's a thrifty win to put them onto the board.
なんだ今の。
And that's what EDG is that setup between getting aggressive on people as they're executing.
350の効果を。
That couldn't have been better from Simon. These players are just stunned up, unable to do a thing. Valen's the only one that could have bailed them out of that situation. And he whiffed and also had Leaf jumping around in his face. Couldn't even see the player that he was shooting at, really. Small bump in the road there for G2, but if they get right back on things here with like a Euro ult, Sova ult kind of combo, then they won't be too worried about dropping it. Kang looks to disrupt.
Holding time as well, but that turret's going to be dropped down. Kang, you are right into the middle of nowhere, using both the glides, but he just cannot escape from the fight that G2 were just squaring up to.
He knows he has to get aggressive in that spot though, because if you just let G2 fight, that ult combo is going to be deadly.
That's all occurring in the first 30 seconds. Nobody now will be using that drone to clear up through into short. Don't believe it's spotted onto IC. EDG's defensive setup again has to scatter. Losing Kang. Player's going to be spread thin. Nobody getting that tag as well, and you're going to be hearing that Euro ult popped off now. Corners are cleared by IC. Nobody going for again that re-exploration. It's a risky play that does not pay off for him.
EDG will go for it just to, you know, poke, prod, see if they can get a pick. But if they can't, this is looking like a save round already. But
Simon's missed.
With a couple kills, with 1 or 2, suddenly it becomes worth going for.
Especially with the damage done to Trent already. Simon's got, again, that util ready. Valindo holding the paranoia. It's going to be using this one pound for pound unless EDG have a plan around it. There's the blind and there's the smoke. Already down and out here. Time is going to start to tick here for EDG. Smoggy is waiting for his win con to try and play himself into this spot. Blinded up matters not, at least for G2. Got that discipline, making sure to play together as a pack.
And it only hurts the economy there of Simon. I mean, he's the player with 250 credits that might be feeling the squeeze a little bit. The others might be able to scrap together a buy. We'll see what decision they end up coming to, but yeah, that's the reason that Kang was so aggressive at the start of the round. If you allow G2 to get into a spot, they're just going to Yoru ult. If the Yoru spots somebody on site, they can solve her ult.
狙いが外れた時のネオンマジ悲しい。
Lockdown also to try to open up sites. They've just built up such big ult combos that they can use here to try to close out this half. We're in round 9 already. And EDG have actually ended up going for a half buy. They chose not to force.
The economy's gone a bit skew with.
That was the danger of committing to the retake. That's why I said it might have just been a save round, but they were baited into going for it after that pick on Leaf in mid.
Smoggy's going to be priming the paranoia. Kang with deep control. We'll see as well. There's a lot of information to give the rest of EDG, knowing that G2 are just sitting pretty. Or potentially giving up most of mid control. Thrown out. Used pound for pound again. Broken, taken out. Smoggy still holding spams. Expected. Heads up play by G2. And they don't overcommit into it. Instead, walking over. Kang's at an off angle. All he needs is the one kill, but running way ahead of it. It's a flash, or at least a stun, at least to play himself out. And he's done so with perfection. Nobody right from behind as well, making sure that this is really putting the squeeze down. That's ludicrous.
EDG and winning thrifty rounds. Iconic. Also, I am loving these fault lines from Simon. Oh my God, they're coming from Narnia.
He's cooking.
Straight out the wardrobe. I mean, he is miles away when he's throwing these. Take a look at this. Have a look at the minimap and see where he is. He's on B.
And he's throwing that one out.
He's so
Make sure that nobody can swing off of Trent.
Yeah. There's no... Trent jumps through there, and his movement indicates somebody on G2 is supposed to trade that out. They can't, they're stunned. Another beautiful moment from Simon with his supportive utility. It won't really show in the stats, but you can see it here. It's been a number of rounds now since Leaf has had
裏がリスのラインまで詰めてて、もうあそこに確定させてたのが強かったな。
Trying to get it into a position, you know, deep down short, tuck it into Bunny. But instead he's been covering the flank.
Never really in a position to use it. Might be getting challenged soon.
Yeah, that flank coverage may be coming through in this round.
No one's watching this. Nothing to take point and contact from it. The players have already pushed up from G2 straight into mid with the drone. Again, they are none the wiser. 3 players now. Kang leading the charge as the spearhead for the team and striking right where it hurts. It's G2. You're going to be left reeling and you have to pivot. You have to hard react now into the A site. It's the only option open. But already they've got these kill trip setups and Smoggy's already repositioned. The reinforcements have arrived at that. An ult committed up onto the high ground. This is an awkward position for G2 to be into. Jonah P with a plan, but he's pushed back and away from it with the damage done onto all of them. And already tacked up, a kill to be claimed. Jonah dropped, Valen is right there at him. Can gonna be found. Simon's right from behind, again put in the squeeze! And just not expecting it.
EDG are coming out with some brilliant, unexpected moves to turn the tide of this map completely. The rounds that they've won have not been based off having some immaculate defense. It's been based off putting people in unexpected positions. Kang tucks down into a spot. Simon stuns off the back of it. This round, they get a triple push coming out of C. They're finding the gaps in G2's expectation and G2's literal gaps in their defenses, if you want to talk about that round. Slipping in behind Leaf. A timeout call for G2. I think they could have been fast playing some of these ults. At this point, I mean, you're not going to get them back in the half.
No.
Right? So it comes down to finding the right moment for them. But
I mean, you got them so early on, you're basically going to get one ult per half at this point.
Yeah. Are you going to really be able to find moments to use Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, and Viper's Pit all in one round?
Yeah.
Probably not. That's why I was advocating for using them in round 9, round 10, maybe even earlier. But all right. It's 5 apiece. EDG balloons slightly with the win of the pistol, but still with a nice comeback here to even things up. G2 with a scrappy buy, but they are going to force.
Okay. In the danger zone potentially, but there's only 2 rounds left to play for in this first half.
The Guardian and the Bulldog are not great in these kind of spots.
What are they going to go for? As you mentioned, they haven't gone quick into really any of these rounds. Could be trying offset against the conditioning that they've been laying down, which is that slow play, but maybe that will get read by EDG.
If they do increase the tempo, Kang is on the wrong side of the map. But no.
Hey.
Decide to play this one pretty similarly to the rest of their rounds. Slowly. There's that alarm bot over towards C. Not sure what happened with the alarm bot in the previous round. I wasn't paying attention to it. So that's going to stop any kind of push now from happening.
Through spots outmost. It's the trip here for the defensive setup. Kang's at the up though. Great line of sight. Good awareness though from G2, already jump spotting this one with the smoke in their face to try and feign like they're crossed up here. But a lockdown's not going to be stretching into the back section of this C site. And Kang will be able to hold his ground, stand it down. Hunter's Fury now into the corner. That is a nice set play. Haven't seen that one in quite some time. Reminiscent of EG on Fracture back in the day. Icy will be able to get that plant down as a result of that one. So baiting him in, but he hadn't cleared Smoggy, but the trade is intact. And there, Valen rewarded with it. That patience that's being played, and with the pit drop down into the back. Chichu's desperately hunting for the neural theft. He does get it off and stays alive. What can EDG do with that information? Stun into the corner again. Global util, it's been good. Trent is basically dead to rights. Indeed, cleaned up just from that utility time. Might start to become a problem. Spike's ticking away. Chichu with another one. Pit's still up though. Gotta worry about this one.
It's not planted for the pit.
Yeah, it's playing out wide here. To tap. Knows he's not playing onto the contact. Jonah P's going to be weaving in and out. Still going to be coverage. There! He jumps around the corner, but it's Simon who saves the bloody day. Oh, time getting away. 0.36.
That's a ridiculous situation because there wasn't a player on G2 there that really slowed that down. EDG probably could have played that half a second quicker and still had the same result. I mean, you know, Valen maybe slows things down just a slight amount, but it's all just based on when Chichu gets on that defuse.
Oh, it's a heartbreak.
It wasn't quite there early enough. Final round of the half. Feels like EDG could have had that one in the bag. Simon with a big breach ult risks his life slightly.
Just trying to set Kang into the appropriate spot. I see. Spam down into the corner here. Smoggy though is going to be going down. Valen will not leave that one uncontested. Nobody. Steep tucked Paranoia is going to be dodging. But at least with the draw away. Backstabs in play. Kang with all that positioning. 6-6. That is an explosive finish to the first half of Haven.
And one more situation where EDG find the gap. Bait them into a big fight in short, walk down mid. Kang is right there for the backstab. It looked like G2 had all of their pieces prettily set up throughout this half. Yeah, EDG have still responded.
まあ試合続いてるんで、
Salvaged it,
公式チャン
man,
ネル
just
で
from the
続
scraps
きが
as
気にな
well.
る方はどうぞ。
やらなきゃいけない。
お疲れ様でーす。
お疲れ様です。
ます。
あとは、なるおさんだけか。
これどっちだ？
なるおさん、マジ何するんだ？俺全然ない、なるおさんの情報が。
何すんだろうね。なんか自信ありそうな空気で喋ってたけど、ちょっと前。
今日配信見たらフェニ使ってたんですけどね。うまかったですよ、
フェニ使ってた？
結構。そう、フェニ。ヘイブンで。
まあフェニックスは別にいいかな。ちょっとね。
シャカさんは何やるんですか？
なんでもいいよ。
おー、フレックス。
前はデュエットスモークやった。
じゃあ多めか。
多めか。
ヘイブン、
多めか。
多めん。
あ、でも今ネオンめっちゃ強いんですよ。
ネオンやったよ。前回の大会。
やってましたよね。
うん。
なんかヘイブンネオンクソ強いんですよ。
え、そうなんだ。
そう。相手にサイファーいなかったら多分もう無双できるんで。
へえ。
まあできるけどね。
シャカさんネオンはワンチャン。
マップどこ？
マップヘイブンっすね。ヘイブンと相棒とかだった気がする。
ヘイブンが相棒。
うわ、俺ブリーチでもいいな。どう？
いや、ブリーチ熱い。
ブリーチできる人いるの熱い。
ブリーチいけますよ、俺。
ブリーチ楽しい。
あ、そうか、みどりさんもワンチャンブリーチはい
ける。ブリーチスカイとかだったから。
おお。
じゃあ俺そばやって、
ああ。
いや、でもデュエ、さすがに俺かシャカさんがやった方がいいのか？むず。
こっちがいいんだ。
転勤ヘイブンってレイズまだ強い？
レイズはもう、
もう
0%っすね、ピック率。チャンピオン。
やるならジェット？
まあ、ジェットかネオンだね、マジで、今は。
ネオン。
でも、アリケンさんのうまさならいけるかもしれん。
ネオン？
ワンチャン。あ、いや、レイズ。
あ、レイズ？
うん。
俺やるな、まあでもジェットもできなくはないよ、全然。
うん。
引き伸ばしにするときのコンパレの設定ってなんだっけ？スケーリング全画面だっけ？
引き伸ばしできるんですか、バロって。
確か全画面。
全画面か。引き伸ばしできるよ。
へえ。
これでいけるかな。
これ、なるおさん大丈夫？来るかな？
まあ寝てるかも。
来ない。
寝てるか。バーサス今日はどこだ？カルビチームか。ってことはカルビチームってことはモンド？
モンド。
うーわー。怖っ。クソ強えんだよな。カルビどうせ多めんでしょ。
カルビさん絶対多めだと思います。
だよね。
はい。
前回のハルバロすごかったもん。マジでリーパーにしか見えなかった戦い方が。ちょっとテンさん決めてくださいよ、キャラ。
いやー、ちょっと迷い中っすね、今。これ見れます？
どれ？
バロプラント。ちょっと今日結構話すこととかここに帰ってきたんですけど。
ごライブしてる？
あ、このサイトで多分見れるんで。
俺、前解像度何にしたっけ？
どこあった ?A グループのチャット。A グループチャット。あった。はいはいはい。はい、開いた。真っ暗なんだけど。
あれ、ない。
これってもう画面共有とかじゃなくなったんだ。
これ、まあ、画面共有でもできるけど、こっちだった方が見やすいかなって。
なるほどね。
なんかシークエンスって書いてあると思うんだけど、左上に。
シークエンス、はい。
それの5番ってとこに今、はい。
はい。
キャラとか載せてる。
ちょっと待って、ナルオジェット
やばいかなって思いつつ、
ナルオジェットですか。これ俺も書けるじゃん。こうしとこう。
何この矢印これ何
ナルオジェットにハテナつけとく。
釈迦さんとナルオさんの部分を逆でも、どうだろう、ナルオさん次第なんだよな。
解像度ってどうやって作るんだっけ？
解像度コンパネの、
カスタム解像度の作成か。
そっち。
よし。
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。お願いします。
お願いします。
なるほどです。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
お願いします。
はじめましてが多いのか。
はい。
はい。
アリケンさんとシャカさん以外はちょっと、はじめましてです。
よろしくお願いします。ライトです。
ストグラの方たちって聞いております。ストグラですよね。いや、もういつも見てますよ、本当。
浅いな。絶対見てねえしな。絶対見てねえしな。
いや、本当ありがとうございます。来週できるなんて。
なるおさん、いきなりだけど、
はい。
得意ピック、得意キャラは何ですか？
いや、もう何でもいけますよ。
もう、
ふざけんな
ってもう。
ふざけんなじゃないでしょ、課長。
絶対できねえんだろ。
一番使ってるキャラなんですか？ちゃんと言ってください、ちゃんと。
でも、フェニックス？
フェニなんだよ。
フェニックスはない。
フェニックス
今回はちょっとなしということで。
ちょっと。
一応ね。
あ、ほんと。
その次に
その次に使ってるのは。
その次？
うん。
じゃあ。KO かな？
お
KO。
本当本当
KO。
ダメ？
いや。素晴らしいピックだと思います。
ダメだ。
素晴らしい。
ダメっすね。
KO の次一応聞いてもいいですか？
KO の次？
次っす。
デッドロックとか？
おお。いや。変なキャラばっかだ。
デッドロック。
ああ。そっか、じゃあ、そういうのが欲しいんだ。じゃあ、チェンバーとか？
なるほどね。そういうことか。キルジョイとかは？
いや、あれダメです。
あれ
ダメなんだ。じゃあ、相場。
いや、俺相場も本当に使えないです。
じゃあもうガチだ。
何も使えないじゃん。
オーメンは？オーメン。
いや、俺木全部使えないです。
木全部使
えないです。
木全滅。
いや、スイッチもなしで。
全部無理っすね。
ジェットは？
あ、夜とか。
ちょっと待って、誰に教わったんすか、バロを。一体。
何も教わってないです。
そいつ悪いやつですよ、多分教わったやつ。
いや、何も教わってないですけど、ダメですかね？ダメかな？
いや、ダメではないです。
ダメではないです。
それを生かしていきましょう。
ちなみに皆さんのそのキャラクターは何なんですかね？
このチーム A グループってとこに貼ってあるリンクに一応書いてます。
ありがとうございます。チーム A グループ、これか。
はい。
飛んでもらって、
はい。
左上にシークエンスって書いてあるんですけど、そこの5番押してもらえたら。
やばい、課金できなくなっちゃった。
シークエンス
なんか飛んだら左上にあります
ありますあります。
画面消した方がいいか。
ちょっとわかんないです、シークエンス。
OK です。ちょっと画面消します。
ケンス。これ映しちゃっても大丈夫ですか、配信。
あ、
映さない方がいいですか。あ、大丈夫ですか。
大丈夫です。
ありがとうございます。
なるほど、誰かなるおさんのところにハテナつけてますよ。悪いやつがいますね、これ。これ俺が買うにしときますわ。
これ、見たこと。
あ、やべ、ミスった。ちょっと待った。
使えますね。バロ界隈だと。
使うんだ。
ので、
はい。
一応、なるおさんのこの横のキャラはこれですね、今。
フェニックスじゃダメっすかね。フェニックスじゃダメ。
フェニーもありなんですけど、
はい。じゃあ行きますか。いや、それじゃあ行きますわ。ちょっと試しに行きますよ。
フェニーで
一応みんなに確認取った方がいいかも。
いや、俺そいつ行きますよ。背負いますよ、僕が。僕のじゃあ見せますよ、ナイフ。区内見せますよ。
これ捨てて、なんか赤いな。
ちょっと待って、そうそう、僕いいんですか、デュエで。ちょっと待ってください。デュエ多分一番重いっすよね。
いや、まあ、責任は結構ありますね。
ですよね。ちょっと待ってください。ちょっと待ってください。でも俺、その上2つも無理で。
そうですね。
でもまだまだ上位の方が許しいっす。俺、背負えない。
ライトさん、そっか、ライトさんもデュエいけるのか。
いや、
ライトさんは、
ちょっと待ってください。
押し付けましたね、僕に。
ちょっと待って、ちょっと下がってください。
僕に押し付けましたよね、それ。
いや、僕はデュエリストの重みを知ったんですよ、前回。
ってことですよね。
はい、重みを知って。
重かったんですよ。
もう二度と使いたくない。
もう、はい。もう、釈迦さんのネオンと対面できないぐらいまで、はい。
だから重かったんですよね。
はい、重かったです。
トラウマになっちゃってる。
デュエを誰がデュエやるか問題はあるな。
アセントジェットと、なんだっけ、アビスネオンは俺やったから、まあ多分覚えればまあいけんくはない。
じ
ゃあ、シャカちゃんじゃいいじゃん。
でもアイスボックスはどっちにしろ、なんかまあって感じじゃないですか、多分。
アイスボックスもあるんですか？
アイスボックスありますよ。
アイボとヘイブンかな。
ヘイブンは、まあネオンいけるけど、そうなってくるとでも木いないみたいな感じ？
木やるっすよ、俺全然。
まあなんでも。
じゃあ、僕サイファーいけますか？
でも多分俺がデュエやると全体があれなんじゃないかな。歪むんじゃないかな。
コールがね。
そうっすね、アリケンさんが木やると、多分このイニシの部分がバグるんですよ。
イニシ、あれ、僕月光ダメですか？
月光
だけだったらもう本当に頑張れます。
ヘイブンって、まあでも相場欲しい。
いや、まあそう
いいですよ、じゃあ僕がフェニックスでいきます。
なんで、何が、ちょっと待って、何があったんですか、この2、3分で。
背負いましょう。
急に腹くくるのやめてくださいよ。
僕が背負いますよ。見せてやりますよ。エイムはフラッシュの前に関係ないってことを見せますよ。ダメですか？
まあ、みんなよかったら。
みんなよかったらやめて。
いや、ちょっとそう。やっぱ勝てる、ちょっと選んでくださいよ。転勤 TV が。勝てる構成を。
勝てる構成？
一回もう俺ら全員にやらせてほしい。
じゃあ
これやれって
決めていいんですか？
そう。
確かに。
じゃあ、
育てればいいから。
じゃあこれはもうなしで。
はい。
これなしで。
はい。
フェニー
でももうこれなんですよ。これか。奈良さんネオンとかどうですか？
そっちのはまだいいっす。
こっちいけるんですか？
いや、
ネオンいけるんですか？
走れば。
走れば。
本
当か？大丈夫か？
僕赤色のやつでもいいんですよね、これ。
もう、大地さんは自由って感じで。
自由。そうだったらもう、サイファーで。お願いします。
じゃあ僕、ネオンでいきます。 なんでハマれますか？なんでハマれますか？
ちなみに、なるおさんって最高ランクなんぼなんですか？
確かに確かに。
プラチナニス。
高いな、でも割と。
うん、強い。
あ、でも、
プラチナ。
ネオンか。今まで何回使ったことありますネオン。
70回ぐらい。
絶対嘘。
俺が絶
対嘘。
なんていう数字？
いや、本当にあります。いや、本当にあります。
あります
あります。
一回やってみます？一回だけ、とりあえず。
これ行ってみましょう。
試し。
行きましょう。
そうですね。
これで。で、やばかったら帰りましょ
わかりました。
言うてあと2分じゃん。早っ。
早いの。
もう2分後に本番ですか？本番ってスクリームですか？
本番。スクリーム。
わ
かりました。
これ、あれ、ちょっと僕、フレンドを送らせてもらってもいいですか？
ぜひぜひ。
はい。
お願いします。どうすればいいんだ？
じゃあ、ネオンでいくか。
すげえ、なるおさん、そんないきなり言われてできるんだ。すごいな。
いや、まあ80回ぐらい使ってますから。
10回増えたな。
いけますよ。
適当にや。
ね。走り込んで打てばいいんですよね。大丈夫です。
今、走り込みながら打てますよ。
ですよね。
ですよね。
知ってる。
大丈夫？
知ってる？
ちょっと見て、じゃあ、ちょっと俺のキャラコン見てほしい。見てください。
マジ？見る。
見てて、ちょっと見てて。いくよ。
ちょっと待って。
見て、ちょっ
と待って。
ちょっと早く。
まだ。本当にまだ。はい、どうぞ。
いくよ。ちょっと見てよ、ほら。はい。
でも、後ろスライディングできるんだ。
横は
ほら。おおでしょ？こういうことでしょ？
じゃあ、後ろに回転、曲がり角曲がりながらスライディングしてほしいです。
曲がり角も、これ？こうかい？
曲がり角が。
ここ曲がればいいよね。
いや、そっち見ないとダメじゃない？
くださいよ。
違う、できてんのこれ？
できてるぐらいですか？
ジャンプピック。
爆速プラチっすよ、俺。
爆速ジャンプピークやってみてほしい。
こうね。こうでいいんでしょ？
まあ。
任せてくださいよ。
なるおさん、マジ、全然やばいっすね。最高っすね。
任せようとしてる。
いや、もうすごいっす。マジっすよ。
ライトちょっとせこいよ、もしかして。
いや、何言ってるんですか。いや、ほんとすごい。
やらせようとしてるね。
いや、してないっすよ。
なるおさん、スキルはスキル。他のスキル。
これでしょ？
カーテンとか。
これやって走ればいいんでしょ？こうやって。
おおそんな
ボタン押しただけだよ、
すごすぎる。
いけますよ、ライトさん、これ。
いけます。いや、ほんと
本当ですか？
マジコーチ無言です。
テンさんどうですか？
いや、よかったっす。い
いいんだ。
とりあえずやってみますか。
とりあえずやる。
実際だったらわかるんで。
わかりました。
そこまで言うか。
任せてください。
すごい。
これですごいって言われる。ボタンを押しただけで褒められた。これでいこう。
あれ、これ引き伸ばし。
大丈夫、なるさん。最高のアシストするから、任せて。
任せてください。お願いしますよ、有健さん。
なるさんが戦いやすいように頑張るから、俺も。
お願いしますよ。
僕があともうその敵のいる位置をもう確実に絞っていくんで、もう手のひらだなって感じ。お願いします。
離婚で光ってるやつを倒せばいいだけですね。
そうです。
わかりました。チャカちゃんも木出してよ、早く。
はい、わかりました。俺スモークですか？
じゃないですか、わかんないけど。
スモークっすね。
はい。OK です。
で、俺がブリーチ。
走るから、俺。
はい、わかりました。でも、ついてくのは俺じゃなくて、イニシの2人かもです。
そう。
わかりました。よし。
もうどこ集合すればいいんだ、これ。
これ、
なんかダイスロールするみたいな。
じゃあ、テンさん、俺、アイババイパー？テンさん？俺、アイババイパー。
なんか、相棒 なんかミックスらしいんですよ、チームが。
ミックス？
あ、A、B 混ぜるってやつですよね。
アイスボックスもやるんすか、今。
なるおさんは相棒じゃない。
シャカさんと
そう、なんか分かれるんすよね。
テンさん
そういうことか。
ティア3までの人がティア1から、ティア1、ティア2、ティア3の人が、なんか B と混ざるみたいな。
なるほど。
何それ？どういうこと？もう意味が。
そう、なんかあるんすよ。なんか普通の俺らだけのマッチと、なんか合体するマッチ、A と B とがあるんすよね。
へ
え。俺とシャカさんは B の3人と組んで、で、A の3人は B の2人と組んでみたいな、ミックスアップみたいなのがあるんですよ。 なんかもうあれらしいですよ。A と B で被ってるシルバーとゴールドの人がスイッチするらしい。
ああ、なるほど。
やばい、なんか、
それってスクリムではやるの？ どうなんですか？マップでも2マップやるみたいな。超むずそうだな。
今日やるんじゃないですか、それ。あれ、違わない
やる。 今日2マップ目がミックス1、2でやるっぽいんで。 俺ロール回しますよ、これ。
お願いします。
はい、回す。
ミックスするんだ。
何これ、どうすればいいの？ロールの後に。
My ult is ready.
B いいじゃん。
フラッシュロール。
なんか銃声しないんだけど、何これ？
ロールが回せない。あ、いけた。あ、勝った。
なんか俺、バロバグってる。
テンさん、これ、もう部屋立ってますか？
部屋は、
A サイド、B サイド、どちらを A サイド、B サイド。
まだ立ってないかな。
何これ？
銃声がない。
銃声がない。
なんか俺バロ弾が出なくてボットが壊れる音しかしない。何これ？
空気砲。
こんなことある。
これテンさんどっちスタートの方がいいんですか？ A と B。なんか俺勝ったっすよ、ロール。
どこでやってます？あ、これか。
全体チャットで。
あ、これか。ロール？何これ？
これどういうこと？これ
何してるの？
向こうの代表誰かわかんないから。これモンドじゃないの？向こうの代表は。
モンドか。なんか混ざってるから。どれだ？あ、そういうことか。
そう、俺ら勝ったから。
俺らが決めれるのか。
A と B ってどういうこと？
A チーム
A がマップ1の攻守選択。これもしかして、むずいわ、点検、これちょっと。
なんか俺もわかんないな。
とりあえずディフェンダーか攻めか選べるっしょ、これ。
A が、
よし。
ああ、なるほど。あ、俺らが、
目の大きいチームが A か。
マップ1の攻守選択。
全マップの攻守を一度に決定。
目の大きいチームが A か B を選択。
あ、一度に。やばい、天気むずい、これ俺。とりあえずロールでは勝った。ダイスでは勝った。
とりあえず勝った。
とりあえず。
とりあえずコース選ぶのか、俺らは。マップ1の。
下がってきた。
ぽいよね。じゃあとりあえず、攻めとか、メイン。
ハルみたいなところに入ればいいです。ボイチャ移動したらいいですか？
いや、ボイチャここ。
あ、ここでいいんですか？
はい。
A の場合は A グループの1番の攻守。B の場合は A グループの攻守を選べます。あ、A グループと B グループのどっちかを選べだ。勝ったら。 あ、じゃあもう A、B まとめてのダイスなんだ。
そういうこと？
B も背負った。てか B チームもうそっか、今からやんのか。
同時にやるみたいですね。
そうだ、B チーム。
あ、そうなんだ。あ、同時にやるんだ。
B チームは集まってるのか。そうなると
代表はモンゴルで
トラネコさん。
トラネコさん。
ってことっすよね。
で、こっちは誰が代表だったんだっていう。
あ、
これだから俺誰と
誰とはケンさんもうあれじゃない？これ。
負けてる？負けたわ。
俺ら多分もう負けてるよ。
多分一番最初にB チームの人と
あ、そういうこと
がやってるから
やってて、でトライコさんが今喋ってるのか。そういうことか。
俺ダイスした人やん。嵐やん俺。
マップ2の攻守選択。
マップ2の攻守選択？
ミックスの状態のっていうことですよね。相棒と。
今日ミックス。今日はミックスしないよね。
あ、2マップ目がミックス。
あ、今日ミックスじゃあ全員この後他の人ともう一回組むってこと？
そう。
むずっ。
あ、他の人と組むんですか？
あ、そうそうそう。
そうですね。2マップ目は
A と B があるんですよ。10人なんですよ、今回、1チーム。55の10人で、A と B の何人かが変わるみたいな。
2マップ目、相棒とバインドっす。
バインドやりて
攻守選択、これ。
つうかこれいきなりミックスチームになってこう何も分かんないチーム変わって何やるかも決まってない状態でこれ2戦目スタートすんの？
多分
そういうこと？キャラも適当でいいのかな？
なわけあるかいい。
キャラはま
手前には話さなきゃいけないと思うけど。
さすがにか。
てかコーチがどっちつくかとかもむずそう。
いや、コーチはあれでしょ、そのどっちが移動するか決まってるんでしょ。俺らの方に多分 B の3人が来るっていうあれだから。
ああ、なるほど。じゃあ A のテンさんなんだじゃあ。
そう、俺とケン君は多分テンさんのままで。
なるほどね。
定なんだよ。
多分3人は
そう
B チームのコーチにっていうか B チーム側に行く方って扱いなんじゃないかな多分。
ああ、なるほど。
どうしよう天気。これ選手選択お願いしますって言われてるよ俺ら。
選手？
攻守選択。
ちょっと
もうあれじゃないですか。
漢字読めないやめて。
ハリケーンさん、ありがとうございます。
できない結果。
ほぐれました。
コースこれもいいっすよね。
うん。もうなんか
変わらない。攻めでいきましょう、攻めで。
攻めで。
攻め。
攻め了解です。
始まりますか？
もうやる気満々やないですか、なるほどさん。ちょっと
なるさん結構時間ないんで構成変えるってなる可能性も全然あるっすからね。そのノリでネオンって言ってたっぽかったけど。
ああ、いやいや大丈夫でしょ。
本当にやりきる自信がって言ったんですもんね。
もちろん。
オッケー。
顔が真剣だ。もうなんか怖いので分かっちまった。
怖いわなんかシャカちゃん。
いや一応ね。
怖い。
怖くねえよ。
これ今マップ2のコース選択と思いましたけど、あれですね。2マップ目じゃなくてこれあれですね。俺ら関係ないマップ攻めって言ったんですね。
関係ないマップ。
B チームのマップあるじゃないですか、アセント。
はいはい。
それを攻めって言ったんですね、今俺らこれ。
俺ら B チーム勝手。
そんなことして
今3マップのコース選択決まってますよ。
ちょっと待って、むずい。
わかんないよ、
むずいって。
いやでもアセントも攻めやってもらっててもいいんじゃないですか。やっぱ攻めの方が大事やからやっぱ。
そう。
B チームが今どういう会話をしてるのかが知りたい。
でもテンさん一応前回の大会のメタ的に、みんなセットはめっちゃ考えてくるんですよチームで。だから攻めが強いです基本。
攻め。
それで守りは結構ケースバイケースのその対応が結構できないことが多くて、相手が決めたセットが大体決まってっていうのが多かったです、基本的には。
でも守りはもう僕が教えるんでめちゃくちゃ
OK です。
ありがとうございます。
してください。で攻めなんかセットあんま作りたくないんですけど俺どう思います？
いらないっすよ。
いらないっすよね、ナローさんが。
ナローさんスタートでってことですね。
伸び込むんで。 走り込むんで。
毎回ファーストブラッド。
はい、任せてください。走り込むんで。任せてください。なんでこんなやるすごいな。なんかレディアントに見えてきた。レディアントに。ナルオレディアントに見えてきたな。まあまあまあまあまあ。俺の今のランキングがさ、アリケンさん。何ボスか。ゴールド1っす。いやでも一番怖い。走ってくるゴールドが一番怖いよ。任せてください。走ってくんだよ。怖いよね。任せてくださいよ。始まりますか？
まだ部屋作られてないです。
あ、まだですか？いきなり始まる。俺の銃がもうなってるんですけども、早くファーストブラッドしてえなって。これどこに行けばいいの俺ら。
まだ攻守選択なんですよ。次マップ4つ目来てます。
これ今日のスクリームだけのを決めてるんだよ。
あ、今日のスクリームの。
あ、とりあえずその感触を見るってことですね。うん。もう何もわかんない。手探り。
これもう答えちゃっていいかな。
いいんじゃない？
じゃあ攻めで。
そうですね。
相手も攻めしか選んでない。あ、でもディフェンダースタートしてるわ。
じゃあこれ平分。俺は何したらいいですか、天さん。俺は何したらいいですか。いや、オーメンで何したらいいですか。
あ、オーメンでですか。何も決めてないんだよな。
確かに IGL シャカさん。
とりあえずシャカさん、アリケンさんでなんか全体見てもらえばなって感じですね。
なるほど。なるほどですね。
お願いします。
なんですか？
みどりさんってランクどんくらいまで？
僕最高ダイヤ3。
ああ、最高。
高いな。
でも全然やってなくて。今ゴールド2です。認定終わったら。
同じなんだね。俺は今。
いいですか？なるおさん、なんか、戦闘でなんかコールできたりします？
ああ、任せてください。
それしか言わない。
フラッシュ欲しいとか言える？
そう、フラッシュ欲しいとか、ここのサイト行きたいとか。
ああ、任せてください。
じゃあお願いします。
はい。行くとき行けばいい。もう行けますよって言えばいいんですよね。ああ、もう行きます。もう俺走り込みますよって言えばいい。ちょっと待って、これ振りじゃないなのさ、大丈夫これ。いや、こんだけ自信満々でなんかスクリームボロボロになったりしないこれ。いや、まあそれはありえますよね。それは正直だってね、しょうがない。でもまあ、はい、やってみないとわかんないですからね。
なんかここ行きてえなとか、このサイト行ってみてってなったら全然気楽に行っちゃって大丈夫です。
ああ、わかりました。OK です。
なんか僕のカメラもなんかどの辺を見てほしいみたいに言われたらもう全然その辺見ますんで。はい。
わかりました。
優しいな。
俺に落ちてないですかみんな。なんか
ついてくんで。
あ、本当ですか。
はい、ついてくる。絶対ついてくるんで。
わかりました。任せてください。
絶対追い詰めるんで僕のカメラとワイヤーが。はい。連線任せてください。
OK です。
前線。
わかりました。
前線をワイヤーとカメラが追い詰める。
すみません。電線です。電線。僕の電線が。はい。
どっちでもいいんだけど。
わかりました。ワイヤーって言ってくれよ。
なんか言えないんだよ。
まあ一生懸命やります。とりあえず。
はい。
これはテンさんが部屋と。
部屋立てか。
はい。
OK です。あ、なるほど。パーティーコードが。
楽しみだな。
いや、楽しみですね。
ね。もう入れますか？
それやりたがりがなんだその。
やる気がすごいな。
やる気がありますかそれは。
やっぱ相手チームもいるんで。
ああ、なるほど。
準備ができたね。
じゃあ貼ったっす。
天さんのとこ行けばいい？
うん。
ありがとうございます。
行かせていただきますね。
で、俺らがどっちスタート？アタッカーか。よし。トイレ行ってきます。
はい。
よっしゃい。
いらっしゃい。
走り込むか。よいしょー。皆さんランクどのぐらいなんですか？
僕はゴールドになんか勝手に上がってしまったって感じですね。ゴールド止まりです。
俺もダイヤぐらい。
相手の方はどのぐらい高い人とか分かります？レディアントとかいないですよね。
まあ、
モンドめっちゃ高くなかったでしたっけ？
高そう、モンドさん。
モンドさんが強いんだ。
まあ多分この感じだと40キルされて試合に負ける可能性はある。
そんなやっぱ強いんだな。
いや、それはないですよ、絶対。ないです。阻止するんで、はい。
阻止する
連戦が。はい。
ワイヤーでね、
はい
やっちゃう感じだ。モンドさんが強いんだな。
そうっすね。
楽しみだな。エーペックス元プロの方なんですか？よいしょ。モンドさん
ってプロだっけ？
もともと出てませんでした試合。
モンドっすか？
ああ、そうそうそう。
プロやってたんじゃないですか？
なんならパブジもやってましたもん。
あれ
そうなの？
俺以外ルームにいる？あれ俺これどうしたらいいですか？
あ、なるほど。
僕はもう置いてかれてる。
参加リクエスト、なるほどさん。いける。
ごめん、なるほどさん、やる気満々だったからもういるもんだと思ってた。
いや、いないっす。
一人だけいないっす。一番やる気ありますが、一人だけいいね。
全然いないっす。参加リクエストってどうやってやったらいいんですか？
右クリ
ライトさんにとりあえずこれ飛ばしちゃっていいですか？
あ、飛ばしてください。ありがとうございます。これでもう、ありがとうございます。
どうやって飛ばすんだろう？
右クリをしたら出ないですか？右のフレンド欄から名前右クリックをしたらリクエスト招待みたいな。
いや、
なんだっけ？
ない。
参加リクエストみたいなの出てこないですか？
参加リクエスト。
逆にライトさんを送るのもありなんじゃないですか、招待。
はい、すいません。
そうですね。なるおさんいないっすね。なる
フレンドなった
あれ？
フレンド送りました僕に。
なったんじゃね
いや、送り方はわからないんで、ちょっと。
送りが
進んでねえのかよ。
送るタイプですね。送るタイプ。
はい、すいません。なるおシャープ8439です。
なるおシャープ。
なるおローマ字で。
あ、ローマ字で。
ライトさんしか書いてないからな。ライトさんと緑さんしか。
3。
あ、8439です。
8439。はい。
はい、すいません。
こちら今ね、お送りさせていただきたいんで。はい。
ありがとうございます。あ、来ました。ありがとうございます。
で、右クリして、参加リクエスト送って、
はい。参加リクエストね。
あ、来たかな？
来ました。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
そしたら俺らがフレンドを送っとけば、明日以降もいけるね。
完璧です。
はい。
はい、いけますね。
デイリー出しちゃいます。
はい。
今回は、天さん喋れる？
なんか常に喋れるっぽいですね、一応。
そうなんだ。
どうします？どっちの方がいいですか？
いいんじゃないですか、喋って。
うん。
お願いします。
なんか、日に日に、こう、少なくしていくというか、イメージでいいんじゃないかな。
OK です。ラウンド中も喋っちゃっていい感じですか？
全然も
う。みんな的には。
はい。
はい。
全然もう、はい、お願いします。
なんか、雰囲気見つつ、はい、お願いします。なんか全然、なんか何も分かってなさそうだなってなったら。ここ強くね？
ね。ごっちゃんとか普通にめっちゃ強いしな。
いや、マジでそれ SR 嫌だな。
アトミックスさんってどんなもん？
なんか最高汗。
汗？
うん、汗だったはず。
気が
強いな。
これはちょっと強いですね。
なるほど。
いきます。
はい。
はい。
ありがとうございます。
はい。
お願いします。
お願いします。
よし。
とりあえずピックミスだけしないように。
何これ、キモ。
はい。
何も見えない。
ああ。何も見えない？
何これ。コーチ画面バグってる。
ピック画面クソキモいんだけど。
そうっすよ、これ。なんか、現代風になった。
俺、解像度変えてるから、アイソ見えないんだけど。
そんなことあります？
そんなことある。
ある。
アイソに緑マンのアイコンがドカぶりしてて。
そういうこと。
そう。
テンさん、これちなみに最初何買います？ゴーストとカーテンですか？
ゴーストとフレンジとか得意だったりします？
ま
あ、じゃあゴーストとスタンで。
はい、ゴーストとスタンで。
スタンで、はい。
わかりました。あ、フレンジで走り込んだ方がいいってことですね。
あ、そうですね。まあ、使えるんだったらそっちの方が強いですけど、どっちも大丈夫です。
ゴーストにしますわ。じゃあフレンジにします。じゃあフレンジ。OK です。
ケンさん、僕はゴーストと電線1本でいいですか？
うん、電線とケージとゴースト。
あ、わかりました。
スタンでいいですね。スタンで。わかりました。
テンさん、僕はスキル全部ですよね。
ありがとうございます。スキル全部。緑さん、
もうやべえよ、これ。
あ、ドローンます。あ、どっちも大丈夫です。
好みで大丈夫。
あ、OK です、OK です。
とりあえずパート A ラッシュかましていいですか？
そんななんかもう打ち上げみたいなノリで。
いや、行くなら C じゃないですか？ C。
ああ、
じゃあ
C ラッシュ。
パート C ラッシュ。
パートね。
そこはこだわりねえんだ。
ない。
とりあえずパーッと行きたい気分なんだ。
パーッと C 行こうかな。
とりあえずもうミスしてもいいんで、も
う。でも待って、敵フラッシュいないよ。
確かに。
楽だこれ。めっちゃ楽。守りどうするんだろう。
多分オペ出してくるっすね。4ラウンドか3ラウンド目ぐらい。
あ、オペね。
まあでも俺らオペだいぶケアできるから
ね。
うん。
奈良さんどっちにスタン欲しい？右がいい？
右かな。
じゃあここはアクションで潰して右のラインにスタン入れるね。
いや、俺奥に入れるんで。
おお、じゃあ俺はパーッと走りますわ。
あ、パーもう
行きましょう、
パーッと行きますわ。
C の奥の壁にタッチしたら勝ちで。
あ、これテンさん、俺やっぱゴーストでもいいですか？
大丈夫です。
ちょっと大丈夫
シュラシュラシュラシュラ。
されたでしょ。
パーッといっちゃった。
パーッといっちゃいます。
パーッと。ナイス。強っ。一人やった。まだごめん。さやなか。僕投げますわ。
俺いないよ。
ど
んな感じ？左奥。
足音しますよ、足音。
まだ残ってる。
やばっ。どこ
ごめん、捕まえちゃった。やっぱエース取りか。うわ、ナイストライ。
ナイス。
ナイストライ。
まあ。
次し行くときはバックサイドまで取りましょう。これみんなで。
オッケーです。
ボーンっていく感じ。
ドーンっていく感じね。わかりました。
エントリーめっちゃ良かったっす。なるほどさん。
フラッシュ構えて。
あ、良かったっすか？
めっちゃ良かった。
マジでよかった。
ちょっと下打ちはちょっとあれです。
ちょっと待って。
なんか余計な球が。
ガレジ
ワープのやつを。
ワープのやつか。
そう、ワープのやつ壊したんです。違う。もうガレージパート入っていいですか？
あ、ミスターごめんなさい。
あ、待って、スタン、
シュッ。
ゴー。
とりあえず壊したよ。
スタン入れるから行く？それ。
ここ？
うん、上乗る？上行く？
いや、
はい、入れた。
奥にスモーク焚いた。
また右いる。
ごめん、右にいたわ。
それ潰せる？
ちょっと待って、キャラコンが下手くそすぎる。
あ、
キャラコンが下手くそすぎて上登れなかった。
登れなかった。
いたわ。
ウィンドウ。
ジョイも。
しい。
まあまあまあまあ。
いやでもナルオネオンいいかもしれない。
でしょ。
すごい勢いいい。思いっきりがある。
90回ぐらい
恐れてない死を。
ただ入ったら何したらいいか分かんなくなっちゃった。
何すんのこれ。
C か引くか、まあウィンドウ行くのもあり。割となんでもありです。
そうっす。
言ってかな。
パート。ロングスタン俺入れるからリコンコン欲しいよ。
スモークなしでいく。
なるさんパートピークしちゃって。
パートいくわ。
あ、ノーペだ。
倒していい？俺倒していい？
いいよスタンで殺してもスタンで殺してもいいよ。
これ打たせてあれ見てない。
これドローン入れましょうか。
はい、ドローンで
下水ないっすよ。下水ないっすよ。
下水な。
ドローン行こう。
はいはい。
下水マイク。
相手も出してるドローン。
サイドにいるな。
もう入ってますわ。
オッケー。リスワン。
3人。
やっといた。危ね、なんか
いくモクラ勝ち。
やばい。
ナロさん戦いたい時言ってナロさん。
あ、いつでもないよ。ヘブンも入れるから。サイド入ってる。
もう入ってますわ。ヘブンにね、チェーンオジいるわ。
チェーンオジいる。
ヘブン。ナイス。
フードマンスター。強っ。
いいよ。
エントリーめっちゃいい。
いいよエントリー早いよ。もうこう C リベンジだね。
パート行くよパ
ート C リベンジ行こ
う。これ調整で。
買わない方がいいですよね。
次3900円残るように。
はい。わかりました。出ますよそれ。
すいません。
分かってますよ。
そうっすよね。無粋でしたね。
これ
フラッシュ入れます。
はい。
前線。
もう一回。
行くよナロさん。
はい。
裏まで取りますよ。
いけ。パラノイア。僕の目がパラノイア。
やった。
ナイス。
モックいないから下がってもいい。
裏は。裏ね。ジェット。
裏来てる。
2人でダブルビッグでしょ。
せーの。
強っ。チャージ不足だった。
あ、おっと。
ナイストライ。走り打ちヘッド。
いや、全然入るとこまでできてるんで大丈夫です。
まあ。
モンドさん強すぎた今。
強いな。
今みたいな感じでバックサイトまで取れると、また設置後の練習すればいいだけなんで。いい感じです。今の
ゆっくり A ロンだけ取って一回ラーク待ってみる。そういう動きもやっちゃう。
ああ、わかりました。
やっちゃいましょう。
じゃあ俺とナルオさんとみどりさんで取り行ってロングを
取り行けばいいですね。
で
入らないで待ってる。
そう入らないで一回アクション待って OK です。
両側でございます。
じゃあスタン残しようかな。ゆっくりナルオさん一回行ってパス
おっと出てきてた。下水ジェット。
下水見とく。
ここで待っていけばいい。
ニットのね、カメラが欲しいかも、次から。なんかこの辺にカメラ。
カメラ分かりました。
つけると見れるから。
A ロン完全に取れた。
待てばいい？
ちょっと、ガレージ見れない。
あ、ドローン来た。
俺壊す。2バレた。
ガレージドローン壊した。
待つよ。タクティカルシューティングするよ。覗いていい？
チェンバー書いてた。
なんかチェンバー上120。
ドライで A 当たってみるか。ドライで。
サイドだ。
全員バレた。これ入るか。いきます。せーの。はい。
俺もかかってしてね。あれがいます。
うわナイストライ。
ナイストライ。
ナイストライ。フラッシュソーリー。
いや大丈夫です。 早すぎたかな、俺の足が。
ちょっとね。
早すぎましたね、今のは。
早すぎましたかね。
いや、でもよかったと思う。よかったよ。
うん。エントリーマジね、いい。ちょっと
めっちゃいい。うん。
あれでちょっと奥まで待って味方とピーク合わせるようにするか、スキルをやって潰せると。
奈良さん、カーテンの中にいてくれれば、俺がフラッシュ出した後、
ああ、なるほどね。
そう。
はいはいはい、わかりました。
これちょっとミッドフラッシュで出てみないこれ。
ウルトあるっすわ。
ミッドチェンバーが結構見てる。
You want to play? Let's play.
うわ、オペだ、ミッドオペ。あ、違うわ。ジェットだ。
ジェットいますね。
ジェットオペだ。多分 A のオペかな。
これ俺帰れるかな。
いないです。
もう帰れた。
シャカさん、ロングスタン入れるわ。
ミッドは僕が本当に監視してるんで。
わかりました。
多分 C オペだね、これ。C オペだね。
うん。
ウルトでパートいっちゃってもいい？
ああ。じゃあそれでいきましょう。
オッケー。
じゃあもうパートいくよ。
いいよ。
バ
ックフラッシュ入れる、バックフラッシュ、バックフラッシュ。
はい、オッケーです、オッケーです。
はい、入れた。パラ帰ってきた。
ショート来てる。
ジョイがまだタブドアできます。
まだいる、まだショートいる、ショートいる。
は？
何？どこ？
ギャリング。
どこ？
ヘブンした。
つって止まんなやめて。
もうちょっとごめん、理解ができなかった。
ヘブンスモークタックルちょっと。
One enemy remaining.
あ、ごめん。
ラストペ。マジで当ててくる。そのチェンバーめっちゃ当ててくる。
パレ入れた。
これ降りてくるまで待ちません？
いいよ、降りてくるっていうか、オッケー、ちょっと待って、ここだけ。
シャカさんが打ち合ったら、出てあげればいい。
10構えてて、10構えてて、10構えてて。
あー、10なんで？
当てる。
ちょっとごめんなさい。ちょっと待って、ヘブン下にワープしてきたカルビが。
あれえぐい。あれマジえぐい。
ちょっと待って、俺予想できなかった。
電線つかないわ。
あんな敵初めて見た。
CT にいたんすよ。
ちょっとあれやばいよね、ペンキンあれ。
あれやばい。これ、ちょっといいですか？
はい。
A 論取って、
はい。
ガレージからしていきましょう。
オッケー、ガレージからして。
で、ライトさんも
A 論行った方がいい？
あ、そう、なるさんも。最初だけ。ライトさんも A ついてって、A に残ってほしい。
わかりました。A の
心地いいね。ジェットピークしてくる。
カメラはどうしてる？カメラ同じで。
カメラ、A が D、A が D。
映画で。
ロングスモークタックル行きます。
あー、ガレージ120、ソリ。
こっから行こう。
ここで待つってことね。
ガレージ行こう、ガレージ。
入っちゃっていいですか？
多分、めっちゃ売ってるから。
ライト見てますよ。ずっと見てるんで。
はい、ありがとうございます。
で、ライトさんもタイミングで勝負しちゃって大丈夫。人数不利だから。
OK です。
ナナさん、パートガレージ行っちゃってフラッシュ入れるから。
まあ、さすが
いくよ。
でもいいよ。
ごめん、止まる。
ウィンドウは。ウィンドウ上位。左側。
なんかいる。
これでもう一回でもいいからね。ランクノックしてるから。
いや、ナナさん下がれる。
あ、120カット。
C 仲間とガレージ出たとこは。
行っちゃう。C 行っちゃう。
バックワン。
スリコン上がってる。
サイド裏。
3人いるわ。
いっぱいいる。
よし、一旦。ちょっとめっちゃピークしてくるな。
強気です。
強気だ。
背負ってますか、これ。
背負ってるね。ショートリコンにするか。
背負ってますね。
ショートリコンにします。
うん。ショートリコンでロングスタンだったら多分大丈夫。
オッケ
ー。とりあえず A 論？
A 論、今の作戦いきますか？ちょっともう一回。どうですかね。
オッケー。
オッケー。ホランド行きましょう。
リコンが。
ゲストに見えないですよ。
ー。オッケー。これで足音消そう。これで足音消そう。
ウィンドウワンチャンある。
これをすると A に寄ってくるんで敵が。
うん。それガレだろ。
もう別のとこ行きましょう、これ。
わかりました。
ガレ。
レッドさんは自由で大丈夫。
はい。任せてくださいね。
ガレスも来た。
ガレージにも来た。
B 触ろうか
オッケー。スタンあと5秒。
俺も一緒に行くね。
な。あれだけ壊す パレット壊したい。
カバーする。
右だ。
右見てる。右見てる。
押した。死んじゃった。
B ジェット。
待つか、ここで俺。
これで。
Our spike carrier is killed.
あれ出てきてる。
Spike down mid.
A 相場と
Last player standing. 30 seconds
いいね、バン
left.
とかあれば。
Let's try!
ナイストライ、ナイストライ。
ナイストライ。
Let's try! 今みんなが印象いい攻めあります。
いや、ラッシュっすね。
ラッシュじゃないですか。
C
ラッシュ。
C ラッシュ。
C ラッシュが一番良さそう。
C ラッシュ、はい。
あのジェットが来る前に他を倒さなきゃ。
そうあのジェットはもうなんかすっごいもうね荒らしてくるんで。
なあ。
オペラ系強いね。
荒らし。
オペラ系強い。
荒らしてくるんでね。
フラッシュ入れちゃっていいかも。
フラッシュ入れます。
I will be their nightmare.
もう行っちゃうわ。
いっちゃういっちゃう。
左パラ入れる。
バッサイさん。
あとパラ来てる。止まってる。映ってる映ってる。右映ってる。
うわごめん、右カードね、右カード。中にカルちゃん。
Spike down C.
サイド。
ジェットサイド。
ナイス。だって俺これ飛ぶわ。やべ、後ろ。
後ろペンがいる。
あと頼んだ。
ライトさん頑張って。ライトさんもう耐える。
ナイスルト、ナイスルト。
逃げろ逃げろ逃げろ。ガレージ逃げろ。ナイスナイスナイス。ガレージから逃げれる。ガレージから逃げれる。逆にね。
これ、あれ
ジェットね。
おお強い。
ここら辺ここら辺絶対ここら辺いる。
どこ OK？
Last player
ロケッ
standing.
ト !125 カット
125カット。
強い。オペ当てんね。
Shadows traveling.
ナイス。
カチャーン。
ラッシュだラッシュ。
ラッシュだ。
ラッシュだラッシュだ。
まあちょっとあれですね。オペもいるし、めっちゃピークしてくるんで、もうラッシュでいきましょう。あとの。
A ウルトで入っちゃわないのこれ。
うん、A ウルトめっちゃいいと思う。
流れした。
わかりました。
A ウルトね。
ショート
リコン入れ
ドローン回した方がいいかも。
あ、ドローンの方がいい。
この後。あ、リコンも入れてほしい。
俺これロングから入った方がいいです。
うん、ロングスタン入れて。はい。サイトに俺がウルト入れるから。ぶっ倒しちゃって。
はい。
わかりました。
爆速でいくよ。
爆速で。
うい。
爆速か。おっと。
ナイスナイスナイス。
いくよ、ウルトいくよ、ウルトいくよ。せーの。はい、ボン。ゴー。なるちゃん、ゴー。
誰もいない。
いるいる、まだいる、ここいる。ダッサした。
いたいた、ごめんごめん。
CD1。俺こう張り付く。来たらサイトにいてほしい。あー、壊せないよね。壊せない。入ってくる。入ってくる入ってくる。
フラッシュ入れるフラッシュ入れる。
パラ入ったパラ入った。はあー、ヘベヘベヘベヘベ。
オッケー。
見れる誰か。
帰る。
ヘブ見るヘブ。
あ、ごめん、裏飛んで。ワイヤー引っ
かかってるかかってる俺の罠に。
おお、来た。あれけど。
左入って近い。真
左いる。
落ち着いて落ち着いて。
カメラ回る。
1、2、3、4、5。
うわ
ー。おお、惜しい。
いや、惜しい惜しい惜しい。
いいよ、なるちゃんエントリーいいよ。でもなるちゃんエントリー。
なかなかいいですか。
めっちゃいいなるちゃんエントリー。
入るまでめっちゃ良くて、設置後に俺ここ見てるとか、今外せるとか。
なるほど。
いう
のが、
いや、ちょっとね、ちょっとオーメンがね、やばい。
すごいとこ飛んできてる。
MVP 社でまた。
いや、もうね、ごめん、オーメンスキル聞くと震えちゃう、俺。怖すぎて。
これ、シャカさん行きたいとこ行きましょう、このラウンドは。
俺行きたいとこ。まあ、とりあえず A と。
お願いします、シャカさん。行きたいところで。
シャカさんの武器をみんなで次。オッケーオッケー、A ロング。
これあれか。
あ
あ、ごめん。武器か。
来ちゃった。
いいや、ガレージ。
ここいない、ここいない、ガレージいない。
ここいない。後ろちょっともち入れる。フラッシュし。
はいはい。フラッシュいきます。
いる。
出てる。
やった。
ナイスナイスナイス。
クラッシュ入れるよ。
俺にこんない
やったやったやった。
いけるいける。
ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。
ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。
まだやったやったやった。
強い強い強い。
武器持ってる武器持って
誰あれ
る。これ下がろう。設置して下がろう。
あ、設置して
下がろう。設置
設置下がりましょ
う。もう引き始めていいよ。引き始めて。
もう引き始めますね。僕
後ろも
裏地裏地。
俺も帰ります。俺も帰ります。
裏地裏地ね裏地ね。
オッケーオッケー。
止めて止めてほら。
マジで。これなんだっけ？あれごめん電線なかったっす。電線ない。
オッケーオッケー、電線ないオッケ
ちょ裏三つさんに任せるわ。
飲む。
オッケーじゃあもう俺こっち。
オッケー。
飲む？
俺最初の会場でスタン入れる。
オッケー。
俺離婚上がって。
俺嫌がらせするねこれで。
嫌がらせない。
それミスってるっす。
離婚も入れてもいいかも。
はいわ。された。
One enemy remaining.
もう来てる。オッケー。
もうジャンピで嫌がらせする。
あ、いいねいいね。わっしょいわっしょい。
ジャンピ嫌がらせ。
わっしょいわっしょいわっしょいわっしょい
わっしょい
わっしょいわっしょいわっしょいわっしょいわっしょいわっしょいわっしょいでわっしょいで。オペキープオペキープオペキープオペキープ。
ナイス。
いいんじゃない？
いいんじゃない？
でかすぎでしょこの子。
高さが強すぎたな今。
ね。
いいね。このラウンドは、
はい。
いや、むずいな。止めますか。
ちょっと
考えるタイム。
練習として A 成功さしときたい。
A 攻め練習したい。
あ
あ。
設置までいけてるから設置後ちょっと
そうだね。
そう
なんかスキルある人はアンダーに入って、
俺アンダー入るさ。
そうだ。スキル入れる？スキル入れてチェーンして。
じゃあロングスタンからいつも通り。で離婚誰か壊してほしいかもこれ暇な人。
わかります。僕がこうしますもん本当。なんかテンプレで組みますよね。
ショートに離婚入れるんで。
テンプレなんだよな。
俺はどうしたですよ天さん入ったら。
なるおさんは
もう仕事十分だ。
なんか奥まで突っ込んでもいいですし、
はい。CT まで？
あ、そう CT まで。
俺ついて。
CT まで？
あ、そう言ってもいいですよ。
カメラはまあミッド出しますかあれ。
だからもうこれ5人でいきましょう。
なるほどさん1キル取れたらもうウルトなんか止まってね。
あと1個。
1キル取れたらもうウルト上がったらいっちゃうでいいんじゃない？
ああじゃあウルト上がったらいっちゃっていいっすか？
俺
上がんなかったら
入れる CT に。
オッケー。わかりました。じゃあそれでいきますわ。
設置するところの箱裏で多分大丈夫です。なるほどさん。
あ、わかりました。
それか左の角とか。
で木中ね絶対いるね。今んとこ絶対サイト1人はねいる。
そうだね。木中にいるね。
一気にサイト
わかりました。
取ってあげよ
う。よし。
これコーチング入ってる？向こうが。
なんかトイレしてる。
あ、トイレ？
うん。
まあ設置した後この落書きとアンダーとサイトに言いたい。
みんなこれ今カルビのウルトあるでしょ。やべえからみんな後ろ向いた方がいい。一回聞こえたら。
後ろ向いたら。
裏取り。
そう。俺さっきアンダーにいたらアンダーの隅っこにテレポートしてきた。
音聞こえるんで、お面乗ると。聞こえたらすぐ行った方がいいかも。
オッケー。
わかりました。
オーメン情報が始
まります。
はい。
ロングスタイル入れます。
離婚壊しますんで。
はい。
お願いします。
ナイス。ナイスワン。いっちゃうぞもう。
パーッといっちゃおうよ。
パーッといっちゃうよ。カーテンで待機ね。カーテンで待機ね。クラッシュ入れる。いくよ。ゴー。
カメラで見てる。
スモナカいるかも。スモ
ナカいなかった。裏いる。
ごめん。14。
フラッシュ14。
おい。
あ、後ろ。
ジェットいない。
ジェ
ット。
中にいますわ。
サイナカジェット。ちょっとすごい方面バトル。
One enemy
ナイ
remaining.
ス。
上ヘブンで足音する。
設置しちゃいますね。
降りてそう。
やれる。
マジか。
ナイス。
か
っこいい人いた。かっこいいやつ。
サイトの中でワイヤーなんかもう決めてた方がいいかも。
そうですね。なんか今全然設置できてないんで。
そうも
決めます。
多分 C プッシュとなんか A の恨みぐらいでいいと思う。
あ、そうだね。
でミッドカメラで見てみたいな。
1個残せるとめっちゃ強いけど、ワイヤー。
これライトさんは A 行きます？
あ、いや僕はね
73、73A、73A、73A。
C お願いします。C いきます。
73A で俺がロングでスキル出して戦おう、一緒に。
ああ、わかりました。
緑さんも A いける。
あ、オッケーです。
で、B もリテイクでいいかな。
オッケ
ー。B と A 守る感じで。
奈良さん、ここで適当にしとけば俺がスタン合わせるから。
あ、
スタン打ったらもう食っちゃっていいよ。
合わせさい。いなそう。
間違えた。
ガレワン、ガレワン。B スモーク、B スモーク。
これ拾いたかったら拾っていいっすよ。
あ、B マイスパイクの音。入った、もう入った、もう入った、もう入った。
斉藤さん、斉藤さん。
上乗ってるかも。
一回止まる、一回止まる、合わせるわ。
これドローンいるよ。
オッケー。ドローンで行こう、ドローンで行こ
う。はいはい。
ドローンで見えたとこフラッシュ。いいよ、ドン、いいよ、行って。
フラッシュ、体が。
ガレージを、
ステンバーここね。
いいね。
腹食らってる、ミノ。
俺回収してる。ハーフいった。
気づいてない。あ、もうくなっくる。
おい、さやか、斉藤。ちょっと待って、もうなんかカルビやべえ。
パラ、綺麗に決まったな。
ちょっとカルビさんやばいな。いや、惜しい。惜しいね。
ちょっと待って。いや、飛び出したんだけど。デュエリストなんだけど、あの方面。
やりますね、カルビちゃん。
これタイミングで。
ワイヤー欲しい。今じゃなくても、今じゃなくても、その、スキルが。
奈良さんいっちゃう？
あ、オッケーです。
いっちゃおっか。
パートいっちゃう？
めちゃくちゃいいやつ。
パートいっちゃうよ。
B マイ出る。
あ、C ロング、ラッシュです。
C ラッシュ。
出ていいよ。
あ、下がりきれない。
どめ。俺のスタンと合わせていこう。
タレットある後ろ。
マイプッシュしてるかも、ずっと。
タレットファッシャー。
オッケー。裏松、一回裏松。
一人下がってきた、めっちゃ下がってきた、めっちゃ下がってきた。
二人来てる。
待て、シャカさん、それスタン忘れる。スタン入れた。
ちょっと待って。
あ、惜しい。
うわー、かわいそう。
オイル。
どうする？
強い？
手前。結構近め。
ナイストライ。
ナイス削り。
まあ。
はいですね。
朝のタイミングで顔出さない。
これまたラッシュ注意っすね。スペクター立ってるんで。はい。
A 来るかな、そろそろ。
ラッシュ。どうだろうな。
C は来たら、いやどうしようかな。俺 C で帰ろうかな。
C は止めれる。A も大丈夫。おめでとう頑張って。
あ、なんかリコン来た。
映画来てるね。一回スタイルいるよ。
いや、なんかいなそう。雰囲気は。SE はわかんないけど。あ、なんかチェンバーいたわ。
あ、2人いる。
オーバーもいたわ。
戦わないでいいよ。俺のフラッシュで戦おう。
B、ジェット。
B マイ1。
入りました。
C 詰める。
ガレージも1いるかも。B 入ったね。
B 入れてっとくね。俺 C。
B 入った。うわ、ごめん。そ
の
まま A、裏
挟むか。だって耐え目耐えた。
B プラント。B
プラント。
フラッシュ入れるならさんいくよ。せーの、はい。
わかんない。いないや。
スタイル入れる。サイナカスさん。
ちょっと待ってほしい。
あ、ちょっと待って、ごめん。使っちゃった。
サイト入ってもいいよ。
ノイス。
フラッシュ入れるよ。いくよ。せーの。はい。
うわ、ごめん。左右いる、左右いる。
いやー、ナイストライ。
ナイストライ。
ソリー。
ナイストライ。
モンドキャリーモードだな。
破壊だ。
やりますね。
B 前3プッシュいけます？
オッケー。あそこ、ここプッシュ？
あ、B の方から行ってほしい。
これ買う？
はい。
あ、これシェルフで。
シェルフ。
全員シェルフで行きましょう。
これこういう時どこスタン入れればいいの？天気これ。
スタンね、いらないかも。もう。
オッケー。
フィジカル
全員で、オッケー。確かにフラッシュ
も全員で。
いっちゃえばいいのね。
俺ウィンドウ見る。オッケー。
あ、じゃあ俺こっち見た方がいい？
オッケー。
シロングジェットです。
強すぎ。
ガレマイワン。
強すぎ。
ショート。
はい。
入った。
なんか2。プラント中。
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
あ、ショートじゃない？
ショートがサイドどっちか。
あ、間違えた。なんだ。
ショートかな？
箱裏見た方がいい。
やった。
強っ。
強くて？
サイトなんだ。
いらないですこれ。いらないです。
解除。
シェリフ強すぎる。
ナイスシェリフ。
ナイス。
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 ありがとうございます。
でこれ次 A になるおさんとみどりさん行って、アリケンさん A リンクから来たら入れてほしい敵が。いや普通に入れていいな。最初から入れてほしい。
ここからのやつ？
そう。でなるおさんも前まで行ってほしいかも。
前まで。この辺？
そう。
オペレーター買っちゃっていいですか？
オペレーターちょっと待って。
いいですか？オペレーターも。
オペスポンにあります。
どういうこと？
バンダル。
バンダルが余ってるのか。
バンダルが余ってます。
みんなバンダル。俺もらうわ。
オッケー。
すみません。
それオペは売れないオペ？
これ売れるはずなんですけど。売っていい。
いやライトさんはもう全然落としてたっす。
落とした？
それも落としてたんで多分。
オッケー。
落とせないです。
全然売れる。
すみません。落とすと売れない。
落とすと売れないです。
何回も落としちゃいました。すみません。
大丈夫です。
火がついたらダメなんだ。
でこれ B 来たらアリケンさんもう入ってほしいかもサイトに。
オッケー。中でね。
もう頑張って入ってほしい。
何 B？
パラ使ってないんだよな。
B。
そしたら俺らもじゃあ B 合わせるってことだよね。
そう、坂さんちも B 前にも鍛えて、
耐えね。俺は耐え。
パラ入れて入ってほしい。
オッケー。俺なんだっけロビーにスモークタク。
倒しちゃおうかな。
1個入れたらすぐついてくる。
You want to play? Let's play.
うますぎ？
ナイス。
チェンバーがロングでオペレーター。
オッケー。B ガレ前か C に上位かな。ちょっとガレ前出る俺。スモーク B。B 前溜まってる。パラ入る。パラ打った。パラ入ってる。
サイトチェンバーいる。
A 抜け。ごめん A リンク抜けるかも。
ツーサイ。いや来るよそれ。みどりさん来るよそれ多分。
Destroyed。
戻った？
C 中にもいる。
Last player standing。
あのオペマシうめえな。
B 中は B から C 向かってる。
強いな。
今リス側。
C 設置っすねこれ。
プラント中。
似てそう。
Spike planted.
Revealing area.
うま
うまいな。
どうもい。
当てるね。
マジで当てる。最初映画はスタンもうすぐ入れちゃって、
オッケー。
で成尾さん前まで走れるもう
ガンダね。
ガンダしたらダメか。
パートね。
そう。これ調整かな。
俺とでパー。
1300円なら落とせるよなんか。
これあれなんだ。
調整で。
12ラウンドで終わりじゃないんだ。13で。
調整？
うん、調整。
これフルラウンド？
多分フル。
あ、これ
サイン入れてね。
サイン入れた。
走っちゃうもん。誰もいない。
シーケア。
これ多分待ってますね。
2人いるわ。ジョイと
シーナカ入る。
これどこだ？
入れるよ。
スタイル入れる、スタイル入れる、スタイル入れ
Spike
る。
planted.
スタジオにフラッシュだ。スタジオにバックバックバックワン。
Enemy spotted C. Enemy spotted C.
ウルト入れる、ウルト入れる。
ロング2人、ロング2人。あ、ナイスナイス。手前。
ナイス
おい。
ちょっと待って、スモーク5秒、スモーク5秒。待って。
フラッシュ入れるわ。
待ってね、待ってね。
オッケーオッケーオッケー。3本入れる。アクションも入れてる。回収いける誰か。
完璧すぎ。
はい、ナイス。
ハリケーンさん。
いいね。
ナイス。
ヨガファイヤーですか。
ヨガファイヤー今の。ナイス。今の壁抜きヨガファイヤーだから。
壁抜きヨガファイヤーか。
もう一回一緒でいきましょう。
ハリケーンさん。
はい。
オッケー。
いやでもなるちゃんの A プッシュがあったからよ。
まあ言うなってそれは。
だる。
シャカさんエロビーモック欲しい。
はい。エロビ
またテンさん僕言っちゃっていいんですか。
あ、言っちゃって大丈夫です。あ、でも詰め切らない感じで今回は。
あ、わかりました。
どこまでですか。
幕の前でも幕の前で待ってる感じ。
わかりました。
ロビーのか。
あ、そうロビー。3も欲しい。
あ、ラッシュかな。
ラッシュヒデよ、ヒデよ。
でこの時 A1 にしたい。
俺が残った。
じゃあ、ナルさんに任せて。
入ってはない、入ってはない。
見てて大丈夫です。
入ってはないですね。
B 見てる、俺 B 見てる。
あれなんで武器持ってないの。
合わなかったですか、今。
いやいやいや、そんなわけ。もう。
あ、いる。たくさんいる。
エンバー A ロンで。
俺 B 前フラッシュで戦うわ、一回。
B 前溜まってる、B 前溜まってる。
相手もこっちだ、相手もこっちだ。あと相場もウィンドウ、相場もウィンドウいた。
多分 A っぽい、A っぽくはある。
あ、
ウルトで打
ね。あ、ヘブンのヘブンの。ナイス。リコもある、リコもドラムある、リコもドラムある。
欲しい。どっちか欲しい。
リコ入れた。
ドラムいっちゃう、ドラムいっちゃう、ドラム。
アンダーいるかも。
アンダー。
腹入れる。
アンダーワン、相場。あとショート、オペ。
あとショート、パス。
ショート
当たってると思う。
ショート塞いでる、塞いでる。僕が塞いでる。
もうすぐ開けよう、もうすぐ開けよう、その塞ぎ。
もう一回塞ぐよ。
一人会場、一人会場。
中入ってる、中入ってる、ショート。
ガチ回いってる、ガチ回いってる、ガチ回いってる、ガチ回いってますよ。
ナイス。
おいおいおい。ごめんごめん。ライトさんに言えばよかった。どっち解除するかよ。
落ち着けライト。ライト落ち着けお前。
落ち着けます、落ち着けます。
落ち着け。
落ち着けますよ。
倍が合ってねえわけじゃねえんだ。
すいません、僕がね、すいません。12ラウンドとか。
ライトアーマー、ライトアーマー、
ヘビーアーマー。
ライトヘビーアーマーで、はい、ライト
ヘビーアーマー、ヘビーアーマー。
ややこいな、ややこいな。
皆さん今回オーブがあるぐらいから A 見といてほしいです。ちょっと
オーブが上がるまで。
オーブ、あ、そこから見ておいてほしい。あ、これ A 取り、A 取り。
めっちゃ A っぽい。
リロングいないです。リロングいない。
ロングフラッシュ入れる、ロングフラッシュ入れる。
ちょっと見ちゃうドローンで。
なるちゃん一回ピークできる。いくよ、せーの。
あ、なんか、
もういいよいいよ、ゆっくり行かなくていい、行かなくていい。
ジェットいった。
これ B ラーク注意。
オッケー。
俺戻るね、B に。
うん。
B 前は。B 前2、B 前2。もうちょい一回下がるわ。
入った。一人入った。
ジェット入ってた。
中、回ってる、回ってる。ナイス。
ナイス。離婚3秒。
まだいる、まだいる。
俺 A で待ってた方がいい？
近い。
いや、こっち来て、こっち来てほしいね。
すべてを見つかせ。
ナイス。
裏飛んだと思う、それ。ナイスナイスナイス。あとメイン。
メイン2、メイン2。
フラッシュ入れる、フラッシュ入れるよ。
One enemy remaining.
もう一人右。解除しちゃう。
右は一人死んだと。持ってた。ナイス。
ナイス。
ナイス。あ、俺ある。
俺、あ、なるおさん、いや、もらうか。
いいね。
うん。目で訴えないで言ってよ、口で。
ああ、すいません。入れたなもんで。
欲しい。うんで。
緑さん。
さん買うよ俺。
ちょっと
買うよ俺。オペも。
オペいいんすか？いいんすか？
いやいや、いいっすか？
じゃあまあ。
いや、すいません。
使ってみよう。
すいません。
で、ダルオさんここ前行っちゃいましょう。スタンもらって。
必ず取るんで、必ず
もう、ダッシュで。
はい。
ナイスワン。
ナイスナイスナイス。
いるよいるよ。
ガレージガレージガレージ入った。
で、緑線みたい。いいね。
ジェット来たジェット来た。
ダルオさん死なないように。ダルオさん死なないように。
ガレあるガレあるガレあるよ。
オッケーオッケー見る。
引きますよ引きますよ。
ガレ取り返そうフラッシュで。
い
くよ。
A プラントで詰めてますよ。
もうない。
見た。
パラ入る。俺正面から行こう。
オメンいる。
すいません。
ここにオメンダーツさせた。
いくよ。フラッシュサイトフラッシュ。
ロング見とくですロング見とく。
あ、右。
あ、ごめん、まだいた。
ごめんなさい。いたか。
本当にね。
強
いよ。
サイトだったかな今。
惜しいね。俺これ買ってもらうから。スキル買えないや。
何ラウンドなんですか
？24？
これあと、
そんなあるんだ。
朝ラウンド。
あ、アタッカー2回、ディフェンダー2回やる。
そう
全部で。
ナ
ルオさんもらっていい？
ナルオさん買います。
あ、ごめん。
俺次、うん。で、次相手 A 来たらミッド詰めよ、これ。みんなで。
了解。
はい。
オッケー。
あ、ロングショット。
これ A じゃない、A じゃない。
スパイクした。
今敵 A 薄い。
ミッドね、2ワイドは。キルジューもミッド。
俺オペでに見られてる気がする。またやだ俺。
は見えないです。
ボワーンで死ぬのは。
なんだってか。
ボワーンそっちか。
B マイフラッシュで見てみる一回。
デンさん俺ここで待ってていい？
うん。一回下がろう。一個下がろう。
ウィンドウジョイね。
そこで一人で見といてほしい。いいね。そう。デンさん多分ショートない。
スタン上がった。
あ、B マイスパイク。
ミッドスパイク。
あ、今ショートわかんない。
B マイ基礎だったらパラ入れれる。
オッケー。
いいね。今めっちゃいい。
まだミッド。
B と A は守りたい。これ絶対。
オッケー。B
あ、ナルさんショート俺見てるからロングでもいいですよ。
はい。
B マイスモ2つ。ガレージ来た。
ガレージスタン忘れる。スタンもいる。
スモ来て見れてない。
オッケー。
30 seconds left.
C ドライある。
落とさないっす。
C っぽい。
動いて
C。めっちゃ C。
C 守ろう。中入って守ろう。
中入って
ごめん、パラくれてる俺。
10 seconds left.
オーメン張ってますナイス。
Spike planted.
入るよ。
One enemy remaining.
強い。
サイトかな？
ロング。
カジいけるよ。
You want to play? Let's play.
と思って。おい。
ナイス。
強いね最後。
いいよ。いい感じ。
ナロさん今めっちゃ良かった。ナロさん。
よかったですか？
マジで良かった。
A の守り神でした俺。
守り神。
じゃまたいいっすか？
やめて。
まあなのかなみたいな。
前で見られたら下がるっていうのを。
ナロさん、緑さんに買ってもらったで。
あ、すみません。
もう一回一緒に行こ
う。同じで感じでいいですね。
もうあと2ラウンド結構喋っちゃいます。
オッケーです。はい。
ラウンド中。
あ、来てそう。
ロング来てる。
カバーいけない？
カバーできない。
これミッド詰めよう。ミッド詰めよう。ミッド。
こういう時俺サイト A サイでいいの俺は。
いや、行っていこう。アリケンさんも行っていける。
俺もオッケー。
これがっつり引いちゃっていいですか？開けちゃう感じ？
開けちゃう感じ。なんか圧かけといてほしいな、映画で。緑さんは。
あれ。チェンバーのもある。
おー、いけ。
4人見えた。
ちょっと待って。
4人？
うん、A サイト4人。
裏からリペイクで。
隠していく。
ここにある。
Spike planted.
なんか隠せる。
やべ。そうだね、左ある。
ロングスタン。入れた。
いない。ロングいない。
フラッシュ取り返そう。
オッケー。
フラッシュ入れるよ。サイトフラッシュ。アクション。裏。
サイト裏。 モンはリス抜けてるかも。
抜けてる。
抜けた。そうリス側見て。
あ、ごめん。入ってる。アンダー。
あ
Last player standing.
あ、80カットね、80カット。
Shut up and let me work.
うわ、
あー、惜しい。
どばい。めっちゃ後ろかった。大丈夫。元気。
張ってよろしい？
これラストですね。これラスト。
あ、これラストなの。
ワンフラッシュ。
オペ使いたいっすか？これ誰か。お金増やせるけど。
そんなこと
大丈夫か？
まあ大丈夫。
全能なんだ。
スクリームだから。
はい、シーなかったらシーロン詰めていい？
オブ取りたいかも。で、即売りたいな、アリケンさん。
また
引こう。これ下がろう。あ、いや、
チェンバーだけ
今 B 入れるけど。
僕抜かれましたわ。
ハルビ選手。
あ、B
中。うん。で、来たとこもウルトで行こう、ブリッジの。
怖いな。入り見てます。俺じゃあ A とこね。
うん。
目の前に。出た。
戦ってきそう。
A ショート。
あ、A ロンいますわ。A。
いや、それショートの音になるじゃん。
ショートか。
多分 A ヘベント出る。
うわ、もうヘブン下にいる。
オッケー、寄れる？ウルタ
ルービーヘブン下。
Spike planted.
いや、落としてたけど。
いくよ。サイトウルトヘブン下。スタイルゴー。
ジョイウルターでこれ。
腹食らってる。
Last player standing.
ナイトラ。
ナイス。
まあでも
まあ
攻めそうね、攻め良くなれば取れそう。
攻めどうでした？なんか勢いでいいですか？
いや、勢いはめっちゃ良かったっす。
あ、本当ですか？
勢いは。
勢いは良かった。
あ、でもなんだろう、サイトの低圧力も良かったけど、そうです。まだ設置後みんなで練習したら多分大丈夫です。
なるほど。
設置後の分かりやすいなんか大まかな指標じゃないけど配置みたいなのとか。
あ、ここいとけっていうあれがあれば。その通りやりますわ。
ね、俺がアンダー入って、ナローさんが落書きいたら戦えそう。
そうだね。サイト。
まあでもサイト右回りが多いから、多分ナルちゃんは最終的にサイト入ることが多いんじゃないかな。
ああ、なるほどね。
俺が結構落書き入ってはいた。
あり。
僕は下水ですかね、下水。
下水はね、なくてもいいんだけど、下水にいるんだったら、まあ、その恨みとかスキルがあったとしても、その抜けれるやつがいる場合は。
オーメンがいるから、
オーメンジェットとか。